Wildlife and forests are not just resources, they are the soul of our existence. A very good morning to one and all present here, esteemed dignitaries, guests, organizers, media persons, and my dear students. I, Dr. Mili Panigrahi, Head of the Department, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, and the convener of Odisha Wildlife Conclave, welcome you all to the third edition of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025, a prestigious gathering where some of the nation's finest wildlife stalwarts, researchers, and conservationists unite under the esteemed banner of Evergreen Forum. The theme of the conclave is wildlife conservation in context of growing human dimensions. This conclave brings to life the beauty and essence of wildlife through wildlife book exhibitions, photography exhibitions, live painting, and poster presentations. Moving forward, I would like to invite our esteemed guest to the dais, Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Siddhant Das, IFS retired Chairman, Central Empowered Committee, ex-Director General of Forests, and ex-member National Green Tribunal, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Esteemed guests, Sri Suresh Pant, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and HOFF, Government of Odisha, and Sri Prem Kumar Jha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and CWLW, Government of Odisha. Respected Chief Speaker, Sri Atatrana Mishra, IFS, Deputy Director General of Forests, MOEF and CC, Government of India. Esteemed guest of honors, Sri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF Wildlife, Government of Chhattisgarh, and Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, IFS retired, ex-Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and HOFF, Government of Kerala. Honorable Chairman, Odisha Wildlife Conclave, Dr. Anup Kumar Nayak, retired IFS, ex-MS, NTCA and ADG Project Tiger. And last but not the least, our very own founder and the president of Evergreen Forum and the organizing secretary, Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina. On behalf of Evergreen Forum, I heartily welcome you all to this Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. I request our student volunteers to present the bouquets to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, students. Lighting the sacred lamp symbolizes wisdom, positivity, and the auspicious beginning of our event. I request our esteemed guests to come forward for lighting of the lamp.
Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya. Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya. Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya. Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
Thank you all. It's my great pleasure to introduce the person behind this extraordinary event, a man of incredible energy and vision. Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, the president and founder of Evergreen Forum, is a distinguished educationist, wildlife conservationist, and social worker. Has founded the Evergreen Forum at the age of 19 to lead impactful social and environmental initiatives, recognized for his tireless efforts in plantation, environment protection, and the wildlife conservation. He has been honored with the numerous awards, including the National Youth Award by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, State Youth Award by Department of Sports and Youth Services, Biju Patnaik Wildlife Conservation Award, and 6 times Prakriti Mitra Award by Forest Department, Odisha. A passionate advocate for social change, Dr. Jaina has organized over 350 seminars on environmental and social issues and continues to inspire through initiatives like Mission Green, Odisha Technological Conclave, and Odisha Wildlife Conclave. His leadership has involved thousands of youth in transformative projects across the Odisha, making him a beacon of hope for sustainable development. His leadership and commitment has brought us all together today, and without him, this event would not have been a reality. I would like to invite him to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
On behalf of Evergreen Forum, I welcome all the delegates in Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. Today is World Wildlife Day. Today we are celebrating this important day. Evergreen Forum is organizing 3rd Odisha Wildlife Conclave on this auspicious occasion. I welcome today's chief guest, Sri Siddhant Das, Chairman CEC and former Director General of Forest, former member NGT, former PCCF Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden Odisha, most dynamic officer of our country. I welcome our new PCCF of Odisha, Sri Suresh Pant sir. He is now appointed as Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force of Odisha. I welcome our guest, Sri Prem Kumar Jha sir, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Odisha. I welcome Sri Artatrana Mishra sir, Jharkhand cadre IFS officer. He is working as Deputy Director General of Forest, Minister of Environment and Forest Climate Change, Government of India. He has also attended our last conclave 2024 in this auditorium. Our guest, Sri Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir, former PCCF and of Government of Kerala and for retired Professor, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Our guest, Sri Prem Kumar sir, Additional PCCF Wildlife, Government of Chhattisgarh. I welcome our captain of this conclave, our chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave and former Additional DG Project Tiger and former Member Secretary of National Tiger Conservation Authority, Government of India, Dr. Anu Kumar Naik sir. I welcome today's chief attraction and Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award winner, Dr. Chanchal Kumar sir. He has worked since 3 decades and above. He is the award winner of 2025 Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award. I welcome all the invited speakers, chair, co-chairs, all the participants. Today we are organizing wildlife book exhibition, live painting competition, poster presentation, wildlife photography exhibition. I am thankful to WWF India. They are organizing 2 panel discussions in this conclave. Mr. Muralidharan M, Neha Sinha, Sadhvi Sindura Madam, they are present here in this auditorium. They are helping us, cooperating us to organizing this conclave. I welcome all the students, media persons, participants from Forest Training School, Bhubaneswar, and Odisha Forest Rangers College, students from different colleges and universities. Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award, it is the second highest award in Odisha after Forest Department's Biju Patnaik Wildlife Conservation Award. We are giving 1 lakh cash rupees. For the 3rd edition we are organizing this, and we are also recognizing 4 individuals. Dr. Shiva Prasad Parida, Professor in Zoology, Centurion University of Technology and Management. Dr. Prakash Chandra Mardaraj, Landscape Coordinator, WWF India, Bihar. He is from Nilagiri, Baleshwar district. And Sri Aurobindo Majhi, who is working in Dhenkanal district for reducing human-elephant conflict in that area. We are also recognizing one dynamic young scientist, Dr. Karthik Charan Lenka, Senior Scientist, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Jaipur, Koraput. I welcome all the participants. Today, after this inaugural ceremony, we will have 4 technical sessions and 2 panel discussions for 2 days. About 18 speakers will deliver their talks. 4-5 DOFOs are coming to deliver their presentation, and scientists and speakers from Odisha and outside Odisha, they are attending this conclave. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Anup Kumar Nayak. He is a retired Indian Forest Service officer of 1995 batch with a distinguished career in wildlife conservation and environmental governance. He served as the Additional Director General Project Tiger and Member Secretary of both the National Tiger Conservation Authority NTCA, Field Director of Similipal and Satkosia Tiger Reserve. Post-retirement, he has been actively engaged as the Independent External Monitor IEM appointed by Central Vigilance Commission CVC and serves as a member of the Odisha State Board for Wildlife. Dr. Nayak holds an MSc in Physics and PhD in Zoology. I would like to invite Sir for the keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, Siddhant Das sir. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Siddhant Das sir, CEC Chairman. Honorable Guest, Suresh Panji, my colleague, PCCF and HOP, Government of Odisha. Honorable Guest, Prem Shankar Jha ji, Chief Wildlife Warden and PCCF Wildlife, Government of Odisha. Chief Speaker and also colleague, A.T. Mishra ji, DDG, Eastern Regional Office, Government of India. My friend and batchmate, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj ji, the former HOP, Kerala State Forest Department, and also former scientist G, Professor, Wildlife Institute of India. And last but not the least, honorable guest, Prem Kumar ji, additional PCA Wildlife, Chhattisgarh. He's the main person who's been dealing with wildlife matters of Chhattisgarh, and is going to hold the baton of wildlife wing of Chhattisgarh for a long, long time to come. Okay, very good morning to all of you. Welcome to Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. Wonderful morning, wonderful day. As you know, World Wildlife Day is being celebrated on this particular day. This is 3rd March. 3rd March is the day which is being celebrated all over the world, not here, all over the world as World Wildlife Day. Why is it being celebrated as World Wildlife Day? What's the reason? The reason is very clear. Because on this particular day, way back in the year 1973, CITES came into operation. CITES means Convention on International Trade on Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. CITES came into being in the year 1973 on this particular day. Since that day is being celebrated all over the world as World Wildlife Day. In fact, CITES' main objective is to halt, to regulate the wildlife trade, illegal wildlife trade in parts and products of wildlife. You know, thousands of millions of wildlife species, parts and products are being illegally traded all over the world. One of the most lucrative trade that's going on in the whole of the universe. So it needs to be regulated, therefore the CITES came into being. But in spite of all that, in spite of all the, in fact, 184 countries have already ratified this particular treaty. There's an international treaty. But it's still going on. You know, this year's theme of World Wildlife Day celebration is wildlife conservation. Wildlife conservation, what's the finance, investing in people and planet. That's the theme. Yes, we have started investing in people. As a sequel of that particular theme, we are celebrating World Wildlife Day. We are organizing World Wildlife Conclave 2025 here at a state level in Bhubaneswar. So what I would like to say that this particular wanton destruction of wildlife parts and products is still going on, and it needs to be halted. Any kind of rules and regulation is not going to halt this trade unless we all join hands. That's the reason we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us today very distinguished guests in front of us. Suresh Mahanti sir, Suresh Mishra sir, L.K. Singh sir, Sudhakar sir, everybody, every one of you there, and Jai Krishna Panige sir. A lot of people are there, all intelligent, knowledgeable persons. They are contributing their own way for the conservation of wildlife in our state. But that's not enough. It needs to be extended to many more areas. That's the reason we are here. Wildlife lovers, media, every one of us can really contribute in halting this wildlife trade. We should come together. We should join hands. We should strengthen the hands of the government of Odisha, government of India, and all national conservation non-governmental organizations. This particular program is being organized by Evergreen Forum in association with, in technical assistance of WWF India. We are grateful to WWF of India for coming forward and helping and give us a helping hand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so this particular day I would like to say that IUCN, according to IUCN, 31,000 species are under brink of extinction. 31,000. And what's worrying that, I was talking to the person in the poster presentation case, somebody from REC. I was talking to you, yes. No, he said, yeah, exactly. He said that, yes, the 31,000 species are on the brink of extinction, not naturally, not because of the natural reasons. It's because of human actions. Yes, we are responsible for the state of affairs that we find our wildlife are. They are facing extinction. You know, this 31,000 is only 27% of all assessed species. We don't know much. Whatever we know, 27% of those species are under threat of extinction. Out of which, 50%, almost 43% are amphibians. Amphibians, they are the indicator species. They will indicate in which state the ecosystem is. And this 43% of the amphibian species are under threat of extinction. 23% of mammals, sharks and rays, coral reefs, you name anything, it's under threat. So let us join our hands together. We have PCCF Wildlife, we have PCCF HOP, we have who's who of the government of Odisha, we have also who's who of government of Chhattisgarh. They are doing their bit, they are doing a wonderful job. No doubt about that, Odisha is doing a wonderful job. But let us join our hands, strengthen their hands. Yes, we can do our bit. So, and then the final thing is the bystander apathy. That is a syndrome of bystander apathy. If an accident occurs in the road, you stand there and you expect anybody else, other than yourself, anybody else to come and help that particular person. That's called bystander apathy. You don't want to do anything. You want anybody else, other than you, come forward and help them. Here also, the wildlife degradation is taking place in our own eyes, but we want somebody else, like government, conservation organization, to come forward and do something. We won't do anything. No, we have to shun that particular. We have to get out of that syndrome and start doing ourselves. We can do our bit. The person who is sitting there, he has said in the poster presentation, yes, we'll have to do something. We'll do something. Okay, we are also, congratulations, SAR and other awardees who have been working relentlessly in the field of conservation, wildlife conservation, and they are not publicity minded. That's the whole thing. So this forum is to look out for the persons who are really sincerely working in the field and give them awards in the hands of eminent personalities. Third thing is that, yes, we are giving a platform. It's a platform for you people to interact with our eminent personalities. Lunch will be provided for both the days. Don't go anywhere. Lunch will be there. You will have teas outside. You can go and have tea as many times as you can. But stay put here, interact with all the eminent personalities. And as already Prakash Bhai has said, there's about 2 panel discussions. They are the real outcomes of this conclave. 2 burning problems of Odisha. One is man-elephant conflict, that's raising. And the second one is the conservation of olive lily sea turtles and the blue blood. So this conservation is not without any effort, without any cost. The cost of the livelihood of fishermen, our own fishermen. They are facing a lot of difficulties. We need to find a solution. Only conservation of wildlife will not succeed unless we take care of the people, our own people. So these 2 panel discussion will bring out a lot of things, a lot of solutions, I believe, that will be conducted by the WWF of India with very eminent panelists in it. Okay, I wish this particular conclave very, very success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your keynote address. Now it is the time to unveil and release the annual souvenir capturing the essence and milestones of this remarkable event. I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for the release of the annual souvenir of the Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. Thank you all the dignitaries. This Odisha Wildlife Conclave holds a special significance as it presents the prestigious Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award. Each year, only one individual or organization is honored with this award, which carries a cash prize of rupees 1 lakh in recognition of their lifetime contribution to wildlife conservation, protection, management, research, biodiversity conservation, anti-poaching effects, community awareness, zoo management, habitat improvement, and eco-development planning. And this award, that is the Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award, goes to Dr. Chanchal Kumar Sar, having a cash prize of rupees 1 lakh. I would like to request Dr. Chanchal Kumar Sar to come forward to receive the award. For his introduction, Dr. Chanchal Kumar Sar, born on 13th November 1959, is a renowned wildlife researcher with a MSc in zoology, a PhD in riverine ecology, and a PG diploma in ecology and environment. He began his career with IUCN SSC under BNHS in 1984 and later worked with ICAR, CICFRI, and CIFA and IISc Bangalore, focusing on wildlife, human-elephant conflict, and habitat conservation in Odisha, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Chhattisgarh. His extensive research includes elephant corridor identification, carrying capacity assessment, and conservation planning. Congratulations, you, sir. Dr. Chanchal Kumar Sir, receiving a cash prize of rupees 1 lakh. A big round of applause. I'd like to request the dignitaries to stay back. Again, every year, a maximum 5 number of individuals or organizations are awarded with the Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award, having a cash prize of rupees 10,000 each for their significant contributions in the sector of wildlife conservation, protection and management, wildlife research, biodiversity conservation, and habitat improvement. This year, the Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award goes to 4 number of awardees in different areas of wildlife, habitat and conservation. First, I would like to invite Dr. Siba Prasad Parida, Professor in Zoology, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Bhubaneswar, to receive a Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award having a cash prize of rupees 10,000. Dr. Siba Prasad Parida, born on 1st February 1970, is a distinguished wildlife educator, researcher, and advocate with expertise in biodiversity, natural history, and museum technology. With over 2 decades of experience, he has mentored countless students and researchers while serving an invited speaker for institutions like Forest Department, JDSI, and NMNH. His expertise in taxidermy has led to remarkable displays of whales, dolphins, elephants, and crocodiles. Congratulations, you, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce the next awardee, Dr. Prakash Chandra Mardaraj, Landscape Coordinator, Terai Arc Landscape Bihar, WWF India. Dr. Prakash Chandra Mardaraj is a dedicated wildlife conservationist and researcher with 16 years of experience specializing in sloth bear ecology and human-wildlife conflict management. His journey began as a research fellow with WII Dehradun, where he studied sloth bear populations in fragmented landscapes. He has led several conservation projects, collaborating with Similipal Tiger Reserve, Odisha Forest and Environment Department, and international organizations like RAFORD and IUCN. His groundbreaking discovery of sloth bears engaging in predatory hunting challenged existing beliefs. Congratulations to you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Sri Arabinda Maji, wildlife conservationist Dhenkanal, to accept the esteemed Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award, which carries a cash prize of rupees 10,000. Sri Arabinda Maji is a committed wildlife conservationist with 30 years of experience in human-elephant conflict mitigation, anti-poaching efforts, and community-based conservation. Beginning his work in 1993 with industrial pollution awareness, he plays a vital role in relief efforts during Odisha's 1999 super cyclone. He has trained forest personnel, mobilized Gaja Sathis for elephant monitoring, and worked to prevent elephant electrocutions. His dedications has earned him multiple awards, including Biju Patnaik Award from 2015 and 2023. Currently, he focuses on intelligence-driven strategies to prevent poaching and electrocution of Odisha's forest, fostering coexistence between humans and wildlife. Congratulations to you, sir. Next, I am delighted to invite Dr. Karthik Chandra Lenka, Senior Scientist, MS Swaminathan's Research Foundation, Jaipur, Koraput, to receive the Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award, which carries a cash prize of rupees 10,000. Dr. Karthik Chandra Lenka, PhD in Botany, is a researcher at MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Jaipur, Odisha, with 18 years of expertise in plant taxonomy, genetic garden development, ethno-medicinal plant documentation, and biodiversity conservation. He also managed a seed bank preserving paddy land acres, millets, pulses, and 384 medicinal plants in Koraput. Congratulations to you, sir. Thank you, all the award winners. I request all the dignitaries to take up the seats. It is a great honor for me to introduce the guest of honor, Dr. Anil Kumar Bharadwaj, retired IFS, ex-principal chief conservator of Forest and HOFF, Government of Kerala, since 1985. He has 38 years of experience in wildlife conservation and forestry. As director of Periyar Tiger Reserve, he pioneered participatory management through eco-development, making it a national model. He retired as PCCF's Chief Wildlife Warden and HOFF Kerala in 2018. He spent 15 years at WII, leading key departments and national and international projects. Post-retirement, he continues as a senior fellow at WII, focusing on community mobilization for river conservation. His expertise includes park-people interface, ecotourism, and biodiversity conservation. And he is associated with various global and national conservation bodies. May I kindly request you, sir, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest of this function, Shri Siddhanta Saab, is a great guru for all of us. PCCF and HOF, Shri Pant Saab, Chief Wildlife Warden, Odisha, Shri Jha Saab, ADG, MOEFCC, Government of India, Shri Mishra Saab, and Chief Wildlife Warden, Chhattisgarh, Shri Prem Kumar Saab, dignitaries on the other side, the participants, and everybody, including media. First of all, very good morning to all of you. I'm really delighted to be part of this conclave, and In fact, I mean, this is very rare. Only very few states, they organize they have such fora and they organize such meeting. I remember as part of Kerala, we have a Kerala Science Congress where we have the opportunity of, meeting so many people and discussing the issues related to conservation and development. And probably Odisha is one of those few states where it is happening. Yesterday when I was just coming from Mumbai, I flew from Mumbai, and as we entered Odisha, I could see the riverscape of Mahanadi. That was really beautiful. And let me also confess that I did not see Odisha, for pretty long number of years, even after joining the service. It was only in the, after 2016 or so that I got a chance to come to Odisha. My image about Odisha was, it's a state where a lot of mining happens, a lot of other issues, and conservation is not a priority. But when I came to Odisha, and I came for a very purpose, that was the official purpose, for the management effectiveness evaluation exercise. And that was the opportunity when I saw some of the prestigious areas, your Bhitarkanika, Simlipal, Chilika, and many other small protected areas which probably, the normal human beings who come to Odisha, they will never get a chance to see those areas. It's such a rich area. And with all these pressures of development, the state has been able to protect and preserve these areas is something which probably many have to learn from the state. And my compliments to the citizens at large of the state, the professionals who have been able to do this, the scientific community, and everybody in Odisha who has been responsible for making it happen. Today, I think we are a developing country, or we are already, much ahead in the development. People consider we are now almost developed countries. And conservation needs, lot of friends, lot of people. It's no longer a issue. It's so sensitive issue that we cannot leave this issue only to the, the professionals and the forest department. We need many people in the society who should take responsibility of conservation, particularly in the development sector. The entire landscapes where we are talking of development, there is a need that the conservation should become part of that. And that requires different fora where we can discuss these things, where people can contribute actively. And I think this is one of such great forum where, these things are being discussed. And, I'm sure that such conferences will be very useful for mainstreaming the conservation agenda in the development sector. Some of the issues which, Anup Saab has talked, I forgot, Anup Saab is my batchmate. And it is because of him that I'm here. And we have been together in Wildlife Institute as well as, being batchmate, we have been meeting each other. And such a wonderful person. I would also like to say that this state has contributed so many wildlifers and professionals, so many. And they have made tremendous contributions. Look at the way, he has handled the NTCA during that time, and many responsibilities, how the tiger conservation is growing in this country. So thank you very much for that. Coming to some of the issues which Anup Saab was talking about, the human-wildlife conflict. It's an issue where many states are struggling, and I'm sure Chhattisgarh is one of these areas. Kerala is, every day Chief Wildlife Warden has to defend himself because the elephants are creating problems in Wayanad area. But people are still working, and there are some good examples where, probably we need to work more on this issue. And this is something which, there may not be, total solutions for this problem. How efficiently and effectively we can manage this situation, that is very important. One thing more, I am very happy that, I am seeing all the youngsters, whether they are the trainee officers and so many students who are here in this conclave. And this also puts in light one very important issue, because now Government of India is also talking about the revised education policy, and how all the institutions, including, my daughter is in Mumbai, she is in the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and they are in the process of revising the curricula, and how the research now should not be merely restricted to the labs. People must go out, they must work on internship, different programs. So I think it is the youngsters which have, though you have a very important role to play. Biodiversity is something which is, always there is a scope to know new things. I remember when I joined Kerala, we only used to say that, oh, this is a beautiful area, lush green area, never knowing what biodiversity we had. And when first time the flora of the area where I worked, the Periyar Tiger Reserve, when it was, it came out, we found so many rare and endangered first-time records in those, in that area. And we found another interesting thing in that more than 50% of the flora of the state was recorded in Periyar, just in 777 square kilometers. So there is a lot of unknown which need to be done, and I think youngsters have to play a very important role in that. The range officers, tomorrow when you go to the field, so we never had such opportunities of, joining in such conclaves and such congresses. So you are probably that way privileged. But at the same time, a lot of responsibility on us, a lot of responsibility on you youngsters, because you have to lead lead these activities in the field. So with these few words, I will not take much time because I have another session, one technical session I'll be taking. My best wishes for this conclave. Thank you very much for joining this conclave. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And compliments to all the person, Dr. Chanchal Kumar and everybody else who got awards in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you all the best.
I sincerely thank you, sir, for your valuable time and insightful words. I am delighted to have the opportunity to introduce Sri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF Wildlife, Government of Chhattisgarh, an Indian Forest Service officer from 1994 batch, currently serves as the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife for the Government of Chhattisgarh. In his role, he oversees wildlife conservation initiatives and has been actively involved in addressing the decline of state animals such as the wild buffalo by proposing conservation strategies and management plans. I humbly request you, sir, to share your valuable thoughts with our audience. Sir, please.
On this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to Sri Anup Naik sir and Sri Prakash Chand Jaina ji for inviting me to this conclave. And I am really happy, and I find myself fortunate to be in front of and to sit with my mentor, Sri Siddhant Das sir. Really, I owe you a great sir. And I am also lucky to be with my friend Arthatrano Misra and Sri Prem Kumar Jha sir. I am also lucky to be with PCCF Odisha, Anil Bhardwaj ji, and all other dignitaries, my dear friends. This is a great opportunity to be really to be in front of you, to talk, to share thoughts on this relevant issue. Not only we in Odisha, in Chhattisgarh, in India, but the whole of world is facing. I think this is very brief talk. So I will say only 2 or 3 lines. That once Einstein have told that when you want to solve a problem, then you have to be on a much higher plane on that which we destroyed. We created the problem. So the problem we have created in hundreds of years through our own science, the science that we saw as a panacea for our life, but that has come as a, what you say, endangered our existence itself. So this we have to talk to a very great problem, and the solution is also not simple. I would like to quote Yuval Noah Harari. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book Sapiens, he has called Homo sapiens, we humans, as the ecological serial killer. Means we have systematically wiped out all the species, and we want to stand alone in this planet. And can we imagine what would our planet look like when we are filled with only humans, or our AI-based creatures, computers, robots, and no plant, no elephant, no bear, nothing, no natural thing? Then how would our planet, our world would look like? So we have to think everything in that scenario. So, and the similar type of workshop is also going on in Chhattisgarh too, but still my government told me, okay, we should learn from each other, we should hear other side also. So I am here to listen, to share the problems, to share the experiences, so that at least we can move one step forward. I again extend my sincere thanks to Naik ji, Prakash Jaina ji for their every support and inviting me. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks for gracing this occasion with your wisdom and encouragement, sir. Now, I am pleased to extend a warm introduction to our chief speaker, Sri Atat Rana Mishra, IFS, Deputy Director General of Forest, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. In the corridors of environmental governance, where dedication meets expertise, Sri Atat Rana Mishra has carved a niche as a dynamic leader and committed environmentalist. In 1994 batch officer of the Indian Forest Service from Jharkhand cadre, Sri Mishra's illustrious journey exemplifies an extraordinary blend of duty, passion and unwavering commitment to nature. Currently serving as the Deputy Director General of Forest at Integrated Regional Office of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in Bhubaneswar, Sri Mishra oversees forest and environmental matters in Odisha, West Bengal, Sikkim, Jharkhand and Bihar. His strategic role involves aligning regional and national goals to ensure the sustainability and conservation of vital ecosystems. During his tenure as a Special Secretary in the Industry and Energy Department of Government of Jharkhand, he demonstrated a capacity for integrating economic growth with ecological balance. As Managing Director of Jharkhand Sericulture, Handloom and Handicraft Development Corporation, he revitalized rural economies. His tenure in Jharkhand Forest Department saw groundbreaking efforts in ecological restoration, endangered species protection, and community engagement. Recognized with Indira Priyadarshini Brikrismitra Award, he has represented India on global conservation platforms. A writer, a photographer, and an international scholar, Mishra's leadership harmonizes development with environmental stewardship, making him a key force in sustainable progress in the world. I warmly welcome you, sir, to share your insights with the audience. Sir, please.
Thank you so much for this illustrious, I must say, exaggeration.
Thank you. Thank you once again for the introduction. It is a great pleasure to be here to talk on a very, very important topic. Respected chief guest of this occasion, Mr. Siddhant Das, our course director when we joined in the academy and presently the chairman of the Central Empowered Committee, the PCCF and HOF Odisha, Pansar, PCCF Wildlife, Sri Prem Kumar Jha, my friend from Chhattisgarh, Sri Prem Kumar, additional PCCF Wildlife, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, ex-PCCF and of Government of Kerala, Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, retired IFS, who has been wonderful ADG Project Tiger, doing wonderful things during his tenure, and Chairman Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2024. Mr. Dr. Prakash Chandra Jena, President EGF and Organizing Secretary of this conclave. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, forest officers of Odisha and range officer trainees of Chhattisgarh, press, media representatives, and other delegates present in this auspicious gathering. But the topic is very, very relevant today because the topic is wildlife conservation in the context of growing human dimensions. When we refer to growing human dimensions, it is all with this increasing population, increasing requirement of this increasing population, how this planet Earth can sustain the population as well as their need. This increase in population has resulted in urban sprawl, increasing area under agriculture, area under infrastructural development, more mining to meet the need, more road for better facility, railway networking, and to meet all these agricultural demand, irrigation, dams, canals, all those developmental activities are related directly or indirectly to loss of habitat. Why I say loss of habitat? Because whether forest land involved or not, these kind of structures directly or indirectly affect the habitat for the wildlife. If there is forest land, directly the habitat is affected. If there is no forest land involved, this particular developmental activities will disconnect, disjoint the connecting link between one habitat with the other, resulting in fragmentation of the habitat. So this fragmentation of the habitat is the sole cause for today's main human conflict. We are destroying the habitat, we are fragmenting the habitat, we are missing the connecting link. Just a recent study said 2023-24 there were 629 human casualties because of elephant, and 22-23 605 human died because of elephant. Also same is the case with the elephant. 528 elephants died in the last 5 years. So there is death of elephant as well death of human being. It is very, very difficult to convince the ecological value of elephant when a person is died because of elephant. You cannot go and convince a family whose only earning member died because of elephant. I'll just share you one example. I was DFO Jamshedpur and I was holding the charge of Saraikala. Just in the evening, one person was going in the cycle and the elephant killed that on way to his home. He was the only earning member. He was a teacher, aging about 40 to 42 years, 2 girl child, old ailing mothers and father, and wife. When the elephant killed that person, all the Kharsama, so the place is Kharsama, all the people of Kharsama, they were so much irritated with this incident. They went with Masal to just blown away the range office, forester quarter and everything. All this stuff, they rescued themselves from that range headquarters to a district headquarters, Saraikala, Kharsama. I was posted in Jamshedpur, so my residence was in Jamshedpur. The entire night, I was talking with the villagers because they were demanding let the DFO come. The deputy chief minister was the forest minister. He advised me not to go because the people are so much irritated with the incidents, anything can happen. But I garnered courage because I am a Odia and I will talk in Odia in Kharsama, and I was knowing most of the people of Kharsama because I had lot of interaction. I conducted so many meetings, so I had the courage to go there. But still, with police force, I went to that place. When I went to that place, one old lady of 70 odd years, she came with a bamboo and to beat me. When she touched my body with that, so many people came because I was knowing most of the people, they stopped that. During that kind of incidents, when all your staff, they are totally lost their any hope to stay there to meet the people, can you explain them that elephant is having ecosystem value, so preserve it? So it is a very, very difficult task to face the people when there is death of human being in that case. So for that reason, there is a need to build relationship with the people. There is a need to meet the people often so that when you go there, people will come for your rescue. ऐसे आना चाहिए. देखिए डीएफओ साहब को कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए. डीएफओ साहब तो अपने से जो करना चाहिए कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ कोई दिक्कत नहीं होना चाहिए. So that kind of, goodwill of the people will definitely act as a stepping stone to meet out the challenges. So meet and let the people decide what is to be done in such a situation. When we say habitat loss, fragmentation of habitat, that is going to create human-animal conflict, and by that also people are aggressive. Just like we are facing for elephant here, there are other states facing for tiger, facing for leopard. So the wildlife in danger because of human-animal conflict and not because of the problem of the wild animal, because we have encroached upon the area of the wild animal. So the wild animal is suffering for our act. Our act also changing the climate. The temperature is rising. The ecotones are changing. Today, the kind of vegetation was there here, it is shifting. So the change in ecosystem is changing the food behavior of the wild animal. Once the food behavior is changing, there is every chance of migration of that kind of animal to a different place. Just imagine, one male and one female of any population is there. Suppose that female or male goes to other habitat in search of food. So definitely the sex ratio will be in danger, breeding will be affected. Though you have wild animal in that area, but you don't have a viable population in that area. So a small change in climate may affect the breeding and further breeding of the animal, keeping the danger of that population. Over-exploitation. Our requirement can be made through over-exploitation because the way we are increasing and the needs are increasing, so we cannot stop over-exploitation. The over-exploitation may be legally, may be also illegally. We are extracting timber legally, and the demand of wildlife trophy illegally because of some medicine, some other name, is also posing danger to the wild animals. But at this present juncture, when we have a very comfortable life We just can't say that we will reduce our demand. We will not go for mining. We don't need road, we don't need railway, we don't need irrigation projects. We cannot say that. But at this juncture, we need that, but we will have to take appropriate action. How we'll do that, but we will mitigate the problem that is coming out of that project. So proper mitigation measure will definitely act as a bridge to meet out the negative impact. We cannot just completely stop the effect, but we can minimize the effect of that. So only the answer is sustainable development. When the last time, if I remember, we were talking about, talking here, that time the topic was connecting people with the planet. So that time I asked a question. See, the world now is thinking that people should be connected to the earth. This was really alarming, that when you are a part of this planet earth, how you think yourself, you are different. And there is a now need to tell you that you connect yourself to the earth. So that was the question I asked when we were discussing in this particular program last year, connecting people with the planet. So we ourselves thinking we are different from planet. So because lot many speakers are there to speak, so I will try to conclude by saying one small Sanskrit sloka, Ayang Dijaha Parovati Ganana Laghuche Tasam Udara Charita Nangtu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. ये वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हम शुरू से बोलते आ रहे हैं, बट वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हम केवल सोचते हैं कि हमारे बारे में. It is we, people, human being. It is not elephant, it is not tiger, it is not a small creature in this world. We are thinking of other countries. We as a world, we are one kutum, but not the creatures are our kutum. So when we think that all the creatures of the world, they are our family, that definitely we will think of them. And last, I will try to bring one quote of Isha Upanishad. Isa Basyam Sarbam Yati Kincha Jagadatyam Jagat Tena Tektana Bhunjita Magru Takshasvi Dhanam. इसमें तीन छोटे छोटे चीज है. पहला है, don't be greedy. World can meet all your requirement if you only need your basic needs. If you want your luxury, this earth cannot sustain you. Number one, don't be greedy. And the number two is, let give and take happen only for sustenance. Give and take. We take, produce from the nature for our requirement. At the same time, we should nourish the nature. Then only the nature can be able to give you back your requirement. So only taking, it is not going for a long time. And the last one is very, very important. Never go after others' wealth. Here I talk about others' wealth is your forest. Your forest is the wealth of the wildlife. जिसके ना सुन सकता है, ना बोल सकता है, ना कुछ आपको कह सकता है. So this wealth we are taking away. So unless and until we think of the wealth of the wildlife, that is their habitat, then we cannot preserve the wildlife for a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you at this conclave. I have the distinct honor of welcoming our esteemed guest, Sri Prem Kumar Jha, a 1993 batch IFS officer. He is the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Odisha. With over 30 years of experience, he has led wildlife protection, habitat restoration and anti-poaching efforts. He has spearheaded tiger and elephant conservation, ecotourism, and human-wildlife conflict mitigation, integrating technology-driven solutions like GIS monitoring and smart patrolling. Committed to sustainable conservation, his leadership has strengthened community participation and policy reforms, ensuring Odisha's rich biodiversity thrives for future generations. I would like to request you, sir, to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam. Good morning. नमस्कार समस्त को नमस्कार. आज ये वाइल्ड लाइफ डे रे बहुत फंक्शन रो चीफ गेस्ट श्री सिद्धांत दास sir. He has held so many posts, but presently he is chairman CEC. He was DG. He was here PCF and wildlife. Dr. Anil Bhadwaj, PCF Kerala. Shri Suresh Pant, PCF and HOP, Government of Odisha. My colleagues, Artatran Mishra and Prem Kumar. Dr. Anup Naik, Dr. Prakash Chand Jena. एठी आम सामने बसते retired forest officers, particularly sir Dr. Suresh Mahanti sir. He was ex-species of wildlife, in fact, and piece of HOP Odisha. What we have learned from wildlife from him only, sir. Senior forest officers, retired officers, Dr. Karo, researchers, scientists, trainees, ladies and gentlemen. Since because आज main function of wildlife ऊपर ही होची, and I am the wildlife warden, so I find it my duty to tell about what is going on this wildlife in the state, and some of the steps that Odisha Sarkar nahi through our department. Before coming to all those steps, what the government of Odisha has taken, let me first say that, and everyone knows that Odisha is a rich treasure of natural resources. Jakut Kwanti Ratna Garbha. Khali minerals nuhe, sabu minerals eti ochi, koila hela, aluminium, bauxite hela, chromite, even gold is now found. Similarly, amara flora of fauna re bhi Odisha ro jetik treasure ochi, I don't think any state can match. It has elephant, it has tiger, it has all the three types of crocodile, olive ridled turtles. So these are the major. Minor to both ochi, so definitely Odisha is lucky, and then we as in working in Odisha, I think we should all feel proud of the state for the diverse nature of flora and fauna which are sufficiently found in the state. Now, in fact, everyone must have heard that in last week, olive ridled turtle, Juta Swastli Rushi Kalyare, it has broken all the previous record. Nearly 6.8 lakh, 7 lakh turtles have come up, and we have also got the indication that in the Gahir Matha also it is going to come up. Maybe I think next 1 week or 10 days we'll find another record-breaking mass nesting at Gahir Matha Sanctuary. Now, because of these so many number of, but along this, we can say rich treasure of wildlife, there is also a sad story of human-animal conflict. You must have seen the TV news regularly, or paper mein bhi aata hai. Mostly the animal conflict is because of elephant. Elephant come, they almost, you can say the number of deaths is human beings very high, maybe around 100 per year. And even elephant also, because it is around that number only, but elephant death is not only because of poaching, it is because of other various factors. Poaching has now almost controlled to extreme extent, but some deaths are coming because of electrocution, which is basically a path of development. And to control this elephant ki and on the animal death, Government of Odisha has initiated so many technological solutions. Other solutions are also there, technical solutions are there. We have installed AI cameras in so many places. AI camera means बहुत height camera lagi thai, very powerful camera which can see a distance of up to 20 kilometers. It will keep on rotating, and then it captures any image. Some of the cameras are night fitted, radar dekhi paribo, rati de bhi. So say image ta ko thore gote movement matlab gote image jodi paibo maybe of animal, maybe of fire, or maybe of this thing, then they will capture that image. It comes to the computer, then their AI system takes over, then it will identify whether this is a human being or this is an animal or this is something, and then it translates data to the our control room. So all these things come at a time, you can say real time basis. So this type of camera traps or camera trail and all these things we have implemented in Simlipal, Raurkela, and Debrigar, Satkosa Sanctuary, most of the places. This has reduced to a, you can say, illegal activities of the poachers and also to a great extent. We have got the photographs, so that proof is there. So it has caused a lot of detent among them. And similarly for the 4 number of animals, that means elephant, tiger, pangolin, we have a High Court itself is monitoring on day-to-day basis. They have constituted a joint task force. It is headed by a CCF level officers. So that JTF has been given power. So for any unnatural death of elephant or tiger, we normally doesn't have any unnatural death. So immediately this team goes, and then it is ensured that the offense FIR is booked, offenders are arrested, and then they are taken to the court of law for the justice to prevail. In addition, we have got squads. Almost 1,000 number of squads are there. Squad is nothing but a group of 4 or 5 young people. Some squad has 10 number of people. They are given one animal, one vehicle, some equipments, most of them are having arms. So almost in Odisha, we have got 1,000 squads only for the wildlife purpose. That means it is translating to 5,000 people are employed throughout the state, and then more number of squads are there for sanctuary and tiger reserve. So they are patrolling, and so 24 hours patrolling is there. So that has been very effective. Similarly, lot of money is being spent for habitat enrichment, and but what we have found that all these steps have been beneficial for increase of the number of wildlife, but conflict has reduced. Conflict has also been increased, particularly as I said because of elephant. So sir, we would like to hear your findings, how to reduce the conflict, how to ensure that the elephant, particularly wildlife, particularly elephant, they keep retain in their own habitat, so that they don't get to the boundary, they don't cross the cross of human habitations. Sometimes it is reverse. Basically, human habitations encroach the human wildlife area. And so we have heard so many, see the outside poster also, normally it is a gloomy look is being given. Climate change ho gaya, environment kharab ho gaya, जानवर khatam ho gaye, forest is on decline, wildlife is in decline. It is not true. Let me assure you, our elephants number is 2,100, which is more than its carrying capacity. The tigers, the Simlipal, the tigers are now mostly in, I think in only Simlipal only. The number which has gone almost up to 3 or 4 or 5 during 2010 and 11, now number has gone up to the 30. And out of this 30 tigers, most of them are in the pre-adult phases. So, and then we expect that in next 4 to 5 years, almost the Simlipal will have around 15 number of tigers. As I say, elephant number is 2,100, and it is being constant for last, you can say, 30 years, despite all killing about what we see, the killing of an let me assure, when elephant is a natural animal, it has to die. Out of this around 100 deaths, almost 60 deaths are because of natural. Between they're fighting or when and it is a natural selection. When a baby gets some disease, the herd will leave it and then go away. So elephant number is constant for last 10 years, last 30 years. Tiger number is increasing. This year we have a olive-reded turtle going for a record number. So there is actually no, you can say, degradation or reduction in the number of wildlife. Area has increased. Area of forest has been increased. Area of mangrove has been increased. Area number of wildlife has increased. So there is a very good scenario of wildlife and overall forest in the present circumstances. And I would also like to be very happy to say that our Honorable CM, You must have heard in the budget they have here they announced a special scheme, Amo Simlipal Yojana, and has allocated 50 crore rupees for first year. This scheme is going to for next 10 years, only specifically for Simlipal. This is for the first time for a tiger reserve, a special Yojana has been declared. Basically, these funds will be used for the livelihood of the nearby the people who are staying outside this sanctuary. So I am optimistic, and I assure you on behalf of government, sir, our wildlife and forests are in the good hand. Dr. Investment is a new P7 hop, definitely is go to be a good step. But definitely, sir, I would like to this conclave to come up with the solutions, and definitely we will implement it if it is implemented. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful and informative words. Now, I take the privilege to welcome our esteemed guest of the conclave, Sri Suresh Pant, a distinguished Indian Forest Service officer, serves as the Principal Chief Conservator and Forest and Head of the Forest Force, HOFF, Government of Odisha. With decades of dedicated service in forest conservation, wildlife protection, and sustainable environment management, he has been instrumental in shaping the Odisha's forestry policies. His leadership has strengthened aforementioned programs, biodiversity conservation efforts, and community-driven eco-restoration initiatives. A staunch advocate for balancing ecological preservation with development, Sri Pant continues to drive impactful strategies for the protection and sustainable management of Odisha's rich natural resources. I invite you, sir, to share your insights with the gathering.
Respected chief guest, other dignitaries sitting in the dais, senior IFS officers, both serving and retired, Rangers trainees, students, and the representative from the print media. Very good morning to all of you. I would just like to share my experience as regards to wildlife conservation. When I was RCCA Bhavani Patna Circle, while discussing our plantation strategy, what should be the choice of the species, I used to discuss with my fellow colleagues who are holding the charge of the different divisions that what exactly is the priority. The priority is the wild animal, or it is the local people living in the fringe of the forest areas who are dependent on the forest, or it is the state at large. And finally, we concluded that forest is the abode of the wild animals, and whatever intervention and whatever the activity that we are taking in the forest areas, those are to be wildlife centric. Our choice of species, that should be the first priority. Second priority is the livelihood for the people who are living and living in the fringe of the forest areas, and they are dependent on the forest. And third is the priority for the state. So, considering these three priorities taken into account, we have to go for the choice of species. During my tenure for 4 years there, all the plantations that we have taken, the priority used to be, to plant those species which are yielding fruit-bearing species, or fodder-yielding species, anti-APS species, or ficus species, and multi-utility species. The species like sisu, gambar, which not only provide the foliage, but also fruits and as well as timber also. And the second instance that I am sharing with you, when I was RCCA Barampur, and I had, I think, 4 or 5 rounds of discussion with the then PCCF, Dr. Devras Swai. I was pursuing him, I was trying to convince him that why we are taking teak plantation inside the reserve forest areas. What is the need? When we are not harvesting teak, what is the need? And then I convinced him that if we are taking 100-hectare teak plantation deep inside the reserve forest, that means the wildlife habitat we are destructing, because beneath the teak, even a blade of grass will not come. And finally he was convinced, and a circular executive instruction was issued from the PCCF Hop Office that no teak will be planted inside the forest, teak will be planted only outside the forest. So, it's last 7 years, we are not taking any teak plantation inside the So as a forest officer, we have to have empathy for the wild animals. Then we can expect some kind of empathy from the local people or the people in general. Third thing, while working as a chief executive RPRC, one tusker has come from Chanka Wildlife. About 1.5 months, he is moving around there. So we have, in the morning walkers are coming there. So we have a walking track for 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer is within the botanical garden and 2 kilometers almost within the forest area. After some time, because we have stopped the entry inside the forest, so some people, elderly people, politely they ask me, how long it will take elephant to stay there in the forest area, and what kind of steps we are taking for driving the elephant from that portion of the forest. Our reply was, we are not taking any step for driving the elephant because the elephant has come from one block of Chandka Wildlife Sanctuary to another block of our site. And elephant is moving still in its habitat. We are only taking precautionary measures so that elephant should not cause any damage to our property. And we are praying to Lord Jagannath that on his own, he will move to the Chandka Wildlife Sanctuary. So, in this backdrop, with the increasing population, increasing dependence of the people on the forest, resulting into degradation of the wildlife habitat, your acute shortage of your food, cover, water. These are the issues that need to be addressed. We have to take all kind of endeavors for improvement of your wildlife habitat. As has been shared by my previous speaker, there has been, besides the depletion, degradation, there is a fragmentation of wildlife habitat. The elements are coming outside. Elephants are also coming to the forest areas, outside forest areas. They are raiding your crop. They are also damaging the property. Here, one thing I would like to say, when there is a conflict between two human beings, then either of them or both of them are answerable. But as regards to this human-animal conflict, who are responsible? We as a human being, we have created, we have increased in their arena, we have increased upon their area, and we have degraded, we have destroyed their habitat, resulting into the conflict. So when as a human being, we are responsible for your man-animal conflict, then we are also equally answerable, accountable to create such avenues for improvement of wildlife habitat, so that they have the wild animals, they are confined to the forest areas, and they live peacefully there, and we live peacefully here. As if for the human being, we require agricultural land for survival, we require industrialization, we require urbanization. Wild animals, they also require the land for their survival. So, I am sure this evergreen forum, the proceeding of this forum will be really helpful to the forest department, and all the recommendations that will come, we will try to implement it at our state. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I have the distinct honor of welcoming our chief guest, Sri Siddhant Das, IFS, retired Chairman, Central Empowered Committee, ex-Director General of Forest and ex-member, National Green Tribunal, Government of India. He is the Chairman of Central Empowered Committee and former Director General of Forest, MOEFCC, Government of India, and Odisha Cadre Officer, 1982 batch. He has held key roles, including Chairman of Odisha Real Estate Regulatory Authority, ORERA, and Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife. He played a pivotal role in national forest policy, wildlife conservation, disaster management, and environmental governance. His contributions span forestry, environmental regulations, and sustainable development, with impactful reforms in forest certification, protected area management, and transparent environmental administration. I invite you, sir, to share your valuable insights and experience with our gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed a pleasure to be in the august company of such dignitaries both on the dais and off the grass. Anup, he has invited me. I cannot say no to him. We worked together in Government of India. I was Director General. He was the head of the National Tiger Conservation Authority, and he has made his mark as the head of the tiger conservation of the country. Anil Bhardwaj, we have worked together in Dehradun. I was in Forest Academy and he was in the Wildlife Institute. Then Anup's batchmate and also a very distinguished person who is not only a distinguished forester, but he is recognized as a wildlife scientist. I congratulate Suresh for joining as the PCCF and half of Odisha only 2 days back. We have been saying from his probation days how time flies. And my 3 probationers, Artha, Prem and Prem. So they were directly taught by me when they were undergoing training in the Forest Academy in '94. And Dr. Jena and our distinguished participants and the galaxy of senior officers and dignitaries of the dais. In 2019, when under the guidance of Anup, we had a program in New Delhi in the Prime Minister's residence where the Prime Minister very proudly announced that the tiger population of the country has doubled before the target date. And this is a thing to rejoice. And that was organized by Dr. Naik. So after that meeting, naturally the press people came and said, what is there? That why should the Prime Minister feel so elated that the tiger population of the country has doubled? What is so big about it? There are so many other problems. Why should the Prime Minister be happy? You tell us in a very, so that we understand. Why the Prime Minister should be delighted? So I told them, what I told them, I'm now trying to narrate it here. I say, tiger is an apex species. So in a forest system, particularly our Central Indian forest system, the tiger is the apex species, and tiger is a territorial animal. It marks its territory and survives there. Lonely animal, loner generally. So it marks his species, territory. How does it mark his territory? Because he identifies a territory such that he will get sufficient food material. For survival of a tiger, it requires 500 chital units. Suppose there are in the area which is his own territory, if there are 500 cheetahs, then he can perennially survive there. It can hunt the 5 cheetal units. If there are summers, there will be less number is required. If there are suppose there are wild gores, then there is less number is required. But if you turn in terms of cheetal unit, for survival of one tiger, it requires 500 cheetahs to be there present. And what are these cheetahs? They depend on the grass and food, green materials and all that. So for survival of the ungulates, they require certain amount of fodder. And in the food chain, there are also co-predators, scavengers, they are also included in this. Now, how this grass and plant grows? For that, they require moisture, water, and soil. So, when this tiger population has doubled, what does it indicate? Indicates that the prey population has also proportionately increased, which also implies that the fodder or the green biomass has also been increasing, which implies that the moisture or the water in the forests and soil are intact and also increasing. For us, if you see as a human beings, as the countries, our lifeline is water. All the rivers, they all come from the catchments, and all the forests are in the catchment. And if the tiger population has doubled, the catchments are healthy, and the water security is provided to the countrymen. So the populations of the tiger doubling is a guarantee of the lifeline of the country on water security. And that is why there is no better reason for the Prime Minister to be rejoicing that the tiger population has doubled than anything else. Okay. So human being, why I am saying this, human being is a very, very selfish species. Unless you connect, why I'll do that? How does it help me? I am not interested. Well, let the tigers, we grow, suppose China, there are more tigers in China and America than India, but those are all farm tigers, those are farmed. That is not, that's not. Our tigers, we have 77% of the world's naturally occurring tigers, the wild tigers in India. So that is something to be proud of, that in our forests, 77% of the world's tiger population is there, and because of that, our forests are protected and our water security is assured. And this is something we can compliment the country's people, because India is only 2.4% of the world's geographical area. Our geographical area of the country is only 2.4% of the world's geographical area. But in this 2.4% area, we are supporting 19% of the world's human population and also 19% of the cattle population, who is dependent on the forest. In spite of this, India is amongst the top 10 countries of the world in forest area-wise and forest health-wise. That is, if you see the carbon stock and this rate of sequestration, there are only 15 countries in the world which are carbon positive, and India is one of them. So this is something which we should be seeing. And here we can compliment our people, because by nature, the people of India are conservation oriented. And this tiger is our main species. Similarly, suppose you go to Himalayas, there is a snow leopard, we have crocodiles, other things. So this is where we start, that unless human being is convinced that the conservation is us, otherwise human being has a tendency to say that, to act God, that we can say, but you cannot act God. Now I'll come to that one by one, I'll take some time with your permission. Elephants. Now the main problem, Prem very strongly defended what state government is doing. Yes, the population of elephant in state is 2,000, around 2,000. And it is not increasing, and it should not increase, because your habitat should be that. We have basically 3 elephant habitats. One is Simlipal, other is Angul Talcher area, the other is Sambalpur Sundargarh area. You look at Simlipal. Simlipal is a vast area, compact forest full of dense fodder for the elephants. And the elephants which stay inside Simlipal, they don't come out. There is no man-animal conflict in Simlipal, because they are staying inside, they are left alone, they are doing that. An elephant requires to travel a lot, 80 kilometers minimum they will walk in a day. So they are happy. So there is no problem in Simlipal area. What has happened in Angul and Talcher area? We have lot many roads going, linear infrastructure, this thing. I was DFO Denkalan in 1986. I had absolutely not a single day. I was there for 3 years. We had no issues regarding elephant. No, never. There was not even a single complaint of man-animal conflict. Now you see, we had this Rengali right canal. The elephants were trapped. Where do they go? Now the present DFO Denkanal, if you ask him, what is your main problem? It is elephant. Because every day, herd of elephant has to cross the national highway, cross the railway line and go to the other side and not come back, because we have trapped them in various, our maze of our developmental activities, we have trapped them. So the DFO's job is to give free passage every day to these elephants, so that we have created problem. Similar, next is Sundargarh Sambalpur area, that was also, there we have done a lot of mining. And the elephant paths, those have been broken, so they can't move. You see, elephant keeps moving from place to place. So many people question, why should the elephants be there? Yes, elephants have to be there because they have a specific role. They are called the architects of nature. You see, elephant is a huge animal, and this is particularly for the trainees I am saying, the huge animal. Of course, I am sorry to, with due permission from experts, in the front row, I will make this thing that elephants have a very large stomach, but the digestive system is very weak. So he keeps on eating and keeps on defecating and keeps on walking. So what happens? It travels long distances every day and defecating digested, semi-digested and undigested food material throughout the forest area, and that is how the nature is conserved. We cannot understand. No human effort can do this. Okay. So that is why the elephant should be there. And if you cut their fang, no, you remain in that. They are not zoo animals. They have to travel. So, but I would say that state government of Odisha is doing very well in this thing, and man-animal conflict has been there and will always be there. And here we have been always insisting on this. Mr. Suresh Mahanti was one time very emotional when he was PC of Wildlife and talked before the then Chief Minister that you don't do anything to our elephants. Elephants have to be given, come what may. Then they said that if there is a conflict, let us avoid that conflict by compensating the people. Suppose Artha was now talking about somebody died. If the people, suppose that nobody can compensate a death. But suppose the damage, and the thing is that are immediately addressed, people may not be as aggressive as they feel when they come. So this is where we have to, for that we will be talking on details on that. Then let's say in Odisha, another success story is that of the crocodiles. The crocodile conservation program in Odisha started in 1970s, 71, 72. I think then Dr. Bustard had come and this thing. And in those days, we had only, they counted about 70 odd crocodiles in the Bhitarkanika, the water bodies. And this crocodile conservation was taken up very seriously by the forest department, the wildlifers, very dedicated wildlifers. Dr. Kaura is there, he would there. And it was so difficult to take this thing because this eggs of this the crocodiles has an axis. If you remove, tilt that, it will not hatch. So very carefully the nests were taken from the wild and hatched in the hatchery inside this Bhitarkanika. And now we have stopped counting because the number has become so large that if you count, people will say that, why are you having so many crocodiles? We are now saying it is 1,700. I am sure it must be much more than that. From 70, it has gone to 1,700. So these are the success stories. Again, with the people's cooperation and all those things. But the persons all over the world, particularly in India, I tell that it's a we are very conservation oriented. But if you see all over the world, people always are thinking about their own self. We are very selfish by nature. I give an example of this thing. The hazelnut. Hazelnut is a very tree that produces that nut, which is a economic species for in the Brazil. So the people, they started saying that, okay, we will cut down the forest for agriculture, but we'll not cut the hazelnut trees because that is giving us a lot of revenue. So they started doing that. So in the clearing forest, but all the hazelnut trees were standing. Then what happened? That the hazelnut trees stopped fruiting. There was no fruiting in the hazelnut trees. Then people wondered, what is happening? We are getting so much of seeds from there, so much of fruit, and nothing is happening now. Then the research was conducted and they found that the hazelnut tree's pollination is done by a particular insect which habitat is in a bush which has been cleared. So because the bushes have been cleared, the insect died, the pollination stopped. So in the God's creation, human being is just only a small part, but by trying to act God, you cannot. We want hazelnut, but we don't want all these shrubs and bushes. No. Everything that is in the God's creation has some value or other. We cannot interfere in the God's creation and how nature, it's nature which is there to serve. We are only a part of this. We are not, suppose, let us say, what will happen? Suppose human being will perish, which is most likely may happen the way climate change is going on. Suppose human being will perish, what will happen? Do you think the world will perish? Nothing will happen to the world. All the species will prosper. There will be trees, grows, everything where. Only for things which will be affected are our pet animals. They will die of starvation. Dogs, cats, cows and all that. But all the wildlife and the trees, they will be all very happy, good riddance. The one per species of millions trying to say, now it is gone. So we are depending on nature. We are actually, so as Martha was also saying that we have to see how we are get ourselves in the nature and do those things. There has been a lot of success stories. I am a very optimist. So you see, Dr. Ajit Patnaik will come and say, Chilika Lake. You see, Chilika Lake is one of the best examples of how human effort can be made for conservation of nature. You know, Chilika is our pride of the state, and it's a lagoon. It is connected to the sea through a mouth. In the 90s, late 19th century, or before 1990s and before that, this mouth was getting choked. So the exchange of salt water and fresh water was getting stopped, and Chilika was becoming a swamp. So many rivers get into Chilika, and Chilika has a brackish water. So there was a different species of fish, crocodile, all amphibians, water plants were there, but it was becoming a freshwater swamp. So this Chilika Lake was doomed to die out, and it was put in the red data book of the IUCN, that in the nearest future, this is the first natural body to die out. So when Dr. Patnaik was the CDA, head of this Chilika Development Authority, they convinced the state government, they took a very strong decision that we will open an artificial mouth. The mouth was opened, the exchange came, sea water and fresh water exchange took place, and as a result of that, Chilika bounced back. Now the fish production and every product, fish production, the biodiversity of the Chilika went back to its original days of glory. And now it has, when the at the time when this Chilika this mouth was opened, and the fish production all has gone up by 20 times, and also given livelihood to so many people. So what else? So there can be models and methodologies where we can take the people along with us and be successful in our conservation measures. As a result, this Chilika is the best example of that, because this was the first instance when something which was put in the red book was removed from the red book. Which was saying that will be removed from Chilika is doomed. This was the first instance that a natural body which was said to be doomed, that was put in the red data book, was removed. So there are many species which are now in the red book, and I am sure with your efforts of these organizations like yours, we can get it back to this thing, and we can have methodologies of getting our all the endangered species back in their nature again. Where many things are happening, and I was quite impressed by the exhibition, where the people have understood what is the thing, and they are now concerned, and they are making so beautiful presentation on what is happening. But I would always say, with the young boys and girls, think on the positive side. We can do that. But I must say, if somebody asks me what is the main problem today, the most important and the critical problem of today is the global warming due to climate change. These are all linked. Your wildlife consumption. The main thing is that our earth is becoming warmer because we are releasing more and more greenhouse gases. Something from our when we started industrial revolution, and now the carbon dioxide percentage is increasing. When in the 17th century it was 170 parts per million, now it is 425 parts per million. Soon it will cross 500, and because of that the temperature will rise. The temperature from the pre-industrial days to now, it has now crossed 1.5 degrees. But in the United Nations conference, we have put a barrier on us that will not allow the temperature to go beyond 1.5 degrees, but it has already crossed. In this 100 years, from 1900 to 2000, temperature rose by half a degree Celsius. From 2000 to 2015, it rose by another 0.6 degrees Celsius, and now it has crossed 1.5 degrees. So what do we do? These are the things we have to say, because if the temperature rise goes beyond 2 degrees, we are nowhere, we are doomed. Then I said that it will be time for the other animals to celebrate may come, but let's find ways how we can keep that. And I congratulate the organizers for giving me this opportunity and agitating these issues and igniting young minds on this very critical issue that is very critical for our survival. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on wildlife conservation. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, founder of Evergreen Forum and the organizing secretary of Odisha Wildlife Conclave, to felicitate our distinguished guests with a small token of appreciation. Our chief guest, Sri Siddhant Das, Sri Suresh Pant, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Sri Prem Kumar Jha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, CWLW, Government of Odisha, Sri Atatrana Mishra, IFS, Deputy Director General of Forest, MOEFCC, Government of India, Sri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF, Government of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, IFS, retired, ex-Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, HOFF, Government of Kerala, and lastly, Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, IFS, retired, ex-MS, NTCA, and ADG, Project Director and Chairman of Odisha Wildlife Conclave. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik to felicitate Dr. Prakash Jaina. Thank you. Honorable Chief Guests, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and the respected guests, as we conclude the inaugural session of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of Evergreen Forum to you who have made this event a grand success. I, Dr. Milli Panigrai, welcome you all to this inaugural session of Odisha Wildlife Conclave. First and the foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to Sri Siddhant Das, IFS Chairman, Central Empowered Committee, Ex-Director General of Forest and ex-member, National Green Tribunal, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence and sharing his valuable insights on conservation. Our sincere thanks to our Chief Speaker, Sri Atatrana Mishra, IFS Deputy Director General of Forest, MOEF and CC Government of India, for his thought-provoking address and his dedication to environmental governance. A special note of appreciation to Guest of Honor, Sri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF, Government of Chhattisgarh, and Shri Anil Bharadwaj, IFS, ex-Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and HOFF, Government of Kerala, for their inspiring words and contributions to forest and wildlife conservation. We are also grateful to Shri Suresh Pant, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and HOFF, Government of Odisha, and Sri Prem Kumar Jha, IFS Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, CWLW, Government of Odisha, for their leadership and commitment to wildlife conservation. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, IFS, retired, for his insightful keynote address, and Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina for his warm welcome address and for leading this remarkable initiative. I would also like to thank Dr. L.A.K. Singh, for the retired research officer, wildlife, and member IUCN, for continuously advising and guiding us to make this event a grand success. Our gratitude extends to all the dignitaries for presenting the prestigious Odisha Wildlife Conservation Award and Odisha Banyaprani Mitra Award, recognizing those who have made exemplary contributions to conservation efforts. I also take the opportunity to appreciate the tireless efforts of the organizing committee, volunteers, and technical teams who have worked behind the scenes to make this conclave seamless and impactful. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to WWF India for collaborating with us and make this event a grand success, and all the distinguished guests, invited speakers, academicians, researchers, and conservationists, and participants in the different events organized during this 2 days conclave present today for their active participation. Your engagement and passion for wildlife conservation inspires us to continue this mission. With that, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone, wishing you a fruitful and engaging deliberation in upcoming sessions. Thank you all. Now I request the student volunteers to take our distinguished guests off the dais. So we'll start our technical session 1. Thank you, everyone. Now we will move to the next event, that is the technical session 1. The session chair is Ms. Neha Singh, WWF India. Ms. Neha Singh, WWF India, is the session chair for the technical session 1. And the theme of this session is wildlife conservation in context of growing human dimensions. I also welcome session co-chair Sri Sudhanshu Sekhar Khora, IFS, Field Director, Satkosia Tiger Reserve, cum Regional Chief Conservator of Forest, Anugul. I kindly request the volunteers to please organize the dais. Okay, sir. So we'll just wait for 5 minutes to start the technical session 1. Sir, no, sir, it's not started, sir. Session chair has told to delay for 5 minutes. It arrange कर देंगे तो chair टा जो एंती पक्के की side कर देवे सेपट side और ऊपर side presentation अच्छी छोटा 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 चेयर अच्छी और दीटा बाहर कर दियो दीटा चेयर आउट दीटा चेयर हाँ. Now we'll begin the technical session 1. The theme of the session is wildlife conservation in context of growing human dimensions. I would like to invite the session chair, Ms. Sneha Singh, WWF India, to grace the dais. Mrs. Sneha Singh, WWF India. Next, our session co-chair, Sri Sudhanshu Sekhar Khora, IFS, Field Director, Satkosia Tiger Reserve, Regional Chief Conservator of Forest, Anugul. Our invited speakers are Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, retired IFS, ex-Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and HOFF, Kerala. He will be discussing on the topic Human Dimensions in Wildlife Management Achievements, Challenges and Opportunities. Next, Sri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF, Government of Chhattisgarh. He will be discussing on the topic Human-Animal Conflict, Issues and Challenges. Next, our Sri Bijay Kumar Patnaik, IFS, retired, ex-Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and HOFF, UP. He will be discussing on the topic Problems Faced by Managers in Handling Straying Tigers to Dense Human Landscape. Next, our next invited speaker is Dr. Padma Mahanti, IFS, DIG of Forest, MOEF and CC Government of India. She will be discussing on the topic wildlife conservation in context of growing human dimensions. I would like to invite all the invited speakers, session chair and session co-chair, to please grace the dais with the presence, so that we can begin with our technical session 1. started করে দিনাନ୍ତି ଲୋକ ଗଲେ କୁଆଡ଼େ ପୁରା ଗଲେ ହଁ Now we'll start the technical session 1. I would like to invite Sri Sudhanshu Sekhar Khora, IFS, session co-chair. Our invited speakers, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Sri Prem Kumar, Sri Bijay Kumar Patnaik, and Dr. Padma Mahanti to come to the dais so that we can begin our technical session 1. I'd like to hand over the stage to Neha Singh, WWF India.
Thank you so much for being here with us to talk about this important topic of wildlife in Odisha. It's a great honor to have this lovely panel of distinguished speakers. So I'd like to, without further ado, invite Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, IFS retired, to come and speak to us. He's the ex-PCCF and HOF of Kerala, as you know, and his topic is human dimensions in wildlife management, the achievements, the challenges, and what opportunities we have. May I please invite you to speak? If you want to sit and speak, you can also sit and speak if you like. Yeah, thank you.
So with the permission of chair and the dignitaries on the dais, I'll straight like to begin with the session. Let me also not forget, you forget your own people many times. Like I forgot Mr. Anup Naik, Mr. Jena in the morning. So it is because of them that I'm here and talking to you. Let me also give a statement which should not be a controversial statement, but I must speak here that this topic of human dimensions, even though it's much talked about, everywhere we say that the human dimensions are very important, but in the core conservation sector, this is not considered as a science. People still hesitate to consider this as a science. So it is something, past time. कई बार जो है, can I speak in Hindi and English mix? अच्छा रहेगा? Okay. तो मेरी जो समझ आई है इस सब्जेक्ट के बारे में कि लोग कहते तो हैं कि ह्यूमन डायमेंशन बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है और हर एक जगह बहुत ज़रूरी है, लेकिन जो कोर कंजर्वेशन का जो सेक्टर है उसमें अभी भी जो है इसको थोड़ा लो लेवल की साइंस जो है कंसिडर किया जाता है, साइंस नहीं समझा जाता. Let me begin with this talk, and I was also told that the time is no less. So I have to just run this as a story. To weave this story, I have just these 4 points. I'll bit talk about conservation in the country. Dr. Siddhant Das पहले ही बोल चुके हैं कि how important is conservation, and then maybe how the participatory approaches have evolved in this country. That also everybody is knowing that. Talk about some of the models. What are their limitations, what are their achievements, what more can be done in those models, and of course the way forward. So this is broadly the framework of my talk. Dr. Siddhant, he told that, how, our country, one of the richest biodiversity country with respect to carbon or wildlife or the forests, and what are the problems? We are the most populous country. सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलेशन है, सबसे ज़्यादा लाइफ स्टॉक है, और उसके बावजूद भी हम इतनी बायोडाइवर्सिटी जो है वो रिटेन कर पाए हैं, उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक दिस इज़ रियली ए वेरी क्रेडिबल थिंग जो हो रही है. और ये भी हमें समझने की ज़रूरत है कि ये जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी इस कंट्री की जो आज हम देखते हैं, ये मिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स ऑफ एवोल्यूशन, एंड इट इज़ नॉट ओवर वन नाइट इट हैज़ हैपेंड. So that whole evolutionary process has to be valued, and the processes have to be valued. We also have a sound network of protected areas. Latest database जो हमारा WI का जो हम maintain कर रहे हैं, so we have more than 900 protected areas on today. नेशनल पार्क्स तो जो है कोई जगह स्कोप बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं रहा, so we have still, you know, that around 106 national parks, not many more being added. But बहुत सारे conservation reserve और community reserve, छोटे area जो हैं वो अभी भी add हो रहे हैं, and this protected area network is growing. Challenges आज भी वही हैं protected area network की, हमारा protected area का size बहुत छोटा है, 200 square kilometer से भी कम size है protected area का average, और our protected area are burdened with lot of pressures, traditional pressures, communities dependent हैं, वो pressures हैं, connectivity के issues हैं, और there is a whole history of, you know, the colonial history behind the conservation, the policies of the conservation. So because of that, I think the local stakes are very poor. Still, हाथी आता है तो कहते forest department का हाथी है, tiger की problem होती है तो सरकार का tiger है. So people don't immediately own that problem. And also I think the growing need of development. अभी भी interior areas अगर आप जाएं, पहाड़ों में आप जाएं, तो लोगों की कुछ गांव इतने interior हैं कि अभी भी अगर main road पे लेके आना है, कोई बीमार हो जाता है, so you have to carry on your shoulders. That is how so the roads are needed, communication is needed. लोगों को development चाहिए. So those are the conflicting objectives of conservation and the development. And of course the growing wildlife conflict, जिसके बारे में PC से भी बोले और Chief Wildlife Warden भी बोले, but these are not, there are no quick solutions for this. The only thing is the best management, how we can do that. I think this is a very old map, but which is very relevant, that how the, you know, the poorest district of this country and the rich biodiversity of this country, they overlap with each other. So the poorest district of the country, they are the areas where the most important biodiversity of the country is. With respect to tigers, it is particularly saying. And this Tiger Task Force statement is also very important, which says that the protection of tiger is inseparable from the protection of the forest it roams. But the protection of these forests is itself inseparable from the fortunes of the people who in India inhabit forest areas. So if you want to protect the biodiversity, लोगों को आपको जो है, you'll have to take care of the people. That is very, very, very basic, we have to understand. If you look at the whole conservation history, you know, prior to the British, we have a lot of literature, ancient literature, which says that we were really, you know, worshipping our biodiversity, we were caring for our biodiversity. And British period was probably the most exploitative period, the production forestry, the way it grew. But it also gave a, you know, scientific forestry in this country. And we should also not forget that the first national park and sanctuaries were established during the British period. And that process has continued. And looking after the independence, the 52 policy, 1952 forest policy, the first independent India policy, the emphasis remained on the agriculture. But that time the problems are different. Hunger was a problem. So 52 policy, but there was also the constitution of the first Indian Board for Wildlife in 1952. But nothing much could happen till 1970. And 72, the Wildlife Protection Act, Project Tiger, Project Lion, all these initiatives, they were differently a step forward for conservation. And 1980 Forest Act, of course, is a very milestone legislation, which is, we all foresters hold that act and, you know, still try to protect the forest. That's a very important instrument which we have got. And after that, the 88 forest policy was a game changer in which the priority was on the local communities, participation and the needs of the local communities. And the industrial responsibilities were given secondary sort of place. And of course now after that, the amendments in the Wildlife Protection Act and 2006, the Forest Rights Act, these are new dimensions of this is how the conservation has evolved. Looking at the participatory processes, they go back to the National Park and Protected Area Conference in Indonesia, in Bali, in 1982. And how from there the whole program of, you know, getting support of the local communities through this task force report, Indian forest policy, and then 90 resolution of Government of India, which also gave a scheme of, say, eco-development on protected areas and tiger reserves. And followed by this, any new initiative of eco-development will require some pilot programs. So I think these 3-4 projects which were external aided. They gave a lot of insight into how we can go about. And these were, one very important program was the Forestry Research Education Extension Project, which was a World Bank aided project implemented in 2 sites, the Kalakad Mundandorai Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu and the Great Himalayan National Park in Himachal. So these 2 projects, they gave a lot of insight how we can go about, because these were new things for us. Then came the India Eco-Development Project and WI's UNDP project. UNDP project was basically focused on, the capacity building. And a lot of good and bad lessons, what we visualize that we will have, 20 sites ready with the plans and implementation of the plans, but we could not get to all those 20 sites because people were not sent for training. People who were trained, they were not put back to the areas. So all those problems, only few sites, things could be happen. But I think this process was very important. And ultimately, the India Eco-Development Project gave some good lessons. In some areas, it was a game changer. And in some areas, yes, there were, post-sustainability issues were there. And we will talk about Periyar, where we worked. Padma and we were part of Periyar initiative. And we'd like to talk about that. And of course, the amendments in Wildlife Protection Act, which now, NTCA came into being, and the foundations, the Tiger Conservation Foundations, which are very important institutions for running the agenda of inclusive management. Those are, in all the Tiger Reserve, we have these foundations. And like that, the process is going on. It's an evolution. So it's not that the things have ended. This process is going on. When we look at the human dimension, normally we see the human dimension from only one angle. The angle is livelihoods, livelihood to the poor people. But I think there are many more dimensions of this, many more aspects, which probably we either have not worked much or we need to work on those new areas. And some of these areas which appear to be, the human-wildlife conflict is one of the emerging challenges. How we can address the human dimension component in the human-wildlife conflict. The traditional culture and the knowledge is another area. The climate change is another very important issue which is happening. Beyond the protected areas, how do you look beyond the protected areas? Development sector, the interface with the development. The resettlement is another area where we have to look for the human dimensions. And of course, the citizen-centric science, the citizen science is another area. So these are some few areas. The human dimensions should not be restricted only to the livelihood, but we must look at these different other aspects which are very, very important. Let me just go to some of the other models. I mentioned about the Kalakad Mundandorai. Kalakad is an example where the tiger density is very low. And this was an area which was burdened with a lot of hardwood pressure and a lot of other illicit collection of the forest produce. Pressure was tremendous. And the officers and the NGOs at that time and the citizens of that area, they have really taken it as a missionary zeal exercise, So they say, save Tamarmani, save KMTR. Tamarmani is a river. So they related this conservation with the water. And this is one of the very important examples where they have brought back the area. And one thing which, even we could not do that, and we have learned is that the communities today have not the 11 crore, but nearly 25 crore of corpus with them, with the communities who are reloaning that amount and for their livelihoods, and how the pressures have come down to this. This is one prime example. Another area is Gulf of Mannar, is a coastal and marine ecosystem where again similar experiments, similar officers who have worked in KMTR, they have tried to institutionalize, and here the stakeholders are many. It's not only the communities, there are fishermen, there are industry, there are panchayats. So multi-stakeholder approach, and there is a foundation here which is working. And this is another model which can be seen for the how the communities can be mainstreamed. Parambiculam is another good example which if you get a time you should see. Parambiculam was an area with very uncontrolled tourism, lot of plastics, lot of grazing problems, and how the area has been transformed into one of the prime area where the local tribals, they have taken a lead, and they are actually doing all the ecotourism programs and all the activities in the tiger reserve. They are in fact the second string for the park protection and management. So Parambikulam is another very important nice area in Kerala. Irabikulam was another area. You must be knowing that there is one flower which is the Korunji flower, which flowers only after 12 years. So after 12 years, there is a big crisis for this part, because large number of visitors will be coming to this area, and in this area, to deal with this problem, this opportunity has been used. This problem has been used as an opportunity, and today this is one of the cleanest protected areas of the international standards, and this is the area where we used to have a institution of Forest Development Agency, which I think rest of the country has forgot. But we still continue with this Forest Development Agency, and the money which is generated through tourism goes to the Forest Development Agency. All those private players of the taxi drivers and whatnot who were creating those problems during mass tourism, those are being managed under this FDA, and they are running the vehicles. So this is how, and whatever money is earned after spending it for these people, that money goes to the EDCs. So this is how a win-win situation has come up in Irabikulam. Todova is another new example where conflict was a major issue, tigers coming out in the buffer area. And the unique thing which Todova has done is that they have handed over the buffer zone gate to the communities. So this is a step forward, that you manage the buffer zone, you manage the gate, you get the money out of it from the tourism, and there is a certain amount of money which goes to the foundation. So Todova is another very prime example of how the communities can be mainstream. Nagarjuna Sagar Sirisalam Tiger Reserve is another. This was the area, pilgrimage area. Sirisalam temple is known to everybody. Lot of pilgrims going to that area, and all the roads, they carry the pilgrims, and you can imagine the amount of plastic which they carry and the pollution which they do that. Chinchu tribes, one of the primitive tribes of the area, lot of problems of illicit felling were there, lot of problem of poaching were there. All those problems have been addressed through this institution, and one very innovative thing which has been done by the management long back was that they introduced a surcharge, environment cess, to all the visitors, all the pilgrims who are coming through those roads. And it is that money, because money is very important. Without money, you can't run anything. So it is that money which is now being used for cleaning the areas, for protection, for giving employment to the Chinchu communities. So this is one more example which you can, really vouch for the mainstreaming of the communities. Let me just go back to the Peria story. I think I must tell. Of course, their slides are not seen, but I'll still. Peria was another story because Padma is here, so I have totally removed. I think those slides have gone, fortunately. You can also use that, Peria story anywhere. Peria was a case, we say that, it was a long history of more than 200 years of the exclusive approach of conservation. And Peria, during those days when, we started these initiatives, was only known for two things. It's lush green and it is full of problems. So if you stand in the boat landing, it is all lush green, beautiful area. But even when you go inside, then you have everything, every problem. You have poaching, you have illegal smuggling of the produce. You say you are, you're bombarded with the question of where are your elephants, where are tuskers, encounters. So these were the realities of life in Peria. And the thing which was done was in Peria was there were 3-4 major social issues which were addressed, which is I think many protected areas will be facing. Number one of the issue which was addressed was the debt trap. Most of the areas, the communities who are poor, who are around these areas, they are always kept in the debt trap by the money lenders. So we could break that nexus of debt trap and the tribals were freed. Moment you empower the tribals by the economic empowerment, then automatically the other things follow. Then the social empowerment happens, and when social empowerment happens, then ecological empowerment also happens, and then it becomes a political empowerment. So the argument which only the foresters were giving, that the area has to be protected, it was an ecological argument which we were advocating. That became a social argument. That became a political argument. Because now the people in these EDCs, economic committees, they became part of the panchayat. So this is how, and we have now, reasonable amount of research which says that the constituency of Periyar is not only around Periyar, but it is also throughout the state and outside the state, and in the country and even outside the country. So this is how the impact is there. The second issue which we could handle in Periyar was we could convert the poachers into the protectors. So I don't say that, everywhere we can implement this formula and it can happen. It's very site specific. But I think this was a social transformation where the poachers could be converted as the protectors, and they became our second string of protection. So as a manager, when you have only 50 people in your hand, now you have, much more than that. It's a second string of protection. They are more important sometimes than your staff. This was the second thing which could happen. The third thing which, I often say that we were in search of alternatives. Kya dein communities ko? Hai kya? Alternatives kya hai? Fisheries, piggeries, goateries. It does not work everywhere. People are fed up with this. A lot of agencies are doing that. So somebody said tourism. So they said tourism, but it has to be a different tourism. So I think Padma has done a lot of work on that. Our tourism is, so-called that following the principles of ecotourism. Three things. One is that tourism is directly benefiting the communities. The money goes to the communities. It is not that the money is, being used by the forest department. Number two is visitor experience. The visitor is getting a unique experience. So आपको advertise करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. एक visitor जब जाता है तो दूसरा वो, it's a word of mouth which happens. So visitor experience. And third is any program which is implemented as ecotourism in Periyar is protection oriented. So जो भी program है वो protection के लिए है. We have a program called bamboo rafting. Bamboo rafting was a program. Same bamboo raft which was being used by tribals for illegal fishing is now being used for taking visitors. So you have reduced the fishing in that area. The same, the patrolling which was happening along the interstate border, which is very vulnerable. Now there are visitors also, in the 4 or 5 visitors going there. So that area is protected. It's a continuous program. So you have a continuous watch in that area. So like that, most of the programs are protection based. They are helping the protection. And this is how, it's a win-win situation for the protected area and for the communities. Another thing, very important thing which has happened is, which is I think every area is facing, that all our forests are burdened with pilgrimage. And pilgrimage is something which was previously a seasonal phenomena. But now it has become a tourism. With the youngsters becoming very mobile. So the pilgrimage which it used to happen, say in Garhwal Himalayas, the pilgrimage used to be seasonal. But now it is throughout the year phenomena. So we have been able to manage the pilgrimage of Sabrimala Shrine, which is right in the core area of the park, where crores of pilgrims come every year, just in a period of 1.5 months. And what we have done is only we have sensitized the local, local people there who are running those shops, small shops. And we have also got rid of the big contractors there whom they were paying. So they are much more responsible keeping the area clean, and some transparency we have maintained. So we are better managing the pilgrims in the area through the communities. And lastly, I think the women. I just happened to be in one of the wildlife sanctuaries of UP. Patnaik Sahab is here, Sohelba. And the potential which Sohelba has to really work with the women folk there, tremendous, sir. So I think that's what we are advocating there. So these were some of the initiatives. What I wanted to say for Periyar was that it's not a project we thought that it will happen in 3 years or 4 years. 200 years of history of exclusive management, if we want to reverse it in just 4 or 5 years, it's not possible. This is a program which has to go on. So all these initiatives started long back in 1991. Those are still going on. And every day is a new day. Every day is a new learning. And this is how the things are changing. Let me develop on some of the other things which I talked about. Beyond the protected areas, the river systems are the ecosystem which we have exploited the most. And we were talking many years back that something should be done for the rivers, but it takes its own time. And with the current government, they have given a lot of emphasis on River Ganga. And WI was not a party in this project, because it was how do you combat the pollution and all that. Somehow WI got involved in this, and now the question which was being asked to WI was, what can you do there? What is your role in that? And we said we cannot do all this. We can only help you in getting the baseline, ecological baselines ready, and some sort of initiatives of community participation. But I think over the time, it has really paved a way for conservation of River Ganga in the form of so many, people have been mobilized in the form of women self-help groups, Ganga Praharis, small Val Ganga Praharis. So this is an example which probably need to be further worked on. And the Government of India has now also extended this program for 6 major rivers, and one of the river is Mahanadi. So Mahanadi is a very important river, culturally very rich area. And this is one area. So probably this is another area where lot of things need to be done. And human dimensions are going to be very important for the protection of the aquatic systems. Human-wildlife conflict, not many good examples to tell you. There were some examples, and Kalakat was one such area where farmers were having the fencing and maintaining those fences, but it did not happen. But now there are some good examples which are coming. For example, there is a project being implemented in Chambawat district, and there is a village called Chuka village. And now this power fencing is being maintained by the panchayat. And who are managing this? The user groups there. So they have taken the responsibility. Of course, we have to see that how in the next 5 years things happen. But I was just talking to Kerala, I talked to my colleagues that how our experiment of Jan Jagrata Samitis. So my colleagues said that the Jan Jagrata Samiti are functioning very nice. Kerala, Wayanad is in news because a lot of conflict happening there. But Palghat for the last 2-3 years is not in news. And all the Jan Jagrata Samitis are located in Palghat and Manarghat area. So if you take people into your fold and people take the responsibility, then not that the conflict will disappear, but the conflict is better managed in those situations. So I think there are certain. Now, Government of Kerala has come out with a government order, with these 10 missions: mission food, fodder, water, tribal knowledge, solar fencing, primary response teams, real-time monitoring, sensitization to public, science of human-wildlife conflict, bonnet macaque, wild pig, and sarpa. WWF, for example, I was talking to Madam Neha, that WWF has contributed immensely for training of our staff and the local communities in dealing with the problem of snakes. So I think there is a lot which we can do this, and this is one area where we need to work. Traditional culture and knowledge. Periyar, we have a program called the tribal dance, okay? Or we have this particular, the bamboo rafting. The traditional culture, somehow we have used as a commodity for giving income to the communities. So we have not used traditional knowledge and traditional culture to this fullest extent. Look at the biodiversity register which we have prepared. Quickly. Biodiversity registers also do not capture the traditional knowledge and all these things. So I think these are the areas where the culture has always been, or the traditional culture has always been considered as a bottleneck for conservation. But I think we have a lot to learn from the traditional knowledge and the culture from the local people. We have to empower them. And there cannot be a one approach for conservation. There could be several other approaches. Traditional knowledge and culture is another thing which we should talk. Climate change, not many initiatives, but look at these small initiatives. Todova, Panabiculam, NSTR. NSTR, how they are managing the garbage. The same, this keychain, these are nothing but your plastic bottles. They are giving back you and taking money for that. Or we have the e-ticketing. We have the water ATMs. They are small initiatives. Much more need to be done in this area also. Development is large. One good example which often I say is the Munnar landscape. So Munnar landscape is full of tea plantations. And the planters who came from Scotland and UK at that time, and the land was given by Maharaja of Travancore as a grant, they were very wise that they planted only 30% of the area. The rest of the wilderness was retained. And this institution, this Tata Tea or the Kanandevan Hills Society is still one of very important conservation body for us, because they are a big pressure group for us. And even the Arabiculan National Park came because of their pressure. So this is how. So they are playing a very important role, taking care of the environment, taking care of the wilderness of that area and the people. Resettlement. I think, Similipal is another very nice example of resettlement, many other areas. We saw the Satpura example, and Satpura was a unique case where the policy and the action, they talked to each other at every step. So it was a long-run process, which started with the engagement with the community, the mobilization, the transparency which it has maintained, the hybrid package. They were very innovative. Some people were given land, some people were given money, and they benefited from each other. So एक ही परिवार में अगर चार families हैं, तो एक को बोला भाई तुम land ले लो और बाकी लोगों को पैसे दे दिए गए. So this is how it was. So hybrid package was one model villages. They made one village as a model village, the first village. So while seeing that village, many people they came forward. And the most important thing is the post-project hand-holding, जो सबसे poor रहती है. वो आज भी उनकी जो forest guard उस समय जिन्होंने शुरू किया था, after retirement, they are again engaged with these people. So this is how the human dimension of resettlement is going to be very, very important. Citizen science. This is something, I just give the example of you started in, long back in Kerala. And the knowledge or the ability of conservation is not only with the communities or with the forest department. There are large number of youth, large number of professionals who are educated and who have the capacity and skills to do that. Only thing is we have to really empower them. And E-word is a very good example. Kerala, we have very, very unique information on the biodiversity component. Birds are one of those. And E-word has also come out with the State of India Birds Report. These are very good initiatives which need to be encouraged. Okay, I think I'll stop this. These are some of the processes I was telling, that things do not happen. You need to have a lot of processes in place. Anyhow, I think this is other presentation which here come. I'll just stop. Okay. Which I said in the beginning itself, that human dimension somehow has been considered as a peripheral activity, which is not the need of the time, is that we have to really give a lot of emphasis on this. It is also a science. And we have to consider this as a very important agenda for any conservation program. The scope of human dimension so far has been very limited, livelihood to the communities. I think we need to work on other areas, and we have to find out how we can enhance the opportunity for the others to contribute in conservation. And we have to, strengthen our appreciation and understanding of all these aspects. And lastly, there is a need to rethink our approach. It is only one fit will not do. That only you give the livelihood to the community and this will do. I think there are many things need to be learned from the tribals, the indigenous communities. They have their own way of conservation. And I have purposely removed one of the example here, which I was often quoting. I will not name that particular site. The only thing is that they started with the premise that the local people are going to be very important players in that. But gradually, when your PA is secured, then you forgot about the culture and the communities and all that. So that's not going to last for long, that's going to be very, very dangerous for it. So thank you very much. I think it was very quick, but thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhardwaj. That was a very interesting talk, from bamboo rafts to environmental cess to people's biodiversity registers, tribal co-management. A lot to learn for Odisha, I'm sure. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Shri Prem Kumar IFS. He's the additional PCCF of the government of Chhattisgarh, and he will speak about human-wildlife conflict, issues and challenges. You can speak from there, or you can speak from there, whatever you like, yes. And I'm also welcoming on the dais Shri B.K. Patnaik, IFS retired, who was the ex-PCCF and HOF of Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, sir. Yes.
I have already sent it to Mr.
You've given your PPT?
Yes, I have given my PPT.
Okay. So,
Jena साहब को दिया था मैंने. एवरीबडी इज कंफर्टेबल इन हिंदी सब आप लोग को कंफर्टेबल हैं, ठीक है? तो अपने लैंग्वेज में बात करेंगे हम लोग, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, उड़िया। और सबसे अच्छा है कि हम लोग एलिफेंट या एनिमल के लैंग्वेज को ऐसा लैंग्वेज में बात करते जो हमारी भाषा जानवरों के बीच भी पहुंच पाती या उनका भाषा भी हम लोग के पास पहुंच पाता, तो इसका सॉल्यूशन बहुत अच्छा होता। तो थ्रू दिस प्रेजेंटेशन हम लोग इस पर चाहेंगे कि नॉट ओनली हम लोग एक दूसरे को इस तरह से वर्बल बात करें, बल्कि ऐसा एक्शन ओरिएंटेड हो, हमारा रिसर्च इस दिशा में जाए ताकि हम लोग एनिमल के उनके जो स्ट्रेसेस हैं, फीलिंग्स हैं, उनको समझ पाएँ, और दूसरी तरफ जो पीपल हैं, जो लोग हैं, जो ऐसे इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एरिया में रहते हैं, उनकी बातों को भी, उनके भावनाओं को, उनकी मन के जो दर्द हैं उसको भी समझ पाएँ। देन ओनली वी विल बी एबल टू फाइंड ए कॉन्जेनियल सॉल्यूशन। तो अभी मैं बात करूंगा ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, जो छत्तीसगढ़ में हम लोग जो कर रहे हैं, जो हमारी लर्निंग है, जो हमारे डिफ़िकल्टीज़ हैं, और इसमें तो बेसिकली हम लोग बात करेंगे जो ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, वो छत्तीसगढ़ और शायद यहाँ उड़ीसा में भी और डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में है। वो 3 जानवर हैं, 3 वन्य प्राणी हैं। एक एलिफेंट जो सबसे ज़्यादा जिसकी समस्या है, दूसरा है बेयर, भालू, तीसरा है लेपर्ड, और चौथा जो कि सबसे कम है जिसका है वो है टाइगर। और बहुत सारे छोटे मोटे हैं, लेकिन उसका हम लोग जिक्र नहीं करेंगे। जनरली ऑल ऑफ अस, ऑल स्टेट्स like Maharashtra छोड़ दीजिए, झारखंड, उड़ीसा, छत्तीसगढ़, and to some extent MP, we all are interviewing with this problem, and at the list tops with this elephant. तो उसका ये समझ सकते हैं कि कैसे कितना ज़्यादा है. हम लोग एक एलिफेंट मरता है तो कितना ह्यूमन क्राई हो जाता है, और हमारे एक मानव भी मरते हैं तो कितना ह्यूमन क्राई हो जाता है. तो छत्तीसगढ़ में हम लोगों ने विगत 3 वर्षों में, ऐसा डेटा अपने पास 10 सालों में था, तो जनरली जो है यहाँ पर छत्तीसगढ़ में जो है 66 ऑन एन एवरेज ह्यूमन डेथ हुआ है, 20 एलिफेंट डेथ हुआ है, और 3 लेपर्ड और 2 टाइगर का डेथ हुआ है. तो और ये इंक्रीजिंग डेटा है, मतलब मैंने एनालाइज किया तो 10 सालों में पहले एवरेज 45 था ह्यूमन डेथ, और एलिफेंट भी लगभग, एलिफेंट का डेथ भी 10 से 12 के करीब था, जो बढ़ के इतना हो गया है. तो डे बाय डे दिस प्रॉब्लम जो है, ये ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, ये बढ़ रहा है. और नॉट ओनली एलिफेंट, बल्कि भालू का भी बहुत ज़्यादा, उसका भी काफ़ी मौत हो रही है. और उसके कारण जो हमारा एरिया है, एक कांकेर जो बस्तर से लगा हुआ है, कांकेर और सरगुजा, ये 2 एरिया बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड है भालू से. लेपर्ड से तो खासकर कांकेर एरिया ज़्यादा है, वहाँ पर ह्यूमन किलिंग भी बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है. बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं कहें, लेकिन फिर भी एक ह्यूमन किलिंग भी काफ़ी अलार्मिंग होता है. तो 2 से 3 ह्यूमन किलिंग तो पिछले साल हो गया है, और वो आकर समझिए घरों से उठा के ले जा रहे हैं. और जो मॉर्निंग वॉक एक धमतरी एरिया में हुआ था, मॉर्निंग वॉक करते हुए व्यक्ति को लेपर्ड ने उठा लिया था और उसको खा लिया था. तो ये स्थिति अभी हम लोग को चल के यहाँ है, और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यहाँ पर उड़ीसा में भी यही होगा, झारखंड में तो और ज़्यादा है, और डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में ये प्रॉब्लम है. तो इस बीच हम लोग अभी अगले स्लाइड पर बढ़ें. हम लोग जनरली मैं देख रहा हूँ कि हम लोग फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स हैं, इन्वायरमेंटलिस्ट हैं, जो लोग स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं वाइल्ड लाइफ के एग्जिस्टेंस के लिए. तो मैं आप सबको ये बधाई देता हूँ कि हम लोग इतने ऑड सिचुएशन के बावजूद हम लोग दुनिया के से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं. मतलब कि हमारे ऑफिसर्स मारे जा रहे हैं. मैं बहुत जगह देखा हूँ कि सैंड माफिया लोग मार देते हैं, वाइल्ड लाइफ पोचर लोग मार देते हैं. कितने सारे लोग हमारे जो पुलिस और मिलिट्री में सेक्रीफाइस होता है, उसका तो काफ़ी डंका बजता है, लेकिन हमारे गुमनाम ऑफिसर सिपाही लोग मरते हैं, उन पर उतना ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं दी जाती है, जबकि वी ऑल आर वॉरियर्स. तो हमको इस तरह से इस कॉन्क्लेव के माध्यम से एक संदेश देना है कि हम लोग एक सॉलिडेरिटी के रूप में रहें, एक दूसरे को एक स्ट्रेंथ प्रदान करें. और इस तरह के करने के साथ ही कहीं भी कुछ होता है तो हम लोग को, क्योंकि सारे सिस्टम से लड़ना पड़ता है, हमारे पास वोट नहीं है, जानवरों के पास वोट नहीं है, और उनकी राइट के लिए लड़ना पड़ता है. तो इस तरह से हमें एक और अगेंस्ट ऑड लड़ना पड़ता है. तो वी मस्ट क्लैप हैंड फॉर आवर सेल्फ. इस तरह से तो बहुत सारे बात किए. क्यों जनरली जो हम लोग अगर इसको बात करें तो स्लाइड का जो निचोड़ ये है कि 3 या 4 कारण हैं जिस कारण से हमको ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का सामना करना पड़ता है. उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा है हमारा हैबिटेट लॉस, जो भी जनरली सब लोग बता चुके हैं. हम लोग उसको बहुत, चूँकि मैं एक्शन ओरिएंटेड बताना चाह रहा हूँ, तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम को तो बहुत जल्दी मैं स्टेटमेंट दे दूंगा कि एक तो फ्रैगमेंट हो गया है. हमारे जितने भी जो हाथी जैसा बात हुई, या हमारे लेपर्ड की बात हुई, बेयर की बात हुई, तो उसके लिए क्या होता है कि हमारे पास में जो एक एरिया चाहिए वो एरिया इनवायलेट नहीं है. हमारा एरिया खंडित हो चुका है. हमारे जो एलिफेंट हैं, जैसा पहले बताए थे, एलिफेंट को 8 से एक स्टडी में हम लोग किए हैं, जिसमें उसका रेडियो कॉलर्ड एलिफेंट्स को कि कितना माइग्रेट करता है, कितना दिन जाता है. तो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग डेटा अपने पास आया है. वो इंटरेस्टिंग डेटा है कि 8 से 80 to 40 किलोमीटर्स एलिफेंट मूव करते हैं. और मूव करते हैं, बहुत लोग ये सोचते हैं कि सर्च ऑफ फूड. नो, सर्च ऑफ फूड के लिए नहीं जाते हैं, वो टू डाइजेस्ट, और उनको चलना है, अपने उसको डाइजेस्ट करने के लिए खाते हैं, और उनको एक नेचुरल एक टेंडेंसी है चलने का, और चलते हैं. तो इस तरह से हमारा जो हैबिटेट फ्रैगमेंटेशन है, तो हैबिटेट फ्रैगमेंटेशन का जो है हमारा ये रैपिड ह्यूमन ग्रोथ जो हम लोग उसके कारण हमारा इंक्रोचमेंट है फॉरेस्ट में या नॉन फॉरेस्ट एरिया में भी, जो हम लोग रोड बना रहे हैं, माइनिंग कर रहे हैं, इवन फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट जो मिला है उस कारण से भी हमारे फॉरेस्ट के अंतर्गत जितने भी हैं वो विखंडित हो गए हैं। और खासकर फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट के जो बात करें तो फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट में मिला है, वी आर नॉट अगेंस्ट इट और होना चाहिए, लेकिन फ्रॉम वाइल्ड लाइफ पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू उसके कारण हनी कैम्पिंग हो गया है। मतलब पूरा एरिया जो है, एक एरिया में एक जगह खेती का हो गया, फिर कुछ देर के बाद दूसरे खेती का हो गया, फिर तीसरे खेती का हो गया, वहीं से सड़क निकल रहा है, इंक्रोचमेंट हो रहा है। तो हमारे एलिफेंट को या जो भी वाइल्ड लाइफ है उनको घूमने का जो ह्यूमन विहीन, मानव विहीन जो उनको एरिया चाहिए वो मिल ही नहीं रहा है। और दूसरा चीज़ क्या है कि जो जहाँ जाता है अपने यहाँ से उसको रोक देते हैं कि अगले गाँव में नहीं जाना है। तो क्या होता है, ट्रैप में फंस गए हैं, ये उसको बोलते हैं इकोलॉजिकल ट्रैप। तो उस ट्रैप में फंसने के कारण उनको रोकने के लिए उनको एक स्ट्रेस होता है, उनको रोक दिए हैं, उनका स्ट्रेसर होता है। तो इस कारण से जो मेन है कि माइनिंग है, रोड नेटवर्क है, फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट है, नेक्स्ट में, और इस तरह से जो हम बताया कि वो इकोलॉजिकल ट्रैप में फंस जाते हैं और उसके कारण वो आइसोलेटेड, अनकनेक्टेड हैं। उनको क्या है, मूवमेंट के लिए, एक मूवमेंट के लिए उनको नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट भी रहता है, तो मूवमेंट के लिए उनको कोई उनको कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, कॉरिडोर सब जो होते हैं कॉरिडोर उनका ख़त्म है। तो इस कारण से उनका एलिफेंट उनका जो है वो अपने एरिया में घिर गए हैं। नेक्स्ट, दूसरा चीज़ जो देखे हैं कि छत्तीसगढ़ में खासकर यहाँ भी होगा कि पैडी का और शुगर केन कल्टीवेशन के कारण एलिफेंट्स गांव के एरिया में ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, जंगलों में नहीं जा रहे हैं। उनका टेस्ट परिवर्तन हो गया है। टेस्ट परिवर्तन होने के कारण उनको अब वो जंगल में खाना पीना नहीं चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि उनको जो पैडी का मिल जाए, फील्ड में जाते हैं या घरों में रेड करके तोड़ के वहाँ चावल और धान खाते हैं। तो और उसके कारण क्या होता है कि बचाने के लिए किसान लोग वहाँ पर अपना रोकने जाते हैं जैसे, और उसमें उनका इनकाउंटर होता है और बहुत सारे कैजुअलिटी जो डेथ है हमारा उस कारण से होता है। नेक्स्ट, तो ये तो ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं। एक और चीज़ आया है जो कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट है। एक जो है फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट में एक तो हम लोग इंडिविजुअल फॉरेस्ट दे रहे हैं, एक्ट दिए हैं छत्तीसगढ़ में खासकर, और जगह एक नया जो चला है, मतलब उसको मुहिम चली है कि कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट देना है। कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट मतलब कि गांव वालों को उनको जो ट्रेडिशनल एरिया में जहां वो फॉरेस्ट का ट्रेडिशनली मैनेजमेंट करते आ रहे हैं एक्ट के अनुसार, वहां उन्हीं को दे देना है और वहीं उसको फॉरेस्ट को रीजनरेट और जो भी है उसका प्रोटेक्ट और मैनेज करेंगे। लेकिन इसके नाम पर क्या हो गया है कि बहुत सारे लोग क्लेम करने लगे हैं जो कि उनका एरिया नहीं था, बेसिकली वो गाँव के अंदर के करते रहते थे, लेकिन क्लेम करने में और वहाँ बहुत सारे ऐसे कुछ डायरेक्शंस निकल गए हैं कि कोई अगर गवाही दे देता है कि नहीं हमारा यहाँ तक है या कोई उसका कोई प्रूफ नहीं है, तो बहुत सारे एरिया जो है ना कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट में आ रहे हैं। तो वहाँ कैसे वाइल्ड लाइफ का मैनेजमेंट होगा, वहाँ किस तरह का जो है इस तरह की जाएगी, ये बहुत बड़ा समस्या फ्यूचर में आने वाला है। और अभी जो माइनिंग का जो बताए हैं, माइनिंग में आप तो अब लोग देख रहे होंगे हसदो एरिया में खासकर माइनिंग एरिया जो बताया था, ये बहुत ज़्यादा बोन ऑफ कंटेंशन है कि सरगुजा के एरिया जो एलिफेंट के लिए मेन उसका रहवास है, वहीं झारखंड से वहीं आते हैं, उड़ीसा से भी आते हैं और आपस में आते और जाते हैं। तो हसदो अरन एरिया जिसमें बहुत सारे माइंस, लगभग 17-18 बड़ी माइंस वहाँ पर का सैंक्शन हुआ है और 4-5 बड़े माइंस चल रहे हैं। और माइंस के कारण भी उनका बहुत ज़्यादा जो एलिफेंट और इवन दूसरे जो एनिमल्स हैं उनका हुआ है, उनको फिर उनको अपने रहवास से हाथ धोना पड़ा है और वो गांव में भटक के आ रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, इसी तरह से सड़क की बात करें रोड्स की, तो रोड्स में भोरमदेव अभ्यारण्य है, उदंती सीता नदी है और भारतमाला नेशनल हाईवेज के अंतर्गत हमारा टाइगर रिजर्व से भी बहुत सारा जाना पड़ा है। तो देखने में ये सब चीज़ है, लेकिन हमको एनी हाउ वी हैव टू सकम्ब, कुछ ना कुछ हमको करना पड़ता है ताकि डेवलपमेंट को मिले। लेकिन अगर वाइल्ड लाइफ पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखें तो उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा डेट्रीमेंटल हो रहा है। नेक्स्ट, और सबसे बड़ी समस्या जो अभी एलिफेंट के लिए है, एलिफेंट का जो बिजली का तार है, बिजली के तार जो जा रहे हैं वो फॉरेस्ट एरिया में वो बहुत लो हैंगिंग है। लो हैंगिंग के कारण अधिकांश जो होता है वो कभी कभी अगर दोनों पैर उठा के और ट्रंक ऊपर करते हैं तो उनका टच हो जाता है, तो बहुत सारे इलेक्ट्रिक्यूशन से बहुत ज़्यादा लोग मर रहे हैं। हम लोग वी आर फाइटिंग विथ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपार्टमेंट एंड और वहाँ से क्या होता है, फंड का बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। 1600 करोड़ का लगभग फंडिंग का है। आई डोंट नो यहाँ कैसे हो रहा है, लेकिन इसमें हमको जब तक कि इंसुलेटेड वायर नहीं डालेंगे या अंडरग्राउंड केबल नहीं करेंगे तब तक हमारा वो नहीं होगा। तो इसका अभी लेकिन जनरली एक अच्छा प्रोग्रेस हुआ है। कम से कम जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं वहाँ पर जो वायर जा रहे हैं उस वायर को हम लोग अंडरग्राउंड डाल रहे हैं और प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में। लेकिन अभी भी प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज़्यादा उससे सॉल्व नहीं हुआ है, क्योंकि अधिकांश हाथियों का डेथ होता है वो अपना होता है इसमें नॉन फॉरेस्ट एरिया, गांव के एरिया में, और वहाँ पर तार झूलता हुआ रहता है, कम हाइट का रहता है, उससे एलिफेंट उसके टच में आ जाते हैं। तो एक उसका हम लोग एक उपाय किए हैं जो यहाँ भी हो रहा होगा और जगह भी होता होगा। हम लोगों ने पूरे स्टाफ को और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में जितने भी लो हैंगिंग पॉइंट्स हैं जहाँ के एलिफेंट टच हो सकते हैं उनका GPS कोऑर्डिनेट का हम लोग बनाए हैं, गूगल सीट बनाए हैं, पूरा वेरीफाई कराए हैं इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपार्टमेंट से, और अब हमारे दोनों ज्वाइंट होके और रेगुलर उसको हाइट बढ़ाने की कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं ताकि वहाँ पर कम से कम इमीडिएट सॉल्यूशन हो सके। तो एक वो हो रहा है। दूसरा हो रहा है कि जो पोल होते हैं, जो इलेक्ट्रिक पोल, उस पर स्पाइक्स लगाने का है, कटीला रहेगा ताकि वहाँ पर एलिफेंट उसको रगड़े नहीं या उस तरह से उसके टच में नहीं आए। तो एक जो है एक मिनिमम 20 फीट हाइट है। बट मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, मैंने यहाँ बात किया था तो यहाँ शायद 27 फीट रख रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग भी ट्राई करें कम से कम एटलीस्ट 27 फीट हाइट रहे, लेकिन 20 फीट हाइट तो मिनिमम हम लोग एक कर रहे हैं, इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि वहाँ पर आए। और इसी तरह से इलीगल हुकिंग है, जो तार बिछाते हैं उससे भी हो रहा है, करंट लगा के जानबूझ के मारते हैं, उस कारण से आगे ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। नेक्स्ट, और जैसा कि है कि हम लोग यहाँ से हम लोग बोलते हैं कि झारखंड उड़ीसा से आ गया, उड़ीसा बोलता है छत्तीसगढ़ का हाथी आ गया, वहाँ यहाँ का आ गया। वो तो अपने अपने स्टेट में अपना अपना नैरेटिव तैयार करना पड़ता है ताकि वहाँ के लोगों को एक सेटिस्फाई किया जा सके। लेकिन जनरली प्रॉब्लम ये है कि एक लैंडस्केप है, और लैंडस्केप के कारण एक वो हाथी को स्टेट का और का बैरियर नहीं पता है, वहाँ से आते जाते रह रहा है। तो हमको एक लैंडस्केप लेवल पे कैसे एलिफेंट का उसको मैनेज करना है, एक स्टेट लेवल पर नहीं होके उड़ीसा, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़ का एक कंटिन्यूअस, जैसे नक्सलिज्म के लिए कैसे एक टास्क फोर्स बनता था और नक्सली जब यहाँ से भाग के वहाँ जाते थे, वहाँ से तो उसको डील किया गया, हमको एक लैंडस्केप लेवल से यहाँ पर एक सॉल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा, तब हमारा सॉल्यूशन आएगा। नेक्स्ट, सो ये तो मैं बात कर चुका हूँ। नेक्स्ट, हाँ, अब जो है हमें सॉल्यूशन की जो बात कर रहे हैं एलिफेंट के लिए, एलिफेंट का सॉल्यूशन में खासकर एक दो चीज़ जो बहुत अच्छा हम लोगों ने सोचा है कि पहला है कि पहले ट्राई किया कि कोई भी सॉल्यूशन जो है ये डायनेमिक होता है। एलिफेंट के बारे में थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा। कोई भी स्पीसीज को जानने के बारे में हम लोग उसको एज ए मेयर एनिमल समझने से नहीं होगा, हमको उसके बारे में समझना पड़ेगा उसका क्या है। एलिफेंट के देखिए बहुत इंटेलिजेंट जानवर है, उसका स्टडीज बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ है, और हम ह्यूमन से ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट है। कैसे? हमारे पास न्यूरॉन जो है, जो इंटेलिजेंस का दोस्त है कि ब्रेन में जो न्यूरॉन होता है 89 बिलियन न्यूरॉन हम ह्यूमंस के पास है, और एलिफेंट के पास कितना है? लगभग 290 बिलियन न्यूरॉन। तो जो उनको और ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट बनाता है। इवन ब्रेन की बात करें, एलिफेंट का ब्रेन लगभग 5 किलो होता है, ह्यूमन का ब्रेन 1.25 टू 1.4 किलो होता है। तो ब्रेन साइज न्यूरॉन का अगर हम बात करें तो उसमें भी एलिफेंट ह्यूमन बहुत ही ये बनते हैं, मतलब हमारा इक्वल इंटेलिजेंस मान सकते हैं। तो हमको इस पॉइंट से कि हमेशा हमको डायनेमिक सॉल्यूशन सोचते रहना पड़े। हम लोग बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशन ट्राई किए, फेंसिंग ट्राई किए, आँख पर ब्लिंकिंग लाइट का ट्राई किए, बहुत सारे जो इस तरह का जो हनी बी का ट्राई किए, और जगह भी ट्राई हो रहा होगा। कुछ दिन तक आता है, उसके बाद में वो सॉल्यूशन फेल कर जाता है, क्योंकि वो दे एडेप्ट। तो हमको कोई भी नीति बनाना पड़ेगा तो एडेप्टेटिव नीति बनाना पड़ेगा। और एक नेक्स्ट है, हम लोग जो ट्राई कर रहे हैं, एक गज संकेत है। गज संकेत ऐप है जिसके थ्रू क्या होता है कि जीआईएस बेस्ड है, हमारे ऑफिसर और लोगों ने मिल के हम लोग इन हाउस तैयार किया है। उसमें जितने भी लोगों का ग्रुप बना हुआ है, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना हुआ है, सारे जो भी एलिफेंट ट्रैकर्स हमारे पास में हैं, वहाँ के लोकल जो कमिटी के मेंबर्स हैं उनका है, और हमारे ऑफिसर्स हैं। तो कहीं भी एलिफेंट अगर देखा जाता है तो उस जीआईएस उसमें उसका आ जाता है, उसका पूरा इन्फॉर्मेशन फीड हो जाता है जीआईएस में। और हुटर जहाँ भी है आसपास में एआई के माध्यम से कहाँ कहाँ वो उसके मूवमेंट के आधार पर जा सकता है, तो हुटर सायरन बजता है, लगा हुआ है गांव में सायरन बजता है, उस सायरन के आधार पर वहाँ एडवांस अलर्ट हो जाता है, ताकि वहाँ पर लोग पहले से अलर्ट हो जाएं। और इसी कारण इतना डेथ कम हो रहा है, जबकि देखने में ज़्यादा लग रहा है, अदरवाइज बहुत ज़्यादा डेथ होता। ये जो भी डेथ हम लोग दिखलाई पड़ रहा है ह्यूमन डेथ, वो बेसिकली एवरेशन है। लोग को बताने के बाद भी चले जाते हैं, ड्रंकन स्टेट में रहते हैं, या कुछ लोग गांव वाले खुद ही अपने परिवार वालों को चाहते हैं मुआवजा के लिए। कुछ ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स आए हैं कि खुद उनको किए हैं। तो इस तरह से देखा जाए तो पूरे स्टेट में ऐसा होता है। लेकिन ये एलिफेंट गज संकेत ऐप है, बहुत अच्छा, उसके कारण हमारा काम आ रहा है। सोलर फेंसिंग में एक टेंटिकल सोलर फेंसिंग का भी कहीं कहीं चल रहा है, वो सक्सेस हो सकता है। अलग से एलिफेंट के लिए इसीलिए 2 रिजर्व, एलिफेंट रिजर्व अभी नोटिफाई हुआ है, जिसमें लेमरू एलिफेंट रिजर्व है और दूसरा जो है तमोर पिंगला का सरगुजा तमोर पिंगला एलिफेंट रिजर्व है। इसके कारण वहाँ कम से कम एलिफेंट को वहीं उस एरिया में आके, अगर ऐसा हम लोग हैबिटाट बनाना चाह रहे हैं कि उस एरिया में आके एलिफेंट रहे, तो गांव के एरिया में नहीं जाए। और उसका बहुत एग्जाम्पल अभी एलिफेंट रिजर्व तो बना है, लेकिन अभी भी हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि हमारा जो मैनेजमेंट के कारण जो बहुत सारे एलिफेंट जो बादल खोल सेंचुरी में आ रहे हैं, तमोर पिंगला सेंचुरी में पहले से रह रहे हैं, 70-80 एलिफेंट वहाँ जा रहे हैं। तो खासकर जब तक वहाँ हैं तब तक लोग पीसफुल रहते हैं। तो जनरली अपने को ट्राई करना पड़ेगा कि उसको हम लोग अधिकांश से अधिकांश एरिया इस जो एलिफेंट्स हैं और जितने भी एनिमल्स हैं, वाइल्ड एनिमल्स हैं, वो अपने एरिया में कंटेंड रहें। तो उसके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चीज़ हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया है अभी, एक इस बेसिस पे, पॉलिसी बेसिस पे, अभी तो ऑफिंग स्टेज में है, कि कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बनाया जाए। मतलब जैसे एफआरए है, तो एफआरए का है कि एफआरए हम लोग दे दिए हैं, ठीक है, दे दिए हैं। उसको क्या है कि पूरे जंगल में यहाँ वहाँ बिखरे पड़े हैं। उसको एक है कि जितने भी एफआरए लोग हैं उनको एक तरफ शिफ्ट कर दिया जाए और उनको दे दिया जाए, ताकि बचा हुआ एरिया जो है, जिस एरिया में है, वो इनवायलेट रहे, और वहाँ हम लोग एक्सक्लूसिव फॉर एलिफेंट बेयर रहे, और उसको हम लोग कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व के नाम से, जहाँ जहाँ रहता है कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व के नाम से घोषित करें, कुछ लीगल उसको और प्रोटेक्शन दे। तो एक वन ऑफ द वेज ये हो रहा है। वी आर वेरी टफ इन परमिटिंग रोड्स इनसाइड जो है नेशनल पार्क, सेंचुरीज, टाइगर रिजर्व में, उसमें काफ़ी हम लोग को पॉलिटिकल रात का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। लेकिन वी आर वेरी टफ, वी आर नॉट परमिटिंग एनी रोड, न्यू रोड्स इनसाइड नेशनल पार्क, सेंचुरीज, टाइगर रिजर्व. So these are the things I want to conclude. I think I have overstayed my time, but thank you for giving me patient hearing, learning. और बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोगों के साथ बात करने का, यहाँ पर आने का, और ये तो लाइफ टाइम होता है, पता नहीं आपसे फिर कब मिलेंगे. Again, thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. आपने बहुत संवेदनशीलता के साथ बात की, और एलिफेंट्स का जो गज संकेत है छत्तीसगढ़ में, एलिफेंट्स का जो गज संकेत है जो आपने बताया, वो शायद उड़ीसा के लिए भी बहुत काम आएगा, और आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला. थैंक यू सो मच. I'd now like to invite Shri B.K. Patnaik, who is IFS retired, the ex-PCCF and head of Forest Force of Uttar Pradesh. He's going to speak about problems faced by managers when tigers go inside human-dominated areas. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. In fact, I have a very bad throat. When Anup called me, it has told me about almost 15 days before that this conclave is coming. I must come, but from that day, I was all along cut with the laryngitis as well as some kind of this cough and other things. So I was thinking whether I can come and deliver my talk. But anyway, I am also standing in between you and the lunch. So I will be very brief and not going to the details, because details known by everybody. What has happened, you are all listening from the very beginning of this workshop seminar regarding the wildlife conservations and what are the ideal things that's to be done. But the conservation has done a kind of some kind of increase in the tiger population. It's going. Next. It's working. Okay. So the consequence, you can see the increase in the population. Not only population, but we have also have a lot of areas that has been added as the core of conservations in tigers, that is the Project Tiger area. Almost, I think now 53 tiger reserves. 56. Okay, 56 now. So from 2006 estimate, 1411, the number coming to 3682, and India committing to double the tiger in and it has doubled much before the end of the period. And it has as you know, the 77% world population is in the country. But there is a very huge human population. It has, I think, crossed the China, and we have almost now 140 crore people in this country. So the development is very fast, but still then we are able to double our tiger population as well as the conservation areas, and that has also led to a kind of a problem also. Because our forests are not very, you can say, contiguous. Forests have become many fragmented, you can say, in geographical landscape. So a problem of tiger straying has happened. It used to be also earlier, from the time immemorial, there have been problems which the villages in the fringe villages have faced, or those who are living around the forest were faced. But now tigers are straying into the far-flung areas where there is absolutely no forest into those areas, and also straying for a very long time and staying for a long time. For example, in UP, Lucknow and Faizabad, Sarju, where there is absolutely not, and also some Azamgarh, not an inch of forest. The tiger have strayed to that place and have stayed there for a pretty long time. So why they stray? Next slide, please. So why tiger strays? Because the growing population, increased tiger numbers in the reserve and forests, habitat challenges, fragmentation, deforestation, and human encroachment, natural disasters like cyclones and environmental floods and other kind of things that has made tigers to sometimes come away. Short-term straying, that almost short-term straying is almost occurs all around the protected areas and tiger reserves. But there are some long-term straying. Long-term straying when tiger goes for a very long trail, and in such long trail, it goes through the human landscape, because our corridors have been almost fragmented and there is hardly any corridor which has been secured, I will tell. There are corridors we have identified, but they are not sequored yet. So invariably, they, for example, sometimes during Pana, there was a lot of tigers. There was a lot of pressure and the tigers were flowing out, going away. You can imagine a tiger came from that place, about having 300, 400 kilometers, and suddenly appeared in Banaras. Then it crossed Ganges 2 or 3 times. A tiger crossing Ganges and 2-3 times, full-grown tiger, having around 15 centimeter square pug marks. So that tiger came, that strayed entire human landscape. It started from January to about the last trace was on May. Next, please. So for this, there is an SOP. There are 2 SOPs that the NTCA has issued. One SOP is straying to the human landscape and emergency arising out of that to deal with it. So there are certain guidelines for handling tiger straying. Then there are, so who is responsible? That has also been said. Field directors, PA managers and wildlife wardens assign responsibility. And the chief wildlife warden is the overall responsibility. So this also includes some preventive measures, immobilization, and to how to do all these things. So they're very detailed, about 37 page guidelines. Similarly, there is another SOP that is for degradation, tiger depredation of livestock, which usually happens. Tiger comes to the landscape, kills human landscape and kills the cattle. Then people come in large numbers. They make a hue and cry. They take away immediately they will ask the forest department so to give compensation to, and then they will also not allow the tiger to eat that carcass. Consequently, the tiger will half eat it, and then you will kill another cattle. So then out of that, the poisoning and so many other complications happens. So in a way, why I am telling all this background, because ultimately, the entire responsibility has been given to the wildlife managers. He may be from that area. That means he might be if it is a protected area, then he is well equipped. He has some kind of base to manage wildlife. But if it is not a protected area, some kind of revenue areas like Lucknow, etc., there is absolutely very little preparation for and little equipment and everything is other things available. So he faces a huge problem. So what these problems? Next slide, please. So when tiger strays and kills human beings, everything goes haywire. Tremendous pressure on the manager. First eliminate it. No conservation attitude at that time. And very fear, anger, aggression, and they will not allow the, then first thing is how to recover the body. The tiger has killed one, and tiger once killed, it doesn't leave its prey. There will be great congregation. When their body is there, 400, 500 people will come, and very difficult to control the crowds. Next is, why I am telling? No, don't, previous slide. So naturally when tiger comes to landscape, you have your response teams or you have some expertise people. Whether you have it or you request the chief wildlife warden to bring it from some other place in some kind of protected area or a tiger reserve. They come there to track it, to monitor it. So there, hardly your camera traps and other methods helps. I will tell you one incident that has happened in my time. When I was chief wildlife warden in UP, 4 tigers stray to human landscape at a time. And one tiger that I was telling, it came from Banaras. It appeared in Banaras, and ultimately it went to Bahraich after 5 months. And then probably it go to Bardia. When I traced its line, it was a plain straight line. Probably it was going on a long string. When it was going on a long string, it was not leaving even an iota of evidence of killing. It has not killed a single cattle. It was, how it was surviving, it is very difficult. Then when I asked to the experts, they told, when tiger moves in a very long string, and particularly human habitats, it doesn't leave any evidence to attract these scavengers. It takes small animals, eat it at one go, and then leave that place. Because it can't stay, there is not cover, there is nothing else. Whereas only in the month of April, it got a good cover during the winter. Because during the winter there was a fog. Due to the fog, it was very dense and you cannot have that tiger. You can't have the trace it, you can't, people cannot see it. But if it sometimes, however, appears, there is a panic and big hue and cry. So when it happened, in Banaras, the first incident happened that the tiger was in a sugarcane field. When people know it, about 500 people surrounded it. When 500 people surrounded it, but tiger was not coming out. It was staying very coolly in that place. But there are some aberrant people. The protocol says that the district administration will help you. They will declare 144. Why somebody will come? It's very difficult. It's your, aapka bala hai, aap jane. So district administration is very, at that time, because they have not known it, the first incident has not happened so far. So public reaction has not come. The district administration will come into immediate operation when the public reaction will come. And there is one killing or injury. So what happened? There are always some eccentrics. One eccentric person with a spade went, I am going to kill the tiger. People were preventing him, but he was some kind of eccentric. He went there, tiger just pounced upon him, he is gone. Now question arises, he is sitting there, his body is lying there, and tiger is staying there near it. It has not eaten. But people are all around, then how to bring that body? It's a very difficult thing anyway. Somehow we manage, you can't tranquilize in a sugarcane field. So anyway, by some kind of innovative, at that time measures, they use a tractor, take a rope, and then they drag the body somehow. After that, the big reaction. This is what I mean to say, how the crowd reacts. Then we are tracking, the team is tracking, and after him about 200, 300 people will surround him. So how can that person track? Even they go and track the tiger is so naive in its camouflaging. Because in one such incident of tracking that tiger in Lucknow, it happened that tiger, there are about 300, 400 people surrounding it from the villages. And after tracking, we found the pug marks not available after some patch. So then people dispersed away. It was a mustard field. Mustard field, you know, the size must be mustards, must be about hardly 3 feet. But after that, when the people have gone, next evening, in the afternoon when we went there, we found that there is a pug mark to that field where people are surrounding it and again tracing it back. So I mean to say how it camouflages well, that 500 people around a mustard field are there, but they are not unable to locate the tiger. How naively it has camouflaged. But that's the question arises that there is a lot of challenges. Then what happens? Political pressure. Immediately after the tiger starts killing persons or injures persons, then the politicians, local politicians will immediately put a pressure. You eliminate it or capture it. And whenever you give some warnings and other things, it happens that, because I am telling there's a lot of, I can see the field persons are sitting here. They must all are having some way or other, they will, either in future they will have that experience or might have that experience already. So what happens immediately? That immediate reaction of the local politicians to eliminate the tiger. And very peculiar things happen. I have seen in one case, the MLA, he took a full mala, there was an assembly session, and sat before the assembly. Let the tiger be killed immediately, because it has already, some persons has gone approach that and the tiger has killed it. So what I mean to say is there is a lot of pressure politically, because although they have equal role in having the conservation, but unfortunately it comes to people fast, because that is the vote. Tiger has nothing to canvass itself for voting. So that's what the political pressure comes in. Then influence of NGOs and conservation, this is mixed. Because there are very good NGOs which help us. Everybody knows. They are very dedicated. I have seen when the tiger was tranquilized in one case, and it was the wildlife, so I think it was Wildlife Society of here, there is a veterinarian. They have come with their vehicles. At that time, Lucknow mein, UP mein, very few, because immediately separation had happened, and there was absolutely no preparedness. Even there was not case also, leave alone the expertise. Only one doctor was there who can tranquilize. But he is also to see the Jew only. Apart from Jew, he has to go and tranquilize it. That also affects his duties. So that's exactly, yes. Then what happened, because such kind of situation happens, and immediately the government also sometimes very unresponsive and unsupportive. The government wants immediately you assert order for killing that, even if it is not a fit case for giving an order to destroy the animal. Next is shortage of skilled person. You don't have the skilled person, so you have to bring somewhere else. They come and acclimatize. By that time, the tiger has moved to another place, then you have to chase and follow it. Then, I have already told lack of experienced veterans. Almost every state, there is not a permanent cadre except very few states. Then inadequate equipment and training. So people don't have equipment and training. I am happy now I learned that in UP, at one point of time, when there was no case, no sufficient equipments, even tranquilizing drugs was not there, but now they have drones and other things to And there is recently a case in Lucknow where a tiger has come for last 3 months, 2 months. Anyway, they are tracking it. But the problem is our people are not used to use that certain kind of equipment. If you have a drone, but there is no experience of how a drone will track it. The drone tracking is very recent. And so you need a training, you need all kind of equipments and all those things. Next. Then compensation is delayed because we don't have a mechanism to immediately compensate. So somehow the states who immediately compensate some 20,000 rupees or 25,000 rupees that we have devised in UP and many other places also that has been devised fast before the body if there is a death, so that to give something so that crowd is immediately satisfied. Next please. So this is naturally then for this how when they call tiger make a depredation of domestic animals. So naturally the public anger, then they will not allow the carcass to be taken away, the carcass to be eaten away by tigers. So these are the things, the problem a manager has to face. Next please. So preparedness for future. So that is a predictive analysis of risk areas. Because if a tiger is coming to a particular area, we identify the risk areas. But when tiger is coming after a long time, maybe it has come today, it will come after another 5 years, 6 years. By that time, the staff and everything who has trained, they must be going to somewhere else. And if you train a staff only and permanently engage it for this kind of work, without job rotation, he doesn't feel very interested in that. So this is also an inherent problem, how you have to manage the people, the response teams, how to bring it immediately, how to put them in operation. Next please. Okay, so I want to end it here because I'm over the time of 22 in place of 20 minutes to 25 minutes. But what I will say to all the managers sitting here, you must be prepared for it to make the operations in time. For example, you have to put a cage. If you want to put a cage, then there is a time schedule. Time schedule means you have to put 4 o'clock before, all the cat layers, whatever it you have to do those operations before the sunset. If you are not prepared for that, you are going for a bet. You are going to move a case, you don't have the equipment and somehow some other staff has gone away. So these are all logistics that a manager has to be prepared, and this is the solution. Otherwise, a case happened in Lakhimpur Kheri. They have got a bet, they brought it as usual. It was dark in the evening, they have used torch lights. While they were going to put the bed, the tigers waiting somewhere had jumped and took the bed. So this situation also happens. What I mean to say, that we have to have all preparedness and we have to deploy. Nobody will help you. You have to have your kind of intelligent, then approaching people. Don't go away from the people. You approach the people. Because what happened, in Lakhimpur Kheri, it so happened, a tiger, they were not allowing, it has killed one person and nobody allowing forest department. They came to beat us. But then next another incident happened. There was a lady and tiger start attacking, but fortunately she was not killed, and then people got her. We sent immediately our vehicles and took her to the hospital, and the whole antagonism it changed in our favor. So this is how you have to manage at the situation. So anyway, thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Very interesting to hear about the challenges faced by managers and the forest department. Now it's my great pleasure to call Dr. Padma Mohanty to speak. She's the DIG of Forests, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India. She's going to talk about wildlife conservation in the context of the growing human dimensions that we have in India. Thank you, Dr. Mohanty.
Thank you. Esteemed panel, respected Bharadwaj sir, B.K. Patnaik sir, Anup Naik sir, Prem Kumar sir, all the seniors of the dais, the academia, the officers in uniform on to my left, the students, teachers, people from the civil society organizations and everyone else. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ବିନମ୍ର ନମସ୍କାର ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଆଉ ଥରେ କହିବା ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଜୋରେ କହିବା and when we speak as speakers we don't like to see empty chairs but unfortunately it is lunch time as BK Patnaik sir said, so I would like to keep my talk very short. And thanks Neha, sorry I forgot to mention you in my beginning of my talk, so please be my timekeeper and please tell me when I complete 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I will stop. So I am totally at a disadvantage today being a repeat speaker. Last time also I was here and to a repeat audience, much more intelligent and much more informed than me. And I am the last speaker of today's forenoon where a lot has been spoken on wildlife, on human dimensions, on human-wildlife conflict. Thank you, sir, for taking me down the memory lane to Periyar, where I started my career, and which I feel is a professional pilgrimage for me. Because as a human being, I reinvented myself when I got posted to Periyar. Thank you, thanks a lot, sir, and now I fall short of words as to how to go about. But yes, Jagannath mo baam pate basi chanti, to Jagannath ko to start karibi. Jagannath amara ishta, amara rajyara devata. And if you ask me about human dimensions of conservation, I feel Jagannath is the ultimate science. Jagannath is the ultimate truth. And the best and the foremost lessons of conservation, I think if you ask me, I have learned from being a Odia and being born in this pious land of Odisha. Our Jagannath kora jodi culture ko ame samikha kariba, we find lot of human dimensions in the Jagannath culture. Kemiti tike dekhiba. Jagannath Darura Devata, he's made out of neem, and this particular aspect proves that Jagannath culture is not different from conservation. The Trinity seated on the platform, Jagannath, Balabhadra, Subhadra, black, white and yellow, talks about irrespective of caste, creed, color and religion, we are all same and we are all on the same platform. Talk about gender equality. Subhadra, guarded by her two brothers, again sitting on the same platform, speaks about the respect that being a woman, she gets, being equal to her two brothers and protected by both of them. Talk about the transmigration of soul. Jagannath culture tells us that nothing is permanent. Even the Lord dies. Bhagavan bhi janti, tankara deha tyaga karanti, but the soul is immortal. So there is a transmigration of soul. Soul never dies. And that is where, when the soul transmigrates and goes to a new body, that is where sustainability comes. Because as a generation, after maybe 30, 40, 50 years, none of us would be there. But it is our responsibility to pass on the baton to the next generation, to those kids who are sitting in front, in the middle row. I think we need to pass on the planet to them in a sustainable manner, and that is where Jagannath culture teaches us the rules of sustainability. When the Sustainable Development Goals were framed in an international forum with a lot of member countries participating and deciding on the Sustainable Development Goals, I, coming from a very small town from the state of Odisha, I feel that all the sustainable goals have their bearing in our own state, in our own culture. And I can relate to the sustainable development goals having been brought up in this pious land of Odisha and being enlightened by our culture. Sustainable development goals, left side people in uniform, my friends, young friends in uniform, and right side, the school students in uniforms. How many sustainable goals, development goals are there? 17. Shall we narrate all the goals? Shall we talk about the goals? I may forget. When I forget, you have to remind me. If it is okay, let's start. Number 1, reduce poverty. Odisha re 12 mas re 13 jatra. That proves that we as Odiyas, even when we in this poverty, we still aim to reduce poverty. Zero hunger. Number 2, 56 ta bhoga. Health and well-being. 3rd, Jagannath ko jara hue, jara hela pare rath re basi rath jatra dekhiya ko janti. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. As I said, Subhadra sitting on a platform with the 2 brothers talks about gender equality. Number 6, kono? Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Last time when I was standing here on this platform, I was talking about Lord Krishna lifting the Govardhan Giri. And another aspect of Lord Krishna is when the Yamuna was polluted and the Kaliya Naga was spewing poison into the Yamuna river, Lord Krishna did the Kaliya Dalan. And that was precisely what he did to stop the pollution in river Yamuna. But he was a benevolent protector. He didn't kill the Kaliya Naga. He just left him with a censure. So that is how even the clean water and sanitation is so much a part of our consciousness and our Sanatan Dharma. Number 7, affordable energy, solar mission. We talk about affordable energy and solar mission. Number 8, workplace, a decent workplace and economic growth. Number 9, industry, infrastructure and innovation. Number 10, equality, reduced inequalities. Number 11, sustainable cities and sustainable communities. Like, so, ame jetebele sustainable development kotha kohuchu, then sustainable cities and communities is very important. The human connect is very important. Ajika date re jo mane choto pila achanti, and the Gen Z, I think you all are the Gen Z. My daughter talks about the Gen Z where, you were born with mobile phones. We were not born with mobile phones. We had a lot of time to play, a lot of time to connect, and a lot of time to connect with the community around. Amma bele thila je ପିଲାମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ କରିବା ମେଳି ବର ଓହଳରେ ଖେଳିବା ଦୋଳି. That was our concept of ବଣଭୋଜି. But today's concept of ବଣଭୋଜି has been really like lot of improvisations has gone into it, and we go for ecotourism and we concretize our forests in the name of ecotourism. So I think over the generations the concepts have changed. The simple things have become very, very high profile. A lot of technology has come into it. But with that, do you think we are going in the right direction of sustainability? So that is number 11. Number 12 is sustainable consumption and production. If you see jo 56 bhoga jo Jagannath kar achi, I wonder if there is anything that comes from outside. Everything is self-produced. Everything is produced in this land. And that is how sustainable consumption and production, the lost cultivars which form so much a part of our biodiversity, is also important. 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice, and institutions. And 17 is partnership. So all these sustainable development goals are so much ingrained into our psyche as Odiyas that we don't need to look outside. And as I last time said that, man makes laws and laws do not make man. We have lot of laws. We have lot of international protocols. I will talk about one more international protocol which is quite new, the NBSAP, National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan, which was formulated in 2022 as a part of the UN CBD. And NBSAP, jemti 17 sustainable development goals achi, semti NBSAP re 23 targets are there. And there are 4 goals and 3 objectives. gotte first objective vela to reduce biodiversity loss. The second objective is to grow together, the thinking and growing together, and third is how to achieve it. And that is what our topic says, is wildlife conservation in the face of changing human dimensions. Human population is also growing. By 2050, we will have 1.5 billion in India, and wildlife population is also increasing. We had lot of figures, lot of people speaking about the tigers increasing, the leopards, tigers increasing by 6%, leopards by 8%, and elephants increasing, everything is, the crocodiles increasing. So human population increasing and wildlife population increasing. Where is the bridge? How do we do it? We have lot of protocols. The UNCCD talks about global land reclamation by 2040 to 50%. We have by 2030. The Cuming protocol says that by 2030 all this has to be achieved. We have protocols, we have timelines, but how do we do it? Where is the wherewithal? It can only happen when we think globally but act locally. So local action is very important. And just to update Bhardwaj sir, when I was in Kerala, we have this state action plan for climate change. We have the national action plan for climate change. But as Director Environment, we started this movement of local action plan for climate change, where the climate change was taken into the local micro plans of our EDCs and VSSs, to the Panchayat district plans. So long as we don't take these national and international targets to the local action plans and the local people, then I don't think we can ever achieve these targets. Although they are beautiful, they're high-flying, they're backed by laws, they're backed by timelines, we cannot do it. And then, if you talk about where do you conserve this biodiversity? You talk about wildlife. I think I told last time that I was telling Bhardwaj sir that tigers have estranged me, so has wildlife. So I don't talk much about wildlife now. I talk about biodiversity. And we say, when we talk about biodiversity, we have only 6% wildlife in our protected areas. 6% of area is under the protected area network. Then where do we look for the rest of the 24%? Because the target Cuming protocol says that by 2030, 30% of our area should be under the protected area network. So there is something called OECM, other effective area based conservation measures. So if we have to mainstream biodiversity into the human dominated landscapes, which is the only solution at present, then we have to look for these landscapes outside the protected area network. They could be industrial areas, they could be wetlands, they could be coasts, they could be rivers, they could be mud flats, they could be sand dunes, they could be mangroves, they could be agro-biodiversity. We have 22 agro-biodiversity hotspots in the whole world. In India, I think we have 22 agro-biodiversity hotspots. And if you talk about the wetlands, there are 231,000 wetlands mapped in India, which covers around 1.5 lakh square kilometers. Talk about the coasts. We have around 1.1 lakh square kilometers of the coastal areas. We have mud flats, we have sand dunes. The mud flats are the ones which dissipate the wave energy. And when we talk about affordable energy, wave energy is the in thing now. And these are the mud flats which help the sand dunes from, which protect the sand dunes. And why sand dunes are important? Sand dunes are important because they are the greatest defense against our storms, tsunamis, and cyclones. So if you ask me what is the need of the hour today, Ajikara date re ammuku darkar kon, I feel that it is knowledge. Just knowledge. And as I was talking to Bhardwaj sir, such conclaves by the Green Earth Forum should not happen once in a year. It should happen 12 times a year. So we should have more of environmental satsangs, more of environmental brainstormings to decide, to ponder upon our actions. And more we take conservation from the academia, from the scientists, from the forest officials to the common man. And when we don't need to tell the common man has knowledge. The common man has a lot of traditional knowledge. But if we add economics to conservation and present it to the common man, then the common man will understand why this is important, why a dolphin is important over a mega project, why a wetland should not be reclaimed in the name of tourism, why the sand dunes are important, why the mud flats are important, why olive ridley turtles are important, as Siddhant Dasar in the morning said, why tigers are important. Tigers are not important because they're beautiful looking creatures. They're important because tiger conservation can directly be equated to water conservation. So these are this is what I personally feel, taking science to the masses, taking conservation to the masses, and the best public policy is one which addresses to the concerns of the people who are affected by it. So we always, and most important, educate our policy makers. Because most of our policies in India, they're top down. And when it is top down, I think I was attending some meeting and it was told that why do we, please tell me the time, please tell me when I have to stop. Why do we need more forest in Odisha? Odisha has 37% of forest under forest cover. But, sure sir. But when we go back and we introspection is more important. We need to introspect a lot. Jagannath, ame mo pila dine gote mor jejema gote mate sabale gote kavita sikhouthila, satta kahibaku kiyan daribi, satta kahi male pache maribi. Right? I don't think you people would be knowing this. This is not the Gen Z type of poetry. This was taught to me by my grandfather. So the truth cannot be reversed. So when we talk about 37% of forest at this point, as per the reports in Odisha, what was the species composition 30 years back? How much of sal forest was there 30 years back? How much of sal forest is there now? How much of the mother trees have been lost? There is a book called Looking for the Mother Tree. So that is what we need to ask ourselves. And as people who have been bestowed by the Almighty with this important and beautiful job of conserving the forest, I think if we don't ask, then who's going to ask? Aaj jodi ame jinsota ko samikha karibani, nobody is going to ask, because once something is lost, it is very difficult to, a bridge can be recreated, a house can be recreated, an elephant lost cannot be recreated, a human life lost cannot be recreated. So we need to conserve both humans and also the wildlife dimensions. I was reading, just before speaking, I was reading something on my mobile. It says 454 human deaths have happened in 2024 of elephant attack. And 1.19 million people lose their lives on roads out of road accidents. Still we ask for more roads. Still we ask for more highways. So what have the poor elephants done? And while talking about Dhenkanal, I think Siddhant Dasar was talking about Dhenkanal. That Dhenkanal is a beautiful story where a group of 60 to 70 elephants have to cross a national highway, they have to cross a railway line, and they have to cross an irrigation channel to go to the other side. And the elephants wait for 4 o'clock when people in uniform, like my friends sitting here, stop the highway traffic, form a human chain in khaki, and only when the elephant sees the human chain in khaki, the elephant feels that they are safe, and they get a safe passage and they pass. And that's a beautiful, beautiful example of human-wildlife connect. And I'm so proud, I think Prem Kumar sir said, I'm so proud of being in the Forest Service, where, nobody praises us. Many times we get proposals where, proposals are placed on mud flats, proposals are placed on sand dunes, proposals are placed on wetlands and peatlands. And when we reject those proposals or we say no, then we are branded as anti-development, right? And every time that happens, I pat myself and I give a pat to me, saying that, every day I fight my battle of discontentment and fear. And every day I stand undefeated. And it's true for all of you who are holding the batons of conservation. The civil society organizations, the academia, the people who are the think tanks behind conservation, the retired officials, even after retirement, who are contributing to conservation, and gender in conservation, women in conservation. I'll just like to reflect what Swami Vivekananda said. He said, with 500 men, the upheaval of India will take 50 long years. Give me 5 such women and I will prove it in 5 weeks. And that is the beauty of having more women in conservation. And that reminds me of a wonderful poetry, sir. I'll end with that. That is from the film Pink, and it's very dear to me. It says that, "Tu khud ki khoj mein nikal, tu khud ki khoj mein nikal, tu kis liye talash hai, tu chal teri वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है." जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियाँ, we face discontentment every point of our career, every point of our life. So जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियाँ, समझ ले उनको वस्त्र तू, ये बेड़ियों को पिघल के बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू. Make them, whatever criticism you get, make them your weapons, and turn every threat into opportunity. And the last thing which I like about this poetry, the last paragraph, it's about women. It says, "चुनर उड़ा के ध्वज बना, चुनर उड़ा के ध्वज बना, गगन भी कप कपाएगी, अगर तेरी चुनर गिरी तो एक भूकंप आएगी, तो एक भूकंप आएगी, तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल तेरी वजूद को समय की भी तलाश है, समय की भी तलाश है." So we have to march forward despite all discontentment, despite criticism, and only then the time will remember what we have contributed as a community to conservation. Thank you for inviting me here, and wonderful listening to everybody, and wonderful speaking here, sir. And thanks to Anup Naik, sir, for inviting me for the second time. It's very difficult when I come here as a second speaker. I have not much to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Padma. I think if anyone was feeling sleepy, they've woken up after hearing your lovely speech and the poetry and all your philosophy. Thank you so much. We are going to break for lunch now.
No, there will be a felicitation.
Okay.
So thank you all the technical chair and invited speakers. Now I'd like to invite Dr. S.N. Patra, President, Odisha Environment Society, to felicitate Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, IFS, ex-principal Chief Conservator of Forest, HOFF, Kerala. So please. Dr. S.N. Patra, President, Odisha Environment Society. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Jai Krishna Panigrahi, Working President, Odisha Environment Society, to felicitate Shri Prem Kumar, IFS, Additional PCCF, Government of Chhattisgarh. Dr. Jai Krishna Panigrahi. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Asutosh Samanta Singhar, IFS, Tamil Nadu PCCF, to felicitate Sri Bijay Kumar Patnaik, retired IFS, ex-principal Chief Conservator of Forest and HOFF, Uttar Pradesh. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Suresh Mishra, IFS Odisha, to felicitate Dr. Padma Mahanti, IFS, DIG of Forests, MOEF and CC, Government of India. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Anup Naik, Chairman OWC, to felicitate Ms. Neha Sinha, the Conservation Partnership WWF India, New Delhi. Thank you all. We will now break for half an hour. There will be a lunch break. Then we'll meet for technical session 2 and a panel discussion. Thank you. And there will be a live painting competition from 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. The participants who are taking part in live painting, please go to the venue at 2:30 p.m.
FF Odisha. I would like to invite session co-chair Sri Vikas Ranjan Das, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Odisha. Now I would like to request to invite our invited speaker for the technical session 2 on the theme Wildlife Conservation in Context of Growing Human Dimensions. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pratyush Prakash Mahapatra, Scientist E, Geological Survey of India, Kolkata. His topic is Setting Conservation Priorities for Lesser Known Fauna, a roadmap for biodiversity protection. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Nitish Kumar, IFS, DFO, Angul Forest Division, Angul, Odisha. His topic is Innovative Approaches to Human-Wildlife Conflict, a Strategic Overview. And next, I would like to invite Srimati Anshu Pragya Das, DFO, Hirakud Wildlife Division, Sambalpur, Odisha. Now I would like to invite Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh to come to the dais. He is posted as DA4 Raurkela. Please, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jasavanta Sethi, DA4 Raurkela. Please, sir. Dr. Jasavanta Sethi works as DA for Raurkela Forest Division, Raurkela. His topic is Artificial Intelligence for Elephant Conservation, Smart Solution for a Wild Future. Now I would request to Sri Suresh Chandra Mahanti to continue the event, technical session 2. Please, sir. I would like to hand over the mic. Sri Suresh Chandra Mahanti, please, sir.
Friends, I can't proceed without offering my compliments to my good friend Dr. Anup Nayak for organizing such a grand spectacle of a seminar. He obviously has imagined, has thought it big, and is very strong in intent. And then hats off to Dr. Prakash Jena, who has assembled the nitty-gritties of this organization and must have put in tireless efforts to conduct this conclave. But what is the outcome of this thing? What is it going to be? What is in our mind? So we have been hearing these things, the human dimension in the wildlife conservation areas. I have a very drastic opinion myself. I am an old timer. My time is past some 13, 14 years back. But if we are dedicating an area for wildlife conservation and call it a sanctuary, Why at all should there be human dimension there? Why can't the humans be relocated? As somebody was saying, this human dimension is no science at all. We are basically talking of some scientific approach to wildlife conservation. And somebody was quoting the Upanishads, which says, don't steal from others. The forest belongs to the wildlife. Why should we steal from that? Why at all should humans? As if there is no land available for the humans. There is plenty of land, plenty of land. Wherever there is a project, resettlement is a part of the project. It's a fact of life. If there is an industrial project, there is a road project, the railway line, people are resettled. And if there is a conservation project, why can't people be resettled? In Simlipal, where I was there long time back, there are just 4 villages in the core area, on account of which it could not be notified as a national park for last 50, 60 years. Those 4 villages are not being relocated. Those villagers are not wanting to stay there. They are second, third generation. They are very unhappy to be there. But there is some political interest which makes them stay there. Why can't we grapple the problem? And there is something called tenure. Everybody has some kind of a tenure in the forest area, even in the wildlife areas. The Supreme Court has adjudicated nothing shall be removed from the sanctuaries, not even dead timber, not even grass, they say. Not even grass can be removed from the sanctuaries. But day in, day out, in the name of dead timber, fallen timber, we are extracting timber from the sanctuaries. We are extracting bamboo from the sanctuaries. Man goes, the trucks go, the mulias go, and they do all kinds of nefarious activities. Why can't we dedicate certain areas, say 10%, 5%, whatever, we have 5% we say in our country, which is sanctuary. Can we not leave aside those 5% and take out all humans from there? Shall man be there as a pest everywhere? This is my own personal view. But the seminar topic is something else. What is that human dimension? And what are we doing for that? With all these 60 years of wisdom, we have hit upon something called ecotourism. Then we have something called the eco-development, livelihood issues, conferring some livelihood, in the name of livelihood, providing some ecotourism. But is that adequate? There is no limit to man's greed. And we are compensating people who are protecting the ecosystem services, like water flow, etc. We are giving them some cash. Oh, you are allowing the water to flow out, so we are giving them cash. But that will not ensure survival of the wildlife. When today's person comes out of the house, he comes in a fatfati. He has a motorcycle. He just leaves his house on a motorcycle. There are schools. There are wide roads. Then buses ply on those roads. Ration goes in trucks. So when everything goes, how can the wild animal breed? How can it stay? How can it feel safe? How can biodiversity be there? How can gene pool be maintained? You know, there is so many interlinkages. They are bound to be disturbed. So it is a pipe dream that we are holding such seminars to protect the human dimension and also pay lip service to the cause of conservation. That will not take us anywhere. We have to fix our priorities right. Wildlife conservation in certain areas, then we have to forget about the human life. Human life has 95% of the area in our country. 95% is non-sanctuary area. Let us forget those 5% area, truly set it apart. And in the rest of the forest areas, we can do all these things. But with primacy, with real priority being fixed to wildlife conservation. As somebody was telling, wildlife and biodiversity. In today's context of climate change, they only will thrive. The humans will be decimated. If this global warming exceeds by another 0.5 degrees Celsius, there is no hope for human survival. No adaptation technique will be sustainable. So the situation is very stark. I think this kind of a seminar or a conclave should have only one objective. We should create, let this organization brace it up to create more and more such persons like Dr. Prakash Jena, more and more such live wires, activists who have fire in the belly, who will try to go out and do something in the cause of wildlife and take the issue head on, not just play second fiddle. Such persons in large numbers are necessary to be created. So let us start today's proceedings, second session. And we have just 80 minutes. And there are 3 speakers as I gather. So 25 to 26 minutes at the most. After 20 minutes, we'll give a signal, and 27 minutes. I request the speakers to limit their presentation to 27 minutes at the most. Thank you.
The session is for 1 hour. We are having 3 speakers. Now I would request all the speakers to limit their discussion to 20 minutes, including interaction by the audience also. Thank you all. I would request the anchor to call the name in sequence, which to present first.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra, Scientist E, Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata. His topic is setting conservation priorities for lesser known fauna, a roadmap for biodiversity protection. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear friends, and some students are here also. Yeah, so from today morning, like we are hearing about lots of big wildlife, and it's time to remember that there are lots of small animals which are really, means we hardly pay any attention to them. So in my slide, my first slide is a snake. So because I work on snakes, and snakes are in conflict with humans than any other wildlife, but it is being neglected too much. So we also need to think about snakes, their conflict and other things, but I'm here in my slides, I'll be mostly presenting about some priorities about lesser known fauna in small mammals and reptiles, amphibians, and what can be done in Odisha context. I belong to, like I'm a scientist in Zoological Survey of India, so where our main role is to explore and identify species, that is to do taxonomy. So our role is to find out species in different habitats, keep record of how many species are being discovered, and to maintain a database of the species occurring in India. And also to look for the conservation, any conservation priority for the lesser known species also, because we have our sister institution, Wildlife Institute of India, who is dealing with the larger animals, but we look into all smaller groups, starting from like mammals to protozoa. So as I told you, our main role is to document the faunal species in India. In India, we have currently more than 1 lakh species, 1,04,000 species, and this year there have been some like 300 plus additions into the list. And so this list also keeps on changing with addition of new species, new discoveries and all. And we all know about the biogeographic zone classifications made by Roger Panver, which was basically to plan for the protected area network in the country. And so in that, we also keep recording the number of species like in different biogeographic zones, which gives like some clarity about the species assemblies in different ecosystems. And coming to Odisha, we have like 3 biogeographic zones in Odisha. We have a major chunk in Chotanagpur Plateau, 6B, and 6C Eastern Highlands. Then we have a smaller portion, a lower Gangetic Plain, or 7B, and the East Coast. So why I'm saying the significance of this is we have lots of unique species in those small biogeographic provinces. For example, when talking about lower Gangetic Plain, we have certain species of snakes which are not found, and other reptiles which are not found in the Eastern Highlands or in the Chotanagpur Plateau. We have certain species of endemic geckos which are found in Chotanagpur Plateau. For example, in the Simlipal, Hadgad, Kuldia, that area, that locality, Keonjhar locality, and it is not found in Eastern Ghats or the Eastern Highlands.
So we have also some species which are endemic to Eastern Ghats, which are not found in Chota Nagpur Plateau. So why I'm saying all these, because when we are planning conservation, like when during conservation planning, so these things have some, for example, confiscation of animals from one part of the area, and as a forest manager, our main role is to like release them back. Okay.
Excuse me. Poster presentation on senior level is going on. If the participant is here, please go there and attend.
Thank you. Yeah, so all these has relevance, and we need to know these nitty-gritties things in that. And coming to mammals, like we always talk about tigers, elephants, and these are like bigger animals. And in Odisha, we have like 104 species of mammals, and most of them are smaller mammals. And among them also there are some like medium-sized mammals on which like our attention is very less. For example, the small clawed otter, which is very much in eastern India, for a long period of time, this has never been reported. So although they were in almost all areas, like starting from Simlipal, in Hadgad, in Kuldiha, in all the like Eastern Ghats area, and you can unmistakably find the indirect evidences like their poop, which is mostly comprises crabs. It is everywhere, it is evident. Lots of like Britishers, like during that time also, lots of great scientists who had surveyed these areas, but they have missed it. I don't know why. So in that way, like in 2014, we recorded it for the first time in the eastern India, and before that it was only known from Northeast India or the Southeast Asia and Western Ghats, and it was considered as a disjunct species, which is found like there is a big gap in between. But now people are finding it in many areas, so maybe because of camera traps and other things, like these species are now getting discovered. Another interesting species, the Eurasian otter. So recently I went through a paper which talks about first report of Eurasian otter from Odisha, from Sundargarh. It came through a camera trap, but it has already been reported in early 1867 by Jedon, but it was in a different name. It was Lutra, means the Lutra has been recorded as Lutra Nair. So that is a synonym now. So our role is, as a taxonomist, we always look into the deeper of a name, like go deep into a name. So although it was recorded as Lutra Nair, but this Lutra Nair is actually Lutra, it's Eurasian otter. So it has already been reported. So, and it has been reported from Chilka. So like this, there are many small rats, mice, and maybe some shrews. So these are the species which never got attention in Odisha. So in 2021, we recorded one species, Anderson shrew. So this is again interesting. Its type locality, it's central India, but it is very much there in Odisha, and it is mostly found in the forested areas. And also, we got another interesting species. There is a shrew, white-toothed shrew, Crossidura species, so which is found in evergreen forests, like semi-evergreen forests in Odisha. So that had been reported in Northeast India, and its presence is also there in Barbara, in Simlipal, and some semi-evergreen forest patches. So these are the things also we need to look for. Who knows, like there may be some interesting species, maybe a species new to science also. Then in Odisha also we have another problem with mammals. We have seen like 2 mammal species already extinct, locally extinct in the state. So one is the Barasinga. Although this is a very wonderful project, conservation project elsewhere in like in Madhya Pradesh, but in Odisha we lost it, like, and I think on record in 1992, I think the last one was seen. Same with the wild buffalo, the last one being rescued from Koraput in 2011, which was brought to Nandankanan, but unfortunately it also died. So these 2 species are locally extinct. Like that, there are many species actually. When we talk about reptiles, we have like Bata gurbaska. It is also locally extinct, and we'll talk about that. Then we have also tried to like record some of the species like in different protected areas, maybe for the managers in one of our publication. I have shown that. Traits, I did not have to talk about traits, all the traits we know, but still the pet trade, like for pet, people are keeping otters in some remote part of like Koraput or maybe in Phulbani, some area. Lots of hunting methods, many traditional hunting methods are also still still practiced in the state. So these are the things, and lots of things like poaching and other things are also there. So in future perspectives about mammals, so I'm just trying to set up some priorities. So maybe I thought like this is the right forum to plan out something, maybe to have some action plans ready so that we can work on these in future. So maybe Barasinga wild buffalo reintroduction is possible, like with our with a good habitat in the state, if we can secure. So then these things are possible. Documentation of small mammal, this needs attention, and we need to like do that. And state level action, conservation action plan for threatened species of mammals, that should be done in priority. And as I said, like in JDSI, we still discovering new animals, like one new species of shrew has been discovered, then one macaque, like a monkey, new species also that is possible. So it has been discovered by some of our scientists, and like that. So then coming to reptiles, so out of like 758 species of reptiles known in India, so Odisha is home to 132 species. I don't know, slides, some problem while getting here, but anyway. So Odisha has 132 species, and in last 5-10 years, some 8-9 species of reptiles have been added to the checklist. I'll be coming to that. And reptiles are again a subject in which like lots of work to do. There are new species every year coming up, like in an average 30 new species of reptiles every year from India. And so there are lots of scopes to work on the reptiles of Odisha as well. I'll show you the Odisha list. And again, one major group of animal, the turtle, freshwater turtle, and even tortoises. We have 2 species of tortoises and 17 species of turtles, including marine ones. So all the turtles are, almost all the turtles are threatened. So, and their population is declining rapidly. So there are many areas where there were turtles, so now those areas are, there is no turtle. Maybe it is something to do with the poaching, or it's something to do with habitat degradation. So we need lots of lots of students to work on turtles, especially the conservation and other things. And here we have another 2 interesting species of turtles actually. One is Nilsonia lethi, which we have a historical report in 1974 from Balimela Reservoir, and after that there is no report. But in last 2 years, like we found a good population in Conclave Valley National Park. So in Conclave Valley National Park, this lethi turtle is in a good number. I can say good number in the sense they are inhabiting the streams in Conclave Valley National Park. So we counted one time during the Maga census we conducted there. So we counted some 12 like lethi in that area. So Chhattisgarh has a good population of lethi, though historically it was also reported from Bilaspur. So in Conclave Valley National Park, there is a good population. So in Odisha, we need to find out a population of lethi. And also we have another turtle species, Pelochelis cantori, which was once rescued from Kalahandi, but and it was released in Karlapat Wildlife Sanctuary, but after that there is no record. Earlier in 70s, it was reported from Bhitarkanika also. Then one species in focus, which is vanishing like anything, this is the yellow monitor lizard. So yellow monitor lizard was once least concern as per the IUCN Red List assessment, but in the last assessment, it was considered to be endangered because their population from many areas have declined and they become locally extinct from Bangladesh, maybe from Nepal also. But Odisha has a small population. In the northern part of Odisha, we have like fairly good population of yellow monitor lizard. Yellow monitor lizards invariably face the same threat as Bengal monitor lizard, but as their population is low in comparison to Bengal monitor lizard, so they are facing like a threat to extinction in our state. Then these are some of the species like we have discovered in last couple of years from Odisha. So there is a gecko on the top right, Hemidactylus paucifasciatus. I was talking about one Chotanagpur endemic species. So this is a large gecko which is found in the northern Odisha, only in northern Odisha, endemic to Odisha only. And the juvenile and adult color are completely different. So this is one interesting species as per us. and evolutionary also very unique species. Then we have Sitana sushili, so one species of agamid lizard, ground-dwelling agamid lizard. That's also quite like it is distributed almost throughout the state, and we have two species of such fan-throated lizard. You can see the fan on the throat, and we have another gecko, large bodied hemidactylus gecko, and a very tiny gecko, so maybe one of the smallest gecko. This is Hemiphilodactylus minimus. So I would like to highlight here this species we got from Ganjam, and from a small patch of forest in a temple. And interestingly, that particular species, like this is the first species from Odisha, this small tiny gecko, and it is only restricted to those 7-8 mango trees in a temple. So just imagine, like our thorough survey in other areas also, it is not there. So some kind of, like, in the name of beautification, if something is done in that temple particularly, so then this species is going to vanish. So we may be losing this species, but like we discovered this species in 2014, described in 2021. So now recently, last year, I visited the same area, but I found it like some half a kilometer away from that. So that's why. So another species of vine snake, then one frog which is found endemic to Eastern Ghats, then Sicilian, another species. It looks like earthworm, but this is an amphibian, Gigineophis orientalis. So these are some of the species which have been discovered from the state. And threats and challenges, I'm also not going to talk much about these. Hatha jodi, another problem with the monitor lizard, Hemipenis. So that is again like in Odisha, it was a problem with monitor lizard skin few years back, but that is now almost stopped, and now the problem is with Hatha jodi. I think the major consignment goes from Odisha to the north because people worship this kind of thing. Yeah. Then the future perspective for reptiles is like there are many new species. We are also working on nearly 10 new species from the state, and it needs systematic sampling. There are many species of lizards waiting for discovery. We also need to understand their status. Some of the threatened and critically endangered species are also there, like our Barkudia insularis. Apart from the bigger ones, like I'm not talking about gharials again, gharial, mugger. So these are again threatened species, but in the smaller groups, we have many species. Conservation action plan for the threatened species at least, and another one is for the exotic species. Like in Odisha also, there are lots of pet trade happening. There are lots of exotic species which are in market, which has entered into the natural ecosystem. For example, the radius slider, it has already entered into the natural ecosystem, and years to come, I think we'll also get them in the protected areas, in some ponds, in water bodies. Then it is going to be a problem. So we are going to face the challenges of dealing with exotic species in future, and if we are not aware now, so then it will be very, very dangerous in future. Amphibians, I'm just here to just show you some amphibian species known from the state. We have 27 species of amphibians known from the state. Few are very interesting, like the crab-eating frog, here the Phageovaria modei. So they feed on crab. They are the species, only species which can tolerate brackish water. And these are some ranids, some microhylids. Actually, why I'm showing, because there are lots of name changes happening. So in amphibians, the taxonomy is again complicated. So earlier, like 5 years before, the checklist we were using, so now lots of names have changed. So for example, Microhyla ornata, this is a small tiny frog. It was named by one species, but now we have 3 species in that. We have Microhyla ornata, Mymensinghensis, Nilphamariensis. So like that, and we have Microhyla rubra also. So like that, the name changes happening, and we have these racophytes or tree frogs. Then earlier also we were telling about like Rauchestis simlipalensis or Philautus simlipalensis, many people might be knowing. So now this species has been synonymized. There is no simlipalensis now. So these are some of the taxonomic work in which these things are happening. So then I'm just skipping all these things because time is also running short. So biodiversity conservation in India, what challenges we have and what are the prospects. So then talking about the IUCN, like the threatened species, Anup sir was telling about the red list assessment. So in India, we have like 7,516 species have been assessed by IUCN, and these are different, the chronology of IUCN assessments which has happened. And then these are the number of species listed in different categories. And for that also, like now, JDSI and BSI and other institutions, we have been given a task to do the national red list assessment. So it is following the standard of IUCN, and it will be an assessment for the Indian fauna and flora. So which will be very useful, and it has lots of significance because it can also guide the Wildlife Protection Act, the schedule which has been recently amended. And it has also, it can be periodically done so that the conservation actions we are putting on field, so how these are helping in recovering the species, all these things can be done. So as a taxonomist, like I always try to bat for taxonomists, because when it comes to like forest protection or conservation, so there people hardly, like people often ignore the taxonomists, because we are conserving an entire patch of forest, for example, in a protected area. We are conserving the entire ecosystem. But then there is what is the need to know how many species are there. So if we do not know actually how many species are there, how many conservation dependent species are there, so in the name of tiger, elephant, we cannot actually protect the entire ecosystem. So the ecosystem comprises all these tiny, tiny organisms. And it is the role of taxonomists to tell you how many species you have and how many species which also need conservation assessment. Like in the morning also, we were talking about this hazelnut example. So hazelnut trees will be there. Like we have many forest trees, but we do not know what are the pollinators and how they're getting affected. There are many tiny creatures in the forest which are regulating the forest ecosystem. But if we do not know about them, we also cannot manage the forest. And doing taxonomy, again, taxonomists are considered I would request. Yes, sir. I'm just switching it quickly. So what is taxonomist? I wanted to prove my voice, because taxonomy, people think it is a boring subject, but it actually involves lots of things, and there are lots of prospects for the students who want to pursue it as a career. And we have certain rules to follow, to be followed, and so these are what are different terms in taxonomy. So I'm just skipping all these things. These cryptic species, like it may look one species to you, but these are actually 4 species, and how a taxonomy identifies the species. So all these things were there. So what we look for the characters, how to identify a species, and other things. So some complicated issues, nomenclatural issues are also there. So we have many success stories. For example, this hard ground Barasinga in Madhya Pradesh, it has recovered in Kanha, and now they are like relocating in other protected areas, but we have lost it. So we also need to think about it. Saltwater crocodile, bright example, but now the number is increasing. So then what needs to be done? So we have to have a plan for coming 20 years, 30 years. So these plannings needs to be done. Tiger is again, in some areas it has become a problem. So we also need to work on these. We have many problems, conflict, and the major problem is also snake bite, as I told. So we often ignore this as a problem. Snake bite is a major problem, and it has been identified as a neglected tropical disease in which like nearly 60,000 people are dying. So snakes are again wildlife. So these are nothing extra. So snakes also should be included in Wildlife Protection Act. I was also in one of our meetings last week, I think. I was suggesting, like, why not have one nation, one compensation? So why not our compensation should be similar in all the states? So why not the snake bite? Snake bite is now considered as a national calamity, national, it's something, disaster. So why not it should be applied to entire nation? Like for example, a person from Odisha going and working in Gujarat, if he dies due to snake bite, so then he faces a problem in getting compensation. So every life is precious. So there should be, we should follow also, like we should also think about it. One nation, one policy. So in which like everybody is covered. All the human life is similar, all are precious. Some other issues like which we often ignore, like one is the mollusk collection now happening in Odisha, in Jharkhand, in Chhattisgarh. Now I'm tracking this mollusk in a daily market in Baripada, where like in weekend markets. So every week, like few quintals, like 10 quintal, 20 quintals of mollusks people are now selling. Per kg it is 30 rupees to 40 rupees, gastropods, bivalves. So, and for the coming for the last 4 years, the area of collection has increased, and the rate is also increasing. Like earlier people used to collect it from Mayurvanch. Now they have spread to Bhadrak, Jajpur, and from distance places now they're collecting. So we need to think about these mollusks, bivalves, gastropods, because their population is declining at a faster, alarming rate. So maybe Biodiversity Board can think about it. So some project to have a sustainable harvesting model or something about these mollusks, maybe farming or something can be done to cater to the need of people. Then we have other issues like the medical health issues in reptiles, in other animals. Like many mammals may be getting affected due to nematode parasite, maybe helminth parasite, maybe tick diseases or something. So these we often ignore, and because so for example in geckos, now there is a problem with mites. There are lots of mites, different species of mites which affect gecko, and maybe in summer it is more, in some other time it may be less. How it is affecting? Now we are also reporting parasites in frogs. There are lots of diseased frogs. So somebody has to take up these as subjects. The tick is again another problem. In many species, tick paralysis also happens.
You have got it, sir, Dr. Patyus.
Sir, quickly. I'm just, some new species and all. So some studies also on lesser known species like horseshoe crabs. Now we are tagging them to know their presence and all these things. So we are also working on these proposals for CITES. For example, this Jaipur hill gecko. This is one tiny species which is endemic to Eastern Ghats, and its population has declined due to collection by people, and it was found in like some 17 countries outside India. So how a species is being collected and So these are some of the, from the Facebook and all these posts, we tried to collect data, and we proposed this species to be listed in CITES Appendix 2, and this proposal got accepted in the COP19. So then the problem, another thing in the recent amendments, 3 minutes, sir, please. So in the recent Wildlife Protection Act amendment, so there is one section added to it. That section talks about 62A. Section 62A talks about invasive alien species. So the central government has power to declare a species as invasive alien based on the recommendations. So we have also recommended radial slider to be declared as invasive alien, so which will stop the import and export, and then it will also be stopped to be kept as pet, and then some steps can be taken to control their population in nature. Then future of conservation, I'm not going to talk much about it, but this one, what I had just drafted something which will be some action plans, maybe some timeline. So I thought this Wildlife Conclave is the best platform in which we can think of something to do. For example, biodiversity documentation across the state and aligning it with the SDGs. So this covers the SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Siddhanta sir was there. So as in the rural planning or in the urban planning, can we incorporate something about wildlife, something about the species, wild animals? SDG 14 and 15, of course, these two. Then conservation action plan for globally threatened species, then periodic regional assessment. Every state can have also there some regional assessment for biodiversity. So it will help us in monitoring what changes are happening. And most importantly, we should have, every state should have some long-term monitoring plots, ecological monitoring plots. And Odisha in the state, there can be 3, 4, because Odisha is much more vulnerable to climate change. We all are talking about climate change, but actually we do not know how this climate change is going to impact on the biodiversity. So for example, in Simlipal, the areas where it was frost-bitten areas, like in the Debasari and other areas, for last 10 years there is no frostbite. So the same species which are growing taller on the foothill, they had a stunted growth on the top. Now these become big trees. So what change is happening in Simlipal, area where lots of work has been done, or people are concentrating their research, and what about other areas? What about the species diversity in other lesser known protected areas in our state? So time has come to document, to monitor the changes, and to do some kind of monitoring mechanism for the lesser known species, So then it can be a complete package for the biodiversity conservation in the state. Thank you very much.
Anybody has questions? 1 or 2 minutes. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Dr. Pratyush, thank you. Next speaker, Dr. Lal.
Thank you, sir. Very smoothly you have delivered your thought. Now I would like to request to Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh to deliver his talk. He is the retired Senior Research Officer Wildlife and member of IUCN SSC Conservation Planning Specialist Group. Please, sir.
Thank you. I must thank the department, the government, who have enabled me to last this long, 50 years. And today probably my last talk on tigers. Let's see. Okay. Something has been disturbing me during the last few months, few years rather, I would say. So we are producing modern tigers, and the possibility of developing IDD, okay, that I will specify afterwards, and SIB syndromes due to increased human interface. Eta kota? Uparta? Okay. First of all, this is a land tenure arrangement of the tigers in Kanha during 1979. The inner circle has got male, female cubs. The middle circle, more males, just 1 or 2 females with cubs, and some females, and outside that, the males. This should be the normal behavior and disposition of the tiger in the forests. And after that, what I did, or what we did, in Simlipal, that was data of 1992, so nearly 16, 17 years afterwards. They were not as compact as in Kanha, but we could mark the breeding zones and breeding stretches. Why I am telling from the beginning, why did we start this? Tiger has some normal behavior, and it has changed over the years. And we, the modern human being, have been responsible to produce these modern trends and converting rather to modern tigers. So, factors influencing normal behavior are age, definitely. After 2 to 3 years, a normal cow will separate from the mother and go for the establishing its own territory, and the mother will go for next breeding. Male, female, definitely normal behavior will differ, and parental relation also. If some cow is having parental attendance incomplete, definitely it will go for abnormal behavior. And individual personality, we never thought of this. I am very happy that today morning, starting from WI scientist, sorry, I am forgetting. Then even Vijay Patnaik and Prem Kumar, everybody, they told about that we should think tiger as having some feeling That way, actually, we should think. We should not think them as animals, inert objects, or something like that. Okay. So, individual personality of the tiger, that will depend on good habitat. It can be influenced with human interface. And changes to normal behavior are definitely due to change in prey availability, habitat loss, separation of parental bond, human exposure, and the stress factor. We really didn't think about the stress factor in the tigers. After the Sariska translocation in 2008, studies in 2011 to 2013, they sampled the fecal matters of the tigers and came to the conclusion about the presence of some stress hormone. And then onwards, actually things are starting rolling in the laboratories. And okay, what is the ultimate purpose of this discussion? I told you in the beginning a little bit. Present before you all some observation sets which is causing unrest in my mind. Let us learn from experience of others. Observation set 1. Out of natal place, long distance movement by tiger and other large carnivores. Morning speakers, they told about this, and excellent examples by Mr. Vijay Kumar Patnaik from UP, going to Lucknow, to Bahrain, and to UP. Nepal. That's wonderful. And this could be self-injuring behavior of the tiger without its own realization. This long distance. When we are protecting our child in the house, we are saying, hey, don't go outside. Vehicles must be coming. Who is telling the tiger cub? It is going out for distance, moving, and thousands of kilometers. And the longest is probably 3,000 kilometers. Odisha has also experience of 100,000 kilometer movement from over 3-4 states, and it is coming to Odisha, and we are rejoicing over it. We are very happy that it has come. We should not be happy. If you want to keep tigers as tigers, let us not be happy. Let us prevent creating such tigers which are moving out of their birthplace, natal place. So that is SIV. And why so happened? Probably it had lost its intelligence, intellectual disability. It couldn't judge. I am going away from my mother. Okay. So long distance movements, but I feel similipal tigers, they are really in their original personality. And sometimes it may go out to Kuldia in the south, but again it comes back. No, it is not my place. Still intelligence is there. Similipal restock tiger, they have behave differently, a different personality. Tiger covering a few states over 1,000 kilometers, I just told. Few examples also regarding in UP, Karnataka, everywhere. All over the country it is happening. What is happening to tiger? Observation set 1 continued about few other large carnivores. Lion. When I started my career, there are some 200 to 300 lions in Gujarat. Now more than 700. Going to neighboring states, falling in dry wells, everywhere. It doesn't have a separate place. And they don't want to part with them also. They don't want to transfer some of the lions to different place. That should not be. Anyway, let's not discuss more about it. Leopard is very common. Normally, I used to defend the leopard behavior, saying that we know to err is human. आदमी गलत करता है, leopard भी गलत करता है. यही कह के हम भूल जाते थे लेपर्ड का बिहेवियर को. But leopards are going everywhere. Cheetah, going from Kuno. We introduced an animal from Africa in Kuno, and it is going out and moving in Shivpuri township. Is this the way we dreamt of wildlife conservation some 72 years back? No, surely not. Observation set 2. Okay, these are in connection with reintroduction or genetic improvement. I am sorry if I may be hurting somebody or some people, some group of thoughts, but I personally don't like this. Nature is the best doctor. Protect nature. Everything will be taken care of. The day Tiger Project was started in 1973, the people who were living, their children now, they are ready to get married and produce children. Third generation, as our chairman said. If we can protect nature, nothing these sort of things are necessary. Let us not be blindfolded by the modern technologies. Okay, I like modern technologies, otherwise I couldn't have talk to you like this. But where to do it? Don't spoil the natural behavior of animals when you have other alternatives. That is what I want to say. In India, I just picked up, there may be more, but 8 technological interventions. Red color, reintroduction of tiger in 2 sites, Sariska and Pana, lot of discussion. Green color, Simlipal improving gene pool, intention was good, but I think it would have required some more care. And now, 5 tiger reserves are without tiger. And I tell you, except Simlipal, the other 7, they were not in the list of 9 tiger reserves which were notified in the year 1973-74. That means they didn't qualify at that time. Afterwards, after the first set of tiger reserves got declared, we started competing. Arey, hamare state mein nahi hai. Where is our second tiger reserve? All these things. So we started declaring such areas as tiger reserves or sanctuaries without trying to maintain the sanctity of these sanctuaries. Sariska. In Delhi, money was there, technology was there, and probably thought was also there. So, lot of things happening. Within the sanctuary, you cannot build any artificial structure. But what is happening? Wherever this kind of things are going, we are creating one soft enclosure, soft release enclosure. Odisha got inspiration from Sariska and Panna. Simlipal, it was for genetic improvement, Satkosia for reintroduction. There were guidelines available from IUCN, NTCA and Wildlife Act. Lessons to learn were several. But probably we didn't consult them properly. IUCN precautionary principles were there from 2000. Then IUCN guidelines for reintroduction and conservation of translocation from 2013. Now the stress signs which I was saying regarding Sariska tiger reserve, I said that. In Simlipal, sometimes they were going out, but they were coming back. But indications were there, stress signs were there for Simlipal and also for Satkosia. Okay. Let's see.
How many more minutes will it take?
So, 20 minutes? No? No, sir, no. It is not 20 minutes. Because I am telling something truth. It's not 20 minutes. I have kept my watch here. It's less than 13 minutes. No, I must finish it. Because ମୁଁ ରାତି ଅନିଦ୍ରା ହେଇକି କରିଛି ଏତକ केते दिन न सोईकी करिछि चिंता मो मुंडरे चिंता बाग. So I have lost 1 minute. Simlipal, from north they are going to south. That was an indication. Simlipal south को जिबे, कुलडिया जिबे. Again they are coming back because they are very good. Our Simlipal tigers are very good that way. Satkosia, 2006 map showing the distribution of tiger and leopard. That was good indication. And next year we declared tiger reserve. But that time already we had done late. See, 1997 we got an information about a melanistic tiger in Satkosia, but we have ignored it. It is published. It is published in my 1999 book, Born Black. And Satkosia at one time was at the top, but it has come down. And then we tried for this translocation and other things, and these Mahabir, Sundari, all these, they have failed us. Change in tiger behavior due to tourism. Now this will concern all of you. You are the young people, next generation, who will be inheriting what we have left. I am very happy that after 50 years of work, I am happy where we started. Because of that, you are still able to see tiger, elephant and crocodiles. Now it is for you to see that you see them in normal behavior. शेर दर्शन बाघ देखिया मंत्री को आरंभ करके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स समस्ते जाकि भारी खुशी होते इन काना बट ए ग्लिम्स ऑफ टाइगर इन सिमलीपाल is still a thrill. That should be the normal tiger's behavior. This is the first exposure of a tiger to a jeep, khairi. But what is happening now? Okay, there were magicians who were keeping American tigers with them, but one of them got killed afterwards. Okay, do you want tigers like this? Or do you want them in natural behavior? Radio colored, surrounded by tourists. Tiger running after jeep like dog, village dog. Can you think of it? A tiger coming behind the jeep and biting the mudguard. Is it normal behavior of tiger? We have spoiled it because of tourism. We want to earn revenue, which we say it is going to people. But is wildlife going today dearth of money? I don't think it. When our department started in 1975-76, it was in dearth of money. Staff were not getting money. The road construction was difficult. All those things. But now there is no dearth of money. Avoid tourism. But how you will avoid that, also I have a solution to it. Okay, attacking on tourist safari vehicles, attacking on the guards. This is what I wanted to ultimately say. 3 circles here. Tourism, if you want to do it outside. Middle one will be wildlife corridors, habitat linkages, and inside, innermost circles, there should be research zones. And a sanctuary is normally closed. Bandh season for a sanctuary should not be bandh for entire landscape. Mayurbhanj should not be bandh because Simlipal is bandh. So, why IDD may affect? Cub without mother, detachment from original home, relocation or re-relocation, repeated exposure to human methods. Law has banned circuses, but what we are doing in the name of management. See what this what we did to it. More difficult times are coming already. Some of my morning speakers have difficult times are for tiger, lion, leopard, cheetah and wildlife managers also. Take care. Normal tiger behavior already discussed, morning solitary, territorial, ambush hunting, all those things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable knowledge. Now I would like to request Sri Jasavanta Sethi, DA for Raurkela Forest Division, Raurkela, Odisha. Please, sir.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, all members present here. So before I going to present my presentation, one short video is there regarding how elephant is protected from the train accident and what type of care we have taken. Thereafter, how AI is implemented in Raurkela Forest Division, that too in Odisha first time. Please play the video. Sound.
जैसे घने जंगल, पहाड़ी इलाके, नदियां और घाटियां को कवर करता है। राउरकेला वन प्रभाग का कुल क्षेत्रफल 2996 वर्ग किलोमीटर है, जो इसे ओडिशा के सबसे बड़े वन प्रभागों में से एक बनाता है। इस प्रभाग में घने और मध्यम घनत्व वाले वन क्षेत्र शामिल हैं। साल, सागौन, बांस और औषधीय पौधे, पहाड़ी और घाटियां। सुंदरगढ़ जिले की पहाड़ियों और घाटियों का एक बड़ा हिस्सा राउरकेला वन प्रभाग में आता है। यह क्षेत्र वन्य जीवों के आवास और जल स्रोतों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इस प्रभाग में कई छोटी बड़ी नदियां और जलधाराएं बहती हैं, जो स्थानीय जलवायु को प्रभावित करती है और क्षेत्रीय पारिस्थितिकी को बनाए रखने में मदद करती है। यह प्रभाग हाथी, बाघ, तेंदुआ, हिरण और कई पक्षियों और सरीसृपों जैसी विविध वन्य जीव प्रजातियों का घर है। यह महत्वपूर्ण हाथी गलियारों, एलिफेंट कॉरिडोर्स का हिस्सा है, जो इन विशाल जीवों के सुरक्षित आवागमन को सुनिश्चित करता है। 14 अक्टूबर 2024 की रात आम रातों की तरह ही थी। बोंडामुंडा और कुकुड़ा गेट के बीच का सुदूर जंगल अपने घने वृक्षों और समृद्ध वन्य जीवन के लिए जाना जाता है। गोधूली के बाद जंगल में एक शांति छाई रहती थी और चांदनी की हल्की किरणें पेड़ों के बीच से छनकर जंगल की फर्श पर गिर रही थी। हाथियों का झुंड, जिसमें 23 विशाल जीव थे, धीरे धीरे पेड़ों के बीच से गुजरता हुआ अपने पुराने और पारंपरिक रास्तों से आगे बढ़ रहा था। वे इस क्षेत्र में उस समय से मौजूद थे जब रेलवे ट्रैक उनके रास्तों को नहीं काटता था। लेकिन इस रात उनके लिए एक त्रासदी इंतजार कर रही थी। 9:40 पर एक भारी मालगाड़ी बिना रुके ट्रैक पर तेजी से दौड़ रही थी। इसे रुकना चाहिए था, इसे धीमा होना चाहिए था, पर ऐसा नहीं हुआ और परिणाम स्वरूप इसने झुंड के साथ भयानक टकराव किया। विनाश का दृश्य टक्कर इतनी भयानक थी कि मालगाड़ी ने ट्रैक पार कर रहे हाथियों की कतार को तोड़ दिया। उनकी विशाल काया इस तेज रफ्तार स्टील के पहिए का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकी। धातु और हड्डियों के टकराने की गूंज से जंगल थर्रा उठा। ट्रैक के किनारे कई हाथी बेसुध पड़े थे। एक छोटा सा बच्चा हाथी अपनी मां के पास घायल अवस्था में पड़ा था। राउरकेला के संभागीय वन अधिकारी डीएफओ को घटना की सूचना मिली। रात में ही डीएफओ घटनास्थल पर पहुंच गए। वहां पहुंचकर डीएफओ ने स्थिति का आकलन किया। घने जंगल में जीवित बचे हाथियों की खोज के लिए थर्मल ड्रोन का इस्तेमाल किया गया। थर्मल इमेजिंग के माध्यम से उन्होंने घायल मादा हाथी और उसके बच्चे को जीवित पाया, लेकिन उनकी हालत गंभीर थी। डीएफओ जानते थे कि तुरंत कार्रवाई करना आवश्यक है। डीएफओ ने त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए पीसीसीएफ अधिकारी से घायल हाथी के बच्चे को ट्रैंक्विलाइज करने की अनुमति प्राप्त की। बच्चे की गंभीर हालत और दर्द को देखते हुए इसे जल्द से जल्द राहत देने के लिए यह कदम उठाया गया। अनुमति मिलने के तुरंत बाद डीएफओ ने ऑपरेशन शुरू करने का आदेश दिया। राउरकेला वन प्रभाग की रैपिड रिस्पांस टीम आरआरटी के लिए 14 अक्टूबर 2024 की रात बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण साबित हुई। ट्रेन दुर्घटना में घायल हाथी के बच्चे को बचाने के लिए पूरी टीम जंगल के घने अंधेरे में जुटी थी। टीम ने घायल बच्चे को बेहोश करने, ट्रैंक्विलाइज की कई कोशिशें की, लेकिन हर बार बच्चा अपने दर्द और डर से बेतहाशा भागने लगता। उसका हर प्रयास बचाव दल के लिए मुश्किलें बढ़ा रहा था। घने जंगल और ठंडी रात ने बचाव अभियान को और कठिन बना दिया। टीम के अधिकारी और पशु चिकित्सक बारी बारी से कोशिश कर रहे थे। सबकी आंखों में थकान थी, लेकिन बच्चे को बचाने का संकल्प अडिग था। जैसे जैसे सुबह की किरणें फैलने लगी, टीम ने अपनी रणनीति में बदलाव किया। आखिरकार कई घंटों की मशक्कत के बाद बच्चे को सफलतापूर्वक ट्रैंक्विलाइज कर लिया गया। सभी ने राहत की सांस ली। अब अगला कदम बच्चे को सुरक्षित नंदनकानन ले जाने का था। हाथी को ट्रैंक्विलाइज करने के बाद लगभग 15 मिनट तक वह नशे की स्थिति में रहा। इस दौरान रैपिड रिस्पांस टीम आरआरटी और मोबाइल वेटनरी यूनिट एमवीयू की टीम दवा के प्रभाव का इंतजार करती रही। जब दवा ने पूरी तरह से असर किया, तब एमवीयू टीम ने घायल हाथी का इलाज शुरू किया। इलाज की प्रक्रिया करीब 15 से 20 मिनट तक चली, जिसमें हाथी के घावों की सफाई की गई और जरूरी दवाइयां दी गई। आरसीसीएफ राउरकेला सर्कल की उपस्थिति में इलाज पूरा होने के बाद हाथी को नंदनकानन भेजने की व्यवस्था की गई। इसके लिए एक बड़े ट्रक का इंतजाम किया गया। क्रेन, फॉरेस्ट गार्ड, फॉरेस्टर और फॉरेस्ट रेंज ऑफिसर की मदद से हाथी को सुरक्षित तरीके से ट्रक में लोड किया गया। अंत में डिविजनल फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर डीएफओ की अनुमति मिलने के बाद हाथी को नंदनकानन भेजा गया। सुबह के सूरज के साथ हाथी का बच्चा नंदनकानन की ओर अपने नए जीवन की यात्रा पर निकल चुका था। करीब 8 घंटे के लंबे सफर के बाद हाथी आखिरकार नंदनकानन पहुंच गया। रास्ते में टीम ने हाथी को पानी और खाना दिया ताकि वह आराम महसूस कर सके। यह रात संघर्ष और उम्मीद की कहानी थी, जो यह साबित करती है कि इंसान और प्रकृति के बीच का बंधन कितना गहरा और मजबूत हो सकता है। बेहतर इलाज प्रदान करने के लिए घायल हाथी को चंदका के गोड़ीबाड़ी स्थित हाथी देखभाल केंद्र में स्थानांतरित किया गया। हाथी देखभाल केंद्र में घायल हाथी की लगभग 4 महीनों तक उचित देखभाल की गई, जिससे उसका पैर का घाव ठीक हो गया। अब वह अपने चारों पैरों से चल रहा है, जो उसकी जीवित रहने की पुष्टि करता है। कई प्रयासों के बाद आखिरकार राउरकेला डीएफओ ने जंगली हाथियों को ट्रेन दुर्घटनाओं से बचाने के लिए एआई कैमरा तकनीक अपनाई। राउरकेला वन प्रभाग में ट्रेन और हाथियों के बीच होने वाली दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए कई उपायों पर विचार किया गया। वन्य जीव गलियारों पर ट्रेनों की रफ्तार कम करना, जागरूकता अभियान चलाना और वन्य जीवों की निगरानी के पारंपरिक तरीकों का उपयोग करने के बावजूद समस्या का समाधान पूरी तरह से नहीं हो पाया। आखिरकार राउरकेला के डीएफओ डिविजनल फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर ने एआई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित कैमरा सिस्टम लागू करने का निर्णय लिया। 19 नवंबर 2024 को राउरकेला वन प्रभाग के 4 महत्वपूर्ण स्थानों पर हाथियों की ट्रेन दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए एआई आधारित निगरानी तकनीक को पूरी तरह से लागू किया गया। ये स्थान है महीपानी और सोनाखान हावड़ा मुंबई मेन लाइन पर, डोलाकुदर और कुचेता बोंडा मुंडा बरसुआन लाइन पर। इन स्थानों को हॉटस्पॉट के रूप में पहचाना गया, जहां जंगली हाथी अक्सर भोजन और पानी की तलाश में रेलवे ट्रैक पार करते हैं। एआई सक्षम कैमरे 360 डिग्री घूमकर रेलवे ट्रैक के पास वन्य जीव गतिविधियों की लगातार 24 घंटे निगरानी करते हैं। जब ट्रैक के पास कोई हाथी या झुंड दिखाई देता है, तो तुरंत यूनिफाइड कमांड और कंट्रोल सेंटर, डिविजनल फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर राउरकेला, अन्य संबंधित अधिकारियों और रेलवे कंट्रोल रूम बोंडा मुंडा को रियल टाइम अलर्ट भेजा जाता है। छह दिसंबर 2024 की शाम करीब 7 बजे 28 हाथियों के झुंड में से 5 जंगली हाथी बोंडा मुंडा बरसुआ रेलवे ट्रैक की ओर बढ़ने लगे। डोलाकुदर में स्थापित एआई टावर ने तुरंत हाथियों की गतिविधियों का पता लगाकर अलर्ट संदेश डिवीजन कार्यालय के यूनिफाइड कंट्रोल और कमांड सेंटर और सभी संबंधित अधिकारियों को भेज दिया, जिसमें रेलवे अधिकारी भी शामिल थे। बोंडा मुंडा रेलवे कंट्रोल रूम ने तुरंत बोंडा मुंडा बरसुआन रेलवे ट्रैक पर चल रही ट्रेन के लिए सावधानी आदेश जारी किया। आदेश मिलते ही मालगाड़ी के लोको पायलट ने ट्रेन रोक दी, जिससे 5 जंगली हाथी सुरक्षित ट्रैक पार कर सके। यह पहल हाथियों और रेलवे संचालन दोनों की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने की दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। यह राउरकेला वन प्रभाग के डिविजनल फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर द्वारा आधुनिक तकनीक का उपयोग करते हुए वन्य जीव संरक्षण के प्रति एक सक्रिय दृष्टिकोण को दर्शाती है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. So this is the total implementation of AI intervention in protection of conservation of elephant in man-animal conflict area. So from that scenario only, artificial intelligence was implemented in Raulkela Forest Division for the first time, and we are leading towards for conservation of elephant, not only from railway accident, but also it can reduce from man-animal conflict. Next. Sorry, hearing. This is brief about the Raulkela Forest Division, situated in northwestern part of Odisha, is one of the 3 territorial divisions in Sundargarh district. Total geographical area spread about 2,999.59 square kilometer. It is endowed with rich natural vegetation and wildlife. Total forest cover, as on recent FSI report, it's 30.77% of the total geographical area. And as per recent all Odisha elephant census recently done in the month of December, November 2024, total 97 elephants were reported in Raulkela Forest Division. This is the movement pattern of elephant in Raulkela Forest Division. Though it is a very urging to surrender forest in the right part of the map or eastern part of the map, surrender forest is contiguous to the Panpos range area, which is green in color, and mostly elephants are coming from the Saranda part, and also in the northern part also, that is also Jharkhand area. Here also elephants are coming, and in the western part, elephants mostly are coming from Bamra wildlife areas. Then elephant crossing point in Raulkela Forest Division, a vital corridor for wildlife movement. Here, I have presented here the railway track. One is important track, that is Kolkata-Mumbai main line. The frequency of train is very high. And second one is, that is Bandhamunda-Borsua. That is basically train line is moving for iron or transportation. And two more are Raulkela to Ranchi. Two railway lines are crossing the Raulkela Forest Division. And this red mark is the priority 1. Elephants are frequently crossing the railway tracks, and the blue mark is the priority 2, and the yellow mark is priority 3. The total 47 locations we have identified where elephants are frequently moving from one area to another area, crossing the railway tracks. So there is every possibility, either in the night time or daytime, for accident of the elephant due to train hit. This is the elephant casualty occurred due to train accident in Raulkela Forest Division since 2013, 17, and 21, and recently that is 14th October 2024. Total elephants, 4 elephants have been died because of train accident. Then this is the elephant casualty due to train hit in Odisha. Since last 10 years data, total 26 numbers of elephants have been died due to train accident. Keeping in view of how to prevent the death of elephant due to train accident, smart solution, that is AI intervention, recently adopted. Already you have seen the video. AI-powered monitoring systems in the form of artificial intelligence towers. The division has embarked on a transformative journey in the state for the first time to ensure the safety of elephants while prompting sustainable conservation efforts. Then real-time tracking with AI camera in Raulkela Forest Division. Although more numbers of AI tower along with cameras are required, but only 4 numbers of cameras on pilot basis we have installed. That is Mohipani, then Sonakhan, Kuchaita, and Dolakudar, 4 locations, critical locations we have identified, and we have installed the cameras. This is the already next. Then how the AI towers work? First is, it's a system generated detection, automatic. It has a 360-degree camera installed in the tower at the height of 120 feet from the ground level, and it rotates 360-degree from all angle as well as on the axis also. Then it detects by 2 system, that is, one is thermal image as well as motion sensors. Then after detection, it gives alert message, or alert system is there. Immediately it send message to the authority as well as to the control room situated at the division office as well as Bandhamunda railway station. Sir. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Then response mechanism, because of this alert message, immediately either forest department or railway department can give immediate response how to protect the elephant from railway accidents. Not only AI tower works for preventing elephant, it also collect or gather data for future management regarding corridor development, landscaping study, etc. Then these are the alert messages we are receiving whenever elephant or any other live things are coming nearby the camera or nearby the railway track, immediately we are getting message. These are the messages we have received through WhatsApp. Then real-time impact already I have shown in a video, no need to again repeat it. Then these are the thermal image. This is the 6th December 2014. The movement of elephants we have detected in the thermal camera or AI camera. These are also thermal images in the recently 17th February as well as 3rd March also we have detected this movement of elephants. Regularly we are getting movement of elephants through these AI towers. Not only elephant movement is detecting, also it will assist to detect the forest fire in the forest fringe areas within the zone of detection. Thank you, that's all. Any question?
Any question, please?
Unit cost, including 3-year maintenance and 1-year operation management, it's taking 60 to 70 lakhs. Basing on the tender cost, it may go up, it may less also. 60 to 70 lakhs. Yes, definitely our speaker sir is there from PCC office. He can explain in better way. Sir also taking initiative to implement in other areas also.
Sir, we have already installed it in Semipal as a pilot project. And then we have extended this to Satkusia landscape. And also we are going to install in Debrigad. Then we will test its efficacy and we will extend it to other sensitive areas of the states also.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So we have come to the close of this second session.
Thank you, sir. Now this is the session for facilitation. I would like to request to Pandav Behera sir, IFS former PCCF Odisha, to felicitate Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request to Sudhakar Kar sir, former research officer, to felicitate Dr. L.K. Singh sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Arun Mishra sir, IFS, retired former CCF Odisha, to felicitate Sri Jasavanta Sethi sir. Please, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Naik sir to felicitate our session chair, Sri Suresh Chandra Mahanti sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Sadhvi Sindura ma'am, WWF, to felicitate our guest, session co-chair, Sri Vikas Ranjan Das sir. Please, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now this is the time for panel discussion 1 by WWF India. Our topic is interaction in marine space, bycatch and species overlap for marine turtles, cetaceans and horseshoe crabs with fisheries and livelihoods. Our moderator is Muralidharan M, Lead of Marine Species, WWF India, New Delhi. Panelist 1 on sea turtles, Dr. Bivas Pandav, Senior Professor, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Next, panelist 2 on marine mammals, Dr. Mumtaz Khan, Assistant Professor, Ma Manikeswari University, Bhawanipatna, Odisha. Next, panelist 3 on horseshoe crabs, Dr. Vishnu Prasad Das, Adjunct Professor, Fakir Mohan University, Balasore, Odisha.
Thank you, everyone. We're coming to the last portion of today's conclave, and it'll be nice if everybody can come closer. Since this is a panel discussion, it's not going to be talks completely. You can sit there. We want it to be more interactive. We want you to ask questions. We have with us people with a lot of experience on different aspects of marine life that is crucial to Odisha. We have the olive ridley sea turtles. We've already heard that there's been very large mass nesting that happened in Rishikulya over the last week. We have Dr. Bivas Pandav from Wildlife Institute, who was instrumental in describing Rishikulya to the world, along with another senior scientist from our forest department who is no longer with us, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kar. Following that, we have Dr. Mumtaz Khan, who has been instrumental in a lot of marine mammal research that has happened along the coast of Odisha, specifically starting with the Chilka and Irrawaddy dolphins, and Dr. B.P. Dash from Fakir Mohan University, who will be talking to us about horseshoe crabs. Three very important marine species and populations globally that reside within India. There are a lot of similarities with all of them, but there's also some differences. There could be similarities in terms of their behavior, in terms of the challenges for the conservation and general public interest as such. So I would like to keep it as an open discussion. I'll start with the question which each of you can answer with a short response about each of the species in hand. And to begin on a lighter note, I know all of you have spent a lot of time with these species. So I want you to take the audience to the point of time when you first got interested with the species in hand, and what that was so, and who inspired you to that. So I think, Vivash, you can start with olive ridleys.
It's basic. I was doing my master's in wildlife science in Wildlife Institute of India. As part of our master's program, we have to do a 6-month field work. So I came to Bhitarkanika to study water monitor lizard. And when I was living in an island, Bhitarkanika forest block. And one day, if I remember correctly, it was December. And remember, it was December. The then DFO of Bhitarkanika, Mr. Bitanath Nayak, who unfortunately is no more with us, suddenly around 6:30, 7 o'clock, winter, normally Odisha around 5:30 it gets dark. So around 7 o'clock in the evening, Bitababu walks to the island where I was staying. It was around 2-kilometer walk from the nearest jetty, and knocks at my door. It was actually not knocking, he was shouting loudly, Pandav, soicho uthikiri aso. Okay. So I woke up, and then next thing he says, let's go. Sir, andharre kuade jiva ratire in the night, where shall we go? No, we have to go to Gahirmatha. Koincho aschandi onda dava pai. Mass nesting has started in Gahirmatha, we have to go. So we started from Dangamal, if I remember correctly, around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the evening. And during low tide, you cannot approach the Nasi island. So we were stuck for some hours, waited for the high tide to come. By the time we landed in Nasi, it was around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. And that was my first exposure to sea turtles. That was the first time I saw mass nesting of sea turtles and what it... and believe me, that first episode of witnessing turtle nesting was nothing like what you say, it was sort of ghosts dancing on the beach. It was absolutely no wind, nothing. Although mass nesting normally coincides with very strong onshore wind, but that evening or that morning there was no wind, and only thing I could hear is when turtles finish nesting, they will be making this thumping sound on the beach to compact the nest. So it was like some people were dancing, and there was a lot of smell of exposed eggs. So after 2-3 nights of nesting, when turtles start digging their nest themselves, so the entire beach was smelling of turtle eggs, that thumping sound. So that was my first impression. And I had no clue that I will be working on turtles. Dr. Chandrasekhar Kar was there. He was monitoring the turtle population of Gahirmatha those days. So next day morning he told me, and it so happened the range officer of Rajnagar had caught a boat full of hilsa. So the Gahirmatha, Ekokula Nasi, the rest house, the table was full of heap of hilsa. There was so much of hilsa that it could not be served on a plate. So the forest chowkidar, I remember Janakara was the chowkidar and he's still there. Janakara just fried hilsa fish and dumped it on the table. So while munching hilsa, Dr. Kar told me, Vivas, we should go and do a survey of turtle nesting beaches along the coast of Odisha. I told, no sir, I have to go look for water monitor list. No turtle nesting, nothing. I am going back. So I ate hilsa fish, came back to Dangamala and continued my work on water monitor lizard without paying any attention to sea turtles or thing. So when I completed my masters, after 4-5 months I completed my masters, I was totally clueless what to do. I had no idea. So when I was asked, my supervisor in Dehradun, Mr. B.C. Chaudhary, when he asked me, what do you want to do? I told, sir, I have no idea, but I remember Dr. Kar telling me, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kar telling me that we should do a survey of turtle nesting beaches in Odisha. So then I told, okay, we'll do a survey of turtle nesting beaches. And then subsequently, a lot of things happened, but in 1993, November, I came to Odisha to do a 6-month survey of the nesting beaches. I happened to walk the entire coastline 3 times during that survey. Twice I bicycled the coast and got to know more about our 480-kilometer long coastline. Got to know a little bit about where all turtles are nesting, at what intensity turtles were nesting. So that 6-month survey that started in 1993 ended up in 1999 when I finished my doctoral research on sea turtles. So that's how was my journey on sea turtles in Odisha.
Chilika itself. Can you take us also through that journey and the people who took you through that?
Yeah, I feel that most of the wildlife research begins with the reptile group.
I also landed in the reptile group, because if I, now I'm teaching student, I see from reptile, Synapsida have taken towards mammal, Diapsida have taken evolution towards birds. So that is very evident in Odisha. Most of the researchers, they come and land with turtle project, then they choose something. So I also landed in the turtle project under Dr. C.S. Kerr, and 3 of research officers. Of course, Dr. C.S. Kerr is no longer with us, but other 2 research officers are here. I owe my success to them also, and also Saroj Kumar Patnaik sir inspired me. When I was taking the numeration of the dead turtles, there was issue at that time. So I was counting the number of dead turtles in Odisha coast, walking all through 480 kilometers, and I met with Vivas Bhai and many other turtle biologists like Kartik Shankar and Vasudev Tripathi, and we were a team. So when we walked, at that time I got first question from Dr. C.S. Kerr. Do you see turtle or some other carcass? I said, yeah, I see some dolphins. Would you like to opt to work there? I said, yes. Then Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik sir supported me with all the research papers what he was having personally. And he gave me to read all those things. And I was not knowing that a project will be coming to CDA, and where Dr. Sudhakar Kar, C.S. Kar, and Ambika Prasad Tripathi sir were in the panel with Ajit Patnaik sir, R.K. Sinha sir, and I was selected to work there. My journey started with Chilika. Then I went through some of the publications of Lala A.K. Singh sir and C.S. Kar and S.K. Kar regarding the cetaceans in Odisha. So there were a lot of mockeries about the observations because there was no photograph like in Myth and Reality of textbook of C.S. Kar. There is a list of the cetaceans found in Bhitarkanika. So I started working, and always they were guiding me that criticism will come. So with criticism you take steps to construct yourself more stronger, bolder, and whatever you see, speak less, work more. So I kept mute and I started working with Chilika Development Authority under Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik sir, then Sudarshan Panda sir, and I opted the topic population dynamics of Ira dolphin in Chilika and Bhitarkanika, and I completed my PhD under the guidance of Professor B.C. Guru and Dr. Sudarshan Panda. This is my journey. Then after 2015 onwards, the State Wildlife Wing have taken step to monitor all the cetacean species in the near shore coastal waters. So it is annual event, and throughout Odisha, all the 6 district DFOs and the Chilika and Bhitarkanika, all area are covered. And we see every year the population is estimated, and the population is stable now. I mean to say stable does not mean that it is always the same figure, because there will be some population fluctuations, dynamics is there, but on an average you can say the population is stable. And sometimes in ocean there is a transient population which sometimes come and they fluctuate the number very high, and sometimes they don't show up. So population of the cetaceans in the near shore water are very, very difficult to study. We need some more focus to do better study. But diversity is known. With the Forest Department, we have worked together, and I hope it will continue. Thank you.
In fact, the story has been around for several minutes, and Odisha is one of the places where it's been talked about for a while, but only very small projects have been undertaken to understand them a little better. In this gathering of people about wildlife, again, I'd like to start how you got introduced to horseshoe crabs and the species at Fakirpur University and your other colleagues, and where you but the horseshoe crab is not usually. Now, yes, we study about it in our biology textbooks, but it isn't like very traditionally thought of as wildlife or in a little different so, about that.
Thank you giving me this opportunity. And I must thank I'm feeling very happy to be here actually. I was not associated with horseshoe crab at all in my beginning career. I started my career as a lecturer in geology in Jotney College. But with some compulsion, I left that place and got a chance to work in ICMR project, Indian Council of Medical Research. Started a project in BSS Medical College, Burla, and that was the first project on sickle cell disease. And today the Burla Sickle Cell Center, what you are now seeing a 3-story building, we started from a sitting room of one of the professor of medical college. Then I continued there up to 87 to almost 94, 7 years we are there. Then I shifted to ICMR. I was working on the thalassemia, sickle cell disease, hemophilia, and GCSPD deficiency. And almost we have covered the 15 major tribes of Odisha we have screened. And that was again, we set up a genetics, human genetics division in ICMR. But things changed in 2005. From 94 to 2005, I was there in ICMR. Then I shifted to Fakirpur University as a reader and subsequently became the associate professor. But when I joined there as a bioscience and biotechnology faculty, I am the same person who was earlier working in ICMR. Whenever we visited to any hospital, I was been branded by the ICMR, so that's why I need not to ask anything for help. They come forward to help me. But when as a biologist, as a biology teacher, I went there, they were reluctant to help me in that sense. So that's why I thought, what to be done? I have to change certain things because being a geologist, my basic qualification is MSc Geology. Then I thought of what is important to Baleshwar if a department is here, Bioscience and Biotechnology Department, and being a head of the department also, then I came to know one particular aspects during a biotechnology prospects in Odisha. In 2005, we had a congress. There I heard about this particular animal, the horseshoe crab. So before that, when I was a student in a geology honors, we used to write, whenever there is a spotting comes, we always write the limulus polyphemus. But unfortunately, when I landed up in Baleshwar, and I started just looking into those history, what is happening and what are the species are available in Odisha. Out of the 4 species of horseshoe crabs, we have 2 species. And that is again Tachypleus gigas and Carcinoscopa rotundicoda. And this limulus polyphemus is only confined to northeastern coastal region of the northern America up to the Mexico coast. So that means whatever the spotting and whatever we read about in the practical spotting, it was almost all are Tachypleus gigas, not associated with limulus polyphemus. So that was the learning during the student life. Then actually, being a biologist, I thought of why not as a biotechnologist, because this animal has a long evolutionary history. They have thought to be evolved almost 450 million years ago but still they're surviving with little morphological change. That is, in one aspect, how they have faced almost 4-5 extinction, mass extinction process. Still they are surviving. Second point is that this animal has, today we are all sitting very safely, and we have conquered the COVID pandemic. It is only the contribution of horseshoe crab. How many of you are knowing about this? Can you raise this hand? How this horseshoe crabs has contributed for our survival. Any medical device or any medical drugs, any medicine, anything has to come to the market with a certificate there is no bacterial contamination. That is known as pyrogen test. And that pyrogen test kit has been developed from the amoebocytes, which are equivalent to our leukocytes, the WBCs. And it is the large granules and small granules are there in those amoebocytes. They have these clotting factors. And it is so sensitive, even 10 to the power 9 quantity minus 9, the endotoxin, it can detect. It can clot immediately. So that's the power of this particular thing. That's why all these tests previously, it was done by the, you have to inject the certain things to the rabbit and see how it is behaving. You have to note down the temperature, you see the different metabolic markers for that. Then only after 7-10 days, it takes about to certify that particular things to come to the market. But this particular, the kit that is known as LAL, Limulus amiocyte lysate test, it gives you the result within 15 to 20 minutes. That is how this horseshoe crab is so important on biotechnological point of view also. So that's why we thought we are fortunate because the whole coastline of India, only your Sundarban area up to Bhitarkanika area, you will get maximum number of horseshoe crabs there. And these two species, one is known as Tachypulus gigas, another is the Corsinus rotundicoda, which is known as the mangrove horseshoe crab. And the T. gigas is basically the sandy beaches. So we have both the habitats. One is Bhitarkanika habitat, and the Balesar and Bhadrak coast is also sandy estuarinis. So in that situation, these two species are available. That's why we started and thinking that we'll have something so that we can recognize them. We can know the biology and behavior of that. And is it possible to have, and another experience I am telling you, when I just started looking into that things where they are available, only few literatures were available, like Anil Chatterjee and some, Bhasdar Tripathi has also published some of the things. But mostly they have said that they are available in the Balram Gade Budhabalanga estuaries. But if you go right now, you will not find that much of. Number has gone down and they are not visiting those estuaries. So that's why we started looking into the small estuaries up to Talsari to Dhamra. So almost all estuaries we have surveyed, and also when we went through the literature, it is only during high tide they will visit for the spawning purpose. So that means particular time you have to see, then we searched there in the morning and we couldn't find. So that takes some years to come up with this. And once in 10:30 p.m. in Moishali River, the estuaries, there for the first time we saw when they came to this with pair for the spawning purpose. This is how we started this interest, and subsequently got a project from the DBT to look into the ex situ conservation, that how we can artificially breed them in the laboratory or not, and we tried that. And if time permit, I can show this 1 or 2 small videos I have also. Okay, so after this, if possible, I will show you.
People to understand from where we came from and how much effort went into the research that began, which moved into the conservation of those species. It started as pure research in some way, but leading to some conservation action. Now, I want very quick, small responses from each of you. From the time that you had started your work to the current moment right now, what was the focus on what we thought were the priority threats to the species that you were working with? And has that changed to what it is right now, or does it remain the same? Because I know you had mentioned, Mumtaz sir and Yoash had mentioned that populations seem to be stable for both the species across Odisha. But we do always talk about threats and their association. What did we think back then, and what do you think is the major issue right now?
When I started my work on sea turtles in 1993, I was living in Long Wheeler Island, Babubali and Odiyanko, and there was only one hurricane lamp. Bounce on a bamboo pole. There was a hurricane lamp there, which was placed in Babubali Island that we were using to navigate in dark nights. Now you go to Gahirmatha, you have a missile test range, which is right on the nesting beach, and you have this huge Dhamra port, which brightly illuminates the entire area. So that is the change, I would say, that I myself have witnessed over last 35 years. From one hurricane lamp to a major city coming up in world's largest mass nesting beach, or the beach that used to be world's largest mass nesting site of sea turtles. So things have drastically changed. I mean, we think that a lot of turtles are coming and nesting in our area. We are feeling very happy. There is no doubt that there are still a lot of turtles in the sea, but with the bright horizon, the future of sea turtle is very bleak.
So if I go to my work, I have some already standard information available regarding the Chilika Lake, because Chilika Lake was scientifically intensely studied by ZSI. In 1915, Dr. Annandale, he has written a paper and telling the distribution of dolphins in the Chilika Lake, Satpada, and Kalijai and Rambha Bay. Today also those areas are hotspot. The information is valid. But regarding the population, it has been written only plenty. Plenty, it is a personal context. Whether I take 50 as plenty or 5 as plenty, so figure was not available. Second information I had published by Hemant Kumar Sahu sir and Sudhakar Kar and Saroj Patnaik sir. Before that, I had another paper of Dr. P. Dhandpani, the second survey in Chilika Lake. He said in his paper the population is nearly or less than 20. His sightings were 5-6, but from interaction with the public and fishermen, he has given an estimate 20. Then Hemant sir has written a recovery of one carcass and threats to the Iroy dolphins in Chilika. Then, as a whole, Chilika Lake was already transferred to Monterey record, and ecological degradations were going on because databases are from 1915. So, on that basis, CDA was formed, and tomorrow, Dr. Ajit Patnaik sir will be speaking about wetland conservation, and he may come up with those informations. I will say regarding my dolphin, before dredging and opening of the mouth, they did a survey, and Professor R.K. Sinha, the expert of cetacean expert of India, Padma Shri Professor Dr. R.K. Sinha sir, he has published that the population is near about 50. Then after opening of the mouth, I was into the dolphin project. So we did the survey. The population was, initially we saw that we need to know the animal because dolphin research is very critical because they only appear for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, gone. So whether we see the same animal, whether we see multiple animals, so we need lot of research. So at least 6 months I have taken to acquaint myself with the habitat, the area and the animal. And there is no absolute count. So at one moment you can see maximum 6, one moment you can see 1, or next moment you can see 10. What number you have to take? So you can take the highest number or medium number. And you have to see whether they are going ahead of the boat or they are staying during your travels along the Chilika Lake. So lot of knowledge was required, and all those survey methods were not there. Line transact survey methods were not adopted. I have learned line transact survey method from Vivas Bhai. He implemented in Rushikulia. So some knowledge I got from there. Then I started reading Buckland et al. Book of how to do survey. And we came across the population as 98 in 2003. In year 2003, we got 98. Now question arises, before opening of the mouth, the population was near about 50, and in 1 year, 2 year, the population cannot come near about double. This was the question by our eminent senior scientists who are sitting here, even C.S. Kar sir and Lalake Singh sir. They said, Mumtaz, whether the counting method was wrong, or the number was there, or the population are outside, but we know the population are in Bhitarkanika. Are they migrating? So I told, sir, I don't have answer, but I need to investigate. So work accordingly. These were their suggestions. And now we started working. And next year we did the same protocol. And in our survey, world across, one scientist, they do survey and they publish. But in Chilika, we took the fishermen, the boat association, and we took NGOs, we took college lecturers, higher education institutes, even we invited WI and WWF. We took almost all the resource persons who are working in the field into the dolphin survey, and protocols were briefly discussed, and it was refined also during the training period. And we did the survey, same protocol, and we got next year, the population was high, but not significantly double. Then gradually, the population went till 158, 56. Now also maybe 150 or something, I don't know, because now my focus in coastal Odisha. Yeah, what are the threats? Annandale paper said that the dolphins were exploited and the blubber was used for anti-rheumatic medicine. But when I investigated that point of view, we did not find in Chilika, not even in Odisha coast. Not a single fisherman is involved in that. We used to say, when it falls into your net, what do you do? We release it, but we often reject our net because fish catch declines. How far it is correct scientifically, I don't know, but that is the belief. So, gill nets, drift nets, and as the dolphin and the infrastructure of road, all these things have improved, multiple boat associations have developed. That is part of livelihood option also, but the number of boat and the population, that is a threat. And we need to see that. In Bhitarkanika, the population is safe, consistent. Sometimes sighting may be less or few. And sighting also depends upon the observer, the time, the tide, the wave, Beaufort condition, visibility, lot of factors can disturb it. So, But overall, I can say these are the threat, and we did also survey along the Odisha coast. There are some minor threats like shark attacks. In Chilika, only once in my 20 years of research, I have seen only once. And in ocean and sea, there are frequent shark attacks on the dolphins. But that is natural ecosystem, and food and prey and predator relationship is there. Literature says that dolphins are very agile and they can knock off the shark. Yes, maybe it was sick, that's why it was attacked. But tourism is important aspect. In Chilika, we have to see, and boat noise. Underwater study was done to study the dolphin behavior in association with WWF of India and IIT Delhi, Care Lab, Professor Rajendra Behel, and University of Tokyo, URA Lab, and Dr. Sudhakar Kar was also in the team. So we have studied the boat noise which we hear is very high, deafening, but underwater noise is not there. Whereas if you use the modernized boat, Yamaha engine and Evinrude, the underwater noise is high. So this is the fact about the threats to the cetaceans in Odisha.
Worried about threats to the horseshoe crabs, as you have been talking about it in more recent times. Earlier there were surveys, and you already mentioned it is a species that is used by humans as a commodity for a lot of serological work and in biotechnology. So that you have been talking about, so like, what do you think is the rising threat for horseshoe crabs currently in Odisha? The current threat for horseshoe crabs okay.
Okay. Basically, because this habit of horseshoe crab is very peculiar. Its lifespan is around 19 to 20 years.
But if you see, after the hatching the egg, just previous one, okay, let it be there. So you can see the lifespan after the hatching, the larva comes, that is known as trilobate larva, and that larva from the sand beach, they will go to the sea, and they will bury themselves into the mud there itself, and that is known as the nursery ground. And they used to stay there for 8 to 9 years to become the mature adult. So during that process, the whole process takes about 16 to 17 molts. Earlier there will be fast molting, and after every year then there will be one molt. So likewise they will come up, the adult will come, and after that they will go to the almost 80 meters 100 meters deep into the benthic region. Again, for the spawning purpose, they will migrate to the coast. That is how the whole life cycle takes place. So that means each place, they face the different types of threats. Usually they need the sandy beaches, and the sand should be very soft, aerated, moisture should be there. But it is the highest tide mark, so that once the eggs will be laid there, they have to be protected up to the 30 to 40 days, up to almost 42 days. That means sometimes what will happen, the egg will be eaten by the different types of the dogs, the crows, all these things are there. And again, due to the human interference, you can see the sandy beaches. Now you can see the cattle are also going into those areas. And the egg only 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter depth only. So whenever you are moving around there, that means there is every chance you can destroy those type of nests. And earlier, you can see this Budahabalang estuary, river estuary, there was that sand mass was available around 8,000 square meter. But now you can see the transformation due to the natural process also. And also you can see the lot of trawling activities have taken place. So then how they will come to the shore for the breeding purpose? Their passage is being disturbed by these trawling activities almost 24 hours. You can go to the next slide, please. Next. You can see this net, almost half kilometer, 1 kilometer they can put it, so that when the high tide will come, the water will be above that, but when it will recede slowly, all these things will be trapped along with the horseshoe crab also. So that is how they are facing, and that's why they're not visiting the Budahabalang estuary right now. So that's why this is habitat destruction and the anthropogenic activity, that is fishing activities. The two things are happening simultaneously. Please, next. Not only that big net, you can see the small livelihood processes by the fishermen. Even if a small estuaries, they're using such type of net. There also there is possibility of all these larvae will be there. Please go to that. I will show you that also. You can see this is how this net in one particular catch. These fishermen were there in the deep sea to fish for the fishing purpose, but they'll end up with this type of problem. So what they will do, because now their net is destroyed, it is not easy to disentangle them from the net. So entire mass they will throw outside. So you can see almost hundreds horseshoe crabs, both male, female pair. They're dying up due to this type of habit also. And if you go to any landing site, you will see such type of the mass destruction of this particular animal. You can see the small catches, even a small bycatch. You can see the larvae are there. So that means each step, the whole lifespan, we are now interfering in both ways. The bycatch is also one of the major problems. But one fortunate thing is in our India, nobody is consuming it. But in Malaysia, Thailand, there is delicious food there. Particularly the females, they take away, the eggs will be very proteinous in nature. That's why they will serve in the different hotels also. So that's a threat there. But here, at least we are fortunate. Our people are not taking that. Okay, but some of the adults will be catched by our traditional healers, and they used to sell in the market to so that this arthritis and other problems will be over if you use these particular types of oil we have extracted from the carapaces of those things. This is how the different threats are there. Okay, next please. You can see, almost in all different landing stages you can see. A huge number of, and sometimes also, you will find the live pairs also you can see there. So during our survey, some of the students go with the knife and the seizures, so that we try to release them. Those are at least in the life stage. So that is some of the things we have to educate the person, those are residing in the coastal belt, to educate them so that, okay, you have to at least don't destroy them, at least you can release them into the sea so that they can back with all their activities. Next, please. This is how you can see. Next. These are the different activities. If any horseshoe crab has been stranded by this high tide and entangled by the stone quarries, that has been eaten by the dogs and the crows. Okay, so this is pigs also eating those type of stranded live horseshoe crabs also. Okay, next. Okay, this much of threat actually we have.
Segue into something that is a common problem for these species, and it is also a challenge very similar to the challenge with terrestrial spaces. Marine spaces, we are actually sharing the same space with fishermen, who have rights of access to many of those places. These species also interact. But we also know that in the case of the olive tree turtles and the horseshoe crabs, there's a seasonal surge, and there can be some measures that can be taken. Technological changes like trawl nets can be devised with technological changes like turtle excluder devices. And there have been challenges. I know we have seen several of those challenges over the years. In case of the Irrawaddy dolphin, we also know that there have also been instances of people saying that they are beneficial to fishermen in the Chilika ecosystem, in the trap systems where the dolphins seem to be driving them towards those traps and everything. With the horseshoe crab and the sea turtle and the dolphin, the one thing that I can tell in common is no longer are people eating sea turtles in Odisha. There used to be records in the past. Dolphins, according to what you just said, they don't eat. Horseshoe crabs are also not consumed or traded at that scale. These are all unnecessary catch for the fishermen. In fact, it is waste. They lose the value of the nest. They lose the amount of things that they can catch in the nets. They can be kept restricted out of certain areas like protected areas such as Gairmata. This I want again from your opinion, like how, and also because you have dealt with different kind of situations over the years, how do you think we can work with communities to ensure that we reduce this negative interaction? It's not really conflict where, like with elephants, animals could endanger human beings as well. They're also dying from railway accidents and things like that. It is an accident. We're trying to prevent accidents in this case. So I want each of your opinions with groups on how we could change working in communities to improve this relationship.
As far as sea turtles are concerned, there is one thing that has happened. In the 90s, there were a lot of catamarans along the coast. Catamarans in the sense, the true catamarans. People were using Albizia procera logs. They were tying it with nylon ropes and going to the sea and fishing. And when you go on a catamaran to fish, you normally fish for 3 hours, 4 hours, early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, you go to the sea. By 7:30, 8 o'clock, you are back with your fish catch. As part of the government-sponsored program, the Bay of Bengal program, all catamarans are replaced with fiber reinforcement plastic boats, what we call FRP boats. And right now, the traditional fishing practices are almost non-existent along the entire east coast of India. I'm sure the same thing is happening along the west coast. So there is nothing called traditional fishing practices right now happening in our coastal waters. As long as there was traditional fishing, there was very little harm to turtles caused. I remember when I was working in Rusikulla between 1994 and 99, maximum in a year we used to get 20 dead turtles first ashore, not more than 20 dead turtles. Right now you go, completely different kind of fishing practices are happening, other than the mechanized fishing due to trawling and gill netting. So engaging with local community is always good, it should be done, but it's not going to solve the problem as far as sea turtle mortality is concerned. We need to be smart enough, we need to be strategic in our way to protect sea turtles. All of us know that turtles congregate in the coastal waters. There is a congregation which is known as reproductive patches. They are not randomly distributed in the sea during bulk of the breeding season. Say they are spending around 4 to 5 months in the coast of Odisha. This around 3.5 months they are found in congregations. So it is important to locate these congregations in the sea, demarcate these congregations and protect these congregations rather than trying to protect large stretches of coastal waters. There is very difficult to protect 600, 700 square kilometer or roughly at the entire Gairmata Marine Sanctuary, but we can protect the 50 square kilometer, 60 square kilometer area where turtles congregate. Same is the case in case of Rusikulya. Same is the case in case of Devi River mouth. We have to identify these turtle congregations, which more or less we know. Tell the fishermen that please do not come and fish in these areas. The way we tell them, please go and fish in these areas, because we predict where the fish catch is going to be there. Fishermen are well informed about where fish catch is there. Accordingly, they go and fish in the sea. Similarly, you have to tell them, you have to inform them that turtle congregation is located in from this latitude to this longitude, or in this exact area in the coastal waters of Gahirmatha, Devi or Rusikulya. Please do not go and fish in those areas. I would say that is the best approach to prevent turtle mortality or reduce turtle mortality to a large extent. So other than fishing, there are other threats to sea turtles which we can discuss later. But as far as fishing is concerned, no amount of working with local fishermen or traditional fishermen is going to help unless we protect them jealously, protect the sea turtle congregations in the coastal waters.
Thank you, sir. The same issue, fishing issue is there related to dolphins. When there is a ingression of, because the fish are catadromous and anadromous, throughout the year the breeding seasons vary among different fish species. Always there is a migration, and dolphins are very intelligent. They will go to the area where they can easily prey upon the fish. Similarly, the fishermen also will go there to get maximum. Now, how much quantity of fishing nets should be allowed? Who will take the decision? And what type of nets? Earlier, fibers were natural fibers. Now almost plastic fibers are used. Nylon fibers are used. With my research, I know that dolphin can sense your gender also. If you stand in water, they can sense you, just like ultrasound. And they know who is friend and who is foe. And when they use ultrasound, they can see the nets which are made by natural fibers. With nylon and plastic, they cannot see. So, whether it is cost effective for the fishermen to continue that tradition practice, whether the raw materials are available, or can we ban nylon nets? Absolutely not possible. As you say, there must be an interaction with the fishermen. Yes, WWF India, CE, and other NGOs in and around Odisha, particularly around Chilika, along with Forest Department and CDA, are continuously engaged from 2002 onwards in the dolphin project. And Dolphin Protection Squad has been established to monitor the movement of the dolphins, as well as the intensity of fishing and the motorboats, tourist motorboat. But again, in water, even if you see someone is doing wrong, if you say also, they just neglect and go away. So I got one idea, why don't we fix AI cameras? I took the inspiration. Of course, 60 lakhs for 3 years is very costly, but I know if we take internet connection also, in our institute we took Railtel internet connection, high bandwidth. It cost around 10 lakhs per year. For 3 years, 30 lakhs internet cost is there. So instrument and installation, if it is rest 30 lakhs, I suppose some pilot basis, particularly in outer channel, you can monitor, because dolphins are warm-blooded. Whenever they will be surfacing, we can see. And human, when they are netting, they are putting the nets, the boats are nearby, we can see. So that way one monitoring mechanism can be developed. And CDA has developed dolphin watching protocol along with PCCF Wildlife. And WWF India Michael Peter is here. See, all were involved. We have done a lot of things for taking the message to the local community. We have got positive result, but after 2-3 years, again it crops up. So I feel there need to be a continuous engagement with the local community. If we feel that yes, after these things will be sorted out, I feel that this is not the way which it can go right. With every association, and even the associations also penalize the boat who were not binding with the rules and regulations. So that need to be addressed, and boat noise, obviously, that need to be addressed in Chilika, and rest things are okay. In Bhitarkanika and coastal, the congregation points of turtle, even dolphins are nearly overlapping. So if the estuary zone of the rivers are protected, dolphins will be protected. And as you cited, do they help the fishermen? Yes. If in Chilika, if there is a fixed trap net, the dolphins, they spit water and they distract the fishes towards the net. Not to make the profit of the fishermen, but to eat and create a boundary. As you might have seen some documentary movie, the whales, they use bubble netting technique, and sometimes they drive the soul of the fishes toward the surface so that fish cannot escape and they feed. Similarly, these dolphins, Ira dolphins, are using spitting, and they are also using group behavior, taking toward the guard wall of the fixed trap nets, and they eat. In the consequences, they get profit. And we have seen Karoli D. Lima was working when I was there, and even Dipani Sutaria also. Dipani Sutaria's PhD topic was different. Karoli D. Lima's thesis you can read. It is giving some economical benefit. And from my study also, I know when there is a very good season of fish catch, 7 to 8 kilos fish catch is enhanced in the area where dolphin is there, but the next net beside it, where the dolphins are not there, there is a difference of 7 to 8 kilos. In lean season, it may be 500, 1 kilo, 2 kilo, that's much. Of course, dolphins are helping the fishermen in getting good catch. And this you can hear from any fisherman in Chilika. Thank you. Of dolphins, sir? If you go with the literature of other Southeast Asian habitats, our Chilika population are breeding throughout the year. Oh, breathing. Okay. How much time they can be inside the water? In normal condition, in 5 to 6 minutes they come up and they breathe. But in very stressed condition, 7 minutes or 8 minutes, what literature says, but I have not attempted to study that. What literature says, I can say that. And using our hydrophone was very advanced. It was an array of hydrophones. We could study 3-dimensional movement of the dolphins, and we have seen the dolphin diving in and surfacing. What is the time period? Because we can see at what 360-degree plane area where they are located, how many numbers are there, and what activities they are doing within the column of the water, whether they are diving in or they are swimming at one particular depth level or they are turning away. So we can monitor those things. So that study was done. From that data, I can say, normally they can stay for 5-6 minutes. And how long we have not created that stress condition, we don't know. Literature says that they can stay about 7-8 minutes or 9 minutes like that.
I don't know, but all I can tell you, in the beginning of the breeding season, there are more males in the sea. As the breeding season progresses, I presume males leave, they go back. I don't know, where do they go? Presumably they go back to Indian Ocean, and females are left behind. I am telling this to you because of my experience of counting more male turtles in the beginning of the season, and then after February, you hardly get to see male turtles. February, March, April, you get only female turtles first as well. Second thing, why there are more males in the beginning of the season? I am talking about adult population. When you go to the sea in the beginning, in the month of November and December, you see triplets, quadruplets, many times I have seen pentaplets. That means one female being mounted by 2 males, 3 males, up to 4 males. Okay, I have seen. But as the season progresses, when female influx takes place into the population, you will see normal male-female pair. So I presume males come earlier. Honestly, I don't know what is the adult male-female ratio. But if you look at the dead turtle data, it's female biased. There are more females in the area compared to males.
Okay, because my question is, because in Costa Rica, I think there is one study in which says that the sex ratio is 1:1 based on bycatch survey. So I was curious to know about the Indian Ocean population.
Again, difficult to say because I strongly believe there is a differential migration amongst male and female turtles. So difficult to predict male, female. And then other thing, there is multiple paternity in case of sea turtles. So multiple paternity happens only when males are in small numbers, in lower numbers. So looking at the multiple paternity, differential migration pattern, and from the dead turtle data, I would say the turtle population that is nesting along the east coast is more female biased. There are more females than males. That's what my guess.
Because again, related to climate change, I think also you can also suggest your data, but it's related to climate change because there is increase in temperature and turtles are the temperature variated says
it will be more female biased.
Yeah, it will be more female biased.
But you never know.
Yeah.
With increase in sea surface, rise in sea level, the beach will get more and more inundated. If beach is subjected to more inundation, the temperature will go down. Then it will be more males with a lower temperature. But having said that, turtles are very smart.
Yeah.
Or till recently they used to be very smart. They were using one beach, what I believe they were using Gaimatha to produce more males. They are using Rusiculia to produce more females. If you look at the beach profile of Gaimatha and Rusiculia, they are completely different. Gaimatha is a low-lying beach, whereas Rusiculia has a nice used to have 3-tier beach, or at least the beach doesn't get inundated frequently. So I presume the beach temperature at Rusiculia will be much higher compared to the Gaimatha temperature. And we have seen these are the same turtles that are using Rusiculia, that are using Devi mouth, that are using Gaimatha. This is based on the tag return data. So they are using more than one beach to produce more male, more female. So it should balance out if we do not act as God on the beach.
Yeah, Murthy, your observations, please.
So thanks, Pratish. Those are interesting questions. Even though the olive is the common species between Costa Rica and India, there's a lot of behavioral differences, size differences. They nest 11 times in a year in Arimadas in Costa Rica. They nest probably once or twice in Odisha as well. So we don't know whether operational sex ratios are going to be the same between these two population groups. And secondly, I had been monitoring nest temperatures at Rushukula for the last 10-15 years. What we did observe is the majority tendency is to feminize. But there are years where there is almost an 80% production of males in the sex ratio of hatchlings. So the way we can only sex hatchlings is by dissecting them. There's no other way to sex hatchlings. And the only way we can dissect hatchlings is we collect only the dead hatchlings. So when you sample enough dead hatchlings across the entire nesting beach, then you can get an operational idea of how it is functioning. Definitely there were years which almost had 100% female sex ratio. But again, what we need to remember is these are species that have evolved over several millennia. One life generation is not going to affect it in that sense. So I completely agree with you that we shouldn't start playing God by saying that we need to start making changes. This is something that we need to observe what is happening because with global warming, it's not that it is going to become continuously warmer. We might have a freak rain incidents in between as well. That's what happened in the year that we had more rains. So that is another thing that we need to keep in mind. So I think we need to work on climate change as a larger issue rather than trying to fix the turtles. I think the turtles will survive these days.
Recording your observations, taking you to 4 different sectors of the lake.
Thank you, sir, for the question. If you see Dr. Arundel's paper, 1915, which sectors he said, today also those sectors.
Basically, northern sector he has never said. He has said central sector, southern sector and outer channel. Today also the population is confined to central sector, southern sector and outer channel. But after CDS intervention of dredging the mouth so that the silt which is loading up into the Chilika may directly get flushed towards the mouth, some dolphins, particularly from the Magarmukh, they attempt to go some stretch near about 5 kilometers through the dredging channel and they return back. But they are not residing in northern sector. And the impact of saline water should be there. Of course, they are air breathing, but they always like saline water or brackish water. And outer channel density is high because it is the main migratory route of all the fishes, crabs, shrimps, which are their food. Central sector, southern sector, the population and outer channel, the population keep on mixing, sir. They keep on mixing, but what is the way of mixing, we have not understood till date. If you see during the early morning in the central and southern sector, they will be feeding towards the eastern coast. In the evening, they will be feeding towards the western coast. I feel they use the sunlight's radiation to see the fishes. Possibly that is whether they move in some patterns, but random pattern is there. Population are not isolated in the central sector, southern sector or outer channel. The guiding principle for the dolphin is depth, salinity and fish and less disturbance of the boat and less disturbance of fishing net. Because fishing net is there, even they can survive, sir. Sometimes My dolphins, actually, it's not mine. Sorry. Sorry.
Because you love.
Because what I want to go to say, that will be again coming as a backfire. They sometimes steal fish from the net. And that is the where they get into trouble. If they see a lot of fishes are there in the net and echolocate, they cannot see the net because it is nylon. They feel that fish soul is there, they go and get entangled. Any?
Death.
Yes, we do get. In Chilica, if the population is around 150 or 58 or something. Sir, natural case of death by age, disease and other things you can take 4 to 5. There cannot be zero death. If life is there, death is there. 4 to 5, definitely they will die. And rest other cases may be some accidental, maybe net, all these things. And every year, near about 6 to 10, 15 babies also they can give. It is not always that 15 or always 6 or 5, because how many females? And there is a particular seasonality shown in all the areas of eroded dolphin across the globe. But in Chilica, peak season you will see during December, more babies, and other months sometimes new babies will be coming as 1 or 2 something. How do I say that? The newborn baby has birth folds. If you see the body, there will be fold. And they are very tiny, less than 1 meter. And their surfacing pattern is quite different. They cannot surface like dolphins, they just surface up. And by seeing their head and some fold, you can say these are. So those basis, it says that in Chilica, breeding is continuous throughout the year, but more babies are born during your November, December, and mating during the monsoon, October. October mating, 9 months per year. Thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
Destination for olive ridley sea turtle, how do you comment it?
What more?
Preferred destination, Rusicola mouth is most preferred destination for olive ridley sea turtles. How do you comment it?
Yes, that's what, not this year, over the years, I would say over the past decade or so, Rusicola has certainly emerged as one of the largest mass nesting sites of olive ridleys in the world. So turtles are nesting. There are reasons why they are not nesting in such large numbers in Gahirmatha, because of the beach is in a bad state or was in a bad state. The earlier scenario of 1975 till I would say till mid 80s in Gahirmatha is no longer existing now. A lot of plantations took place. Casuarina was planted on the nesting beach. Then heavy erosion of the nesting beaches in along the Gahirmatha coast. So, and then 1991, the Nasi Island got fragmented from the mainland beach. Subsequently, further fragmentation took place. There is a constant of space for turtles to nest. These are all natural process which has happened, of course, coupled with dredging and a lot of other things. Rusicola certainly appears to be the largest nesting site in India and one of the largest sites in the world at the moment.
Thank you, everyone. I think Dr. Dash has some closing remarks. I think we can start over here. I think we're already quite late starting in the morning.
I just want to take 5 minutes. I will show you one video only, then we will start.
Sir? Just huh? Okay. Sir, you can play the video. You can ask the question as well.
Just play that video.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm Vibhu Prasad Das from Rajdhani Engineering College, and it was really a nice, interesting session with you, and really knowing the depth of all the turtles, sea turtles, and whatever. So, sir, my question is, as per my concern, in my opinion, I have heard a lot of news that turtles are dying because of barnacles. The barnacle removing of the barnacles is the most toughest phase in turtle's life that is killing a lot of lives in the coastal areas. And it is hampering, as we all know, that a turtle lives it for around like 400 to 500 years. So the barnacles are actually killing the age of the turtle. What would you like to say about it? Can you please give me your viewpoints?
No, there is, that's totally unfounded, completely ruled out.
Okay.
It's a big NO from me. Barnacles occasionally are found on turtles. Barnacles normally set in on objects that are more static. Like a boat is there in the water floating static for some time, barnacles will go and settle down. There is a jetty, you will have barnacles there. Turtles are all the time on the move. Okay. So I have come across presence of barnacles on turtle cells, but very, very few, very occasionally, and they do not cause, they are not the cause of death. Death is due to entanglement in fishing nets, and they die due to asphyxia, so there is no
Thank you so much, sir.
Anyway, regarding this community participation, we tried with our local people because they are visiting to small estuaries. It is very easy because the nearby villages community, it is very easy to take the knowledge to them. And you used to say that particularly during the high tide they will come. And you can see the behavior of the sea in the Chandipur coast. What happens? Most of the time in Delhi, if you see, only 2 hours the water will be there in the beach. But rest of the time, the water reaches back to 6 kilometers away. So that's why the horsecraft comes to the only due to the estuaries during the high tide only. So that means that period, almost 2 to 3 hours, they will remain there and they will lay their eggs. So that 2-3 hours period is crucial. So that is one. Second is we have taken the help of the different artists also. And through art competition and through different types of, I want to show you certain things. Like one Rakhi Purnima. We used to tie the Rakhi to protect these particular things. So that is one way also. Every year we are having such type of activities. And the community people, now they have already, in Baleswar at least, they have different, the coastal belt, they have already have different types of, in each panchayat they are now having a horsecraft awareness activities, they are conducting these things. So that is how, but I want to show you actually 1 or 2 things, how successfully we have reared in the laboratory. And that can be replicated if Forest Department wants. The same things we can do also here in Odisha. So it can be possible. That, but I think he has some problem.
While they're sorting it out, I think I want to make some closing remarks.
Let me see what is happening.
So I think it's been a long day, but I think on the whole we've had a day where we've learned that the work that has happened in the field of wildlife conservation is built on the experience of several individuals. There have been several senior individuals who have been instrumental in the science that went behind the conservation in the state of Odisha. And this has been carried on across generations, and it will continue to do so. And these conclaves are these opportunities for people to learn about such things. We have a lot of wildlife, we have a lot of stories, we have had conflicts, we have had resolutions, we are working with people, we continue to do so, and I think this is a good opportunity that while the challenges still occur, we continue to work on. And I really like the fact that Puntas finally came out and said, my dolphins. I'm sure everybody who's worked on a species for long enough has that association, not just for the animals, for the people around that place, for the space itself, I think that is an important factor that drives us together in this field of wildlife conservation. So I think we can close this session for now, and whenever the video gets sorted out, we can play it in the background.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Anyway, let
Really,
you be
this
there.
session
I will
was
show you
very
sometime.
interactive. Now this is the time to facilitate our guest. I would like to request Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir to the dais to facilitate Dr. Vibhas Pandab sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh, sir, to felicitate Dr. Muntaj Khan, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Sri Prem Kumar sir to felicitate Dr. Vishnu Prasad Das, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, sir, to felicitate Muralidharan M, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants, guests. Today's session is over here. Again, tomorrow we'll meet here. Thank you all.